Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello. Happy to have you here. Let's get started. Okay, first point of news here. Let me do this. So first, Chet said he hate my bubbles changed colors. Yay! Is it because you're a member and you've been a member for long enough for your bubbles to change color? Love that. Love it. Okay, let me see. La 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 la. What I want to do is first, okay, I'm making a lot of changes. It's 2026. I'm trying to figure new things out. Look, I want to get to 100,000 subscribers. I want to make this channel bigger. I really do sometimes think it's shadow banned. Like, my secondary commentary channel, the podcast channel that is now called the secondary commentary channel. So everybody get ready. Okay. That channel views. And a big part of it is I think it's a brand new channel. I think a big part of it is that it's, just commentary videos. I do think that that channel is going to be successful in its own right. I think FD Signifier was correct when he told Michael Burns, and then I took the advice to make as many channels as needed to separate the work because different audiences get attracted to different things. I also think that there is something about this channel that isn't quite where it wants to be. Like, I know I'm not asking for advice for my job. I'm telling you because I'm autistic that I want to warn you, because I know transitions are hard, that there will be a transition. And the live stream thumbnails, I'm probably just going to keep a generic same thumbnail. I'm going to try that, right? And keep it going and see how that goes. I think when I make custom thumbnails for every live show, it like throws some algorithm off, and I don't know what it is, but I think it's not what typical people do when they stream every day. And so what I'm doing is I'm not branding myself like every other creator, and it's actually working against my favor, because then the audience doesn't know what to look for. We're raised in a world that says like, oh, if you stand out, it will make it the difference. But sometimes when you stand out, people don't know what you are. So I think I stand out too much, which is so funny. So I'm trying to learn how to conform. I'm trying to learn how to conform. So I think I'm probably going to just keep like a generic stream thumbnail for a bit for the next few months and see how that works out and see if that helps. And then I'll make, commentary thumbnails like regular for the clips that I make for stream. Yeah, it is what it is. Let's see, Chess said, I saw it was named Bert Simon. Is that the third channel? No, that's the second channel. So that's my podcast channel. I'm not going to call it a podcast anymore. We're done with the podcast. I think the podcast only made sense when it felt more like a podcast, but I've just transformed the feeling of the podcast to be way outside of the expectation. So when people click on it, they just brains are brains. Like, as much as, again, we want to say we have free will, how much free will can you have if your bias frustrates you? You know what I mean? Your brain just stops you from working. If things aren't exactly the way the brain, that's why, as much as people want to blame billionaires and Amazon, it's our brain, right? It's our brain that fucks it up. It's why they exploit us, right? It's us. Chess says, can we call it an essay channel? But it's not essays. No, because I don't want to be held accountable for the high standard of an essay. Video essays are held to a much higher standard. I don't want to reach that high standard. I want to be a commentary channel, just a basic ass commentary channel, because that's what I like to watch. Because honestly, guys, if I can be transparent with you, I don't like video essays. I think they're too heavy. I don't think I don't watch them alone. I don't watch them in my own time. They're too heavy. So commentary channels, I can watch 20 a day. A video essay, I do not like them. I only like them for stream. On my regular time, it's really hard for me to sit through a video essay. So, you know what I mean? No, I can watch, that's why I love stream and commentary channels, because they're low threshold to enjoy the content. They're very enjoyable. It does not have to be highly researched. It does not have to be college grade academic. It's not an essay, because remember, essay channels are supposed to be essays transformed into video. And I'm not writing essays. I don't write down anything. I don't script anything. So it would be, I don't want people to feel like, oh, Brittany makes video essays. I do not make video essays. I want to be a commentary channel. You know, like D'Angelo doesn't make video essays. They make commentary channels, you know? So I just want that. That's what I want for my life. It's really hard because you know how YouTubers, they pick a niche and they stick to it and that's how they build a brand. I need to learn how to do that, which is my own trouble with capitalism. Like my biggest struggle with capitalism is sticking to a brand because I'm just so ADHD about my, you know, I lose interest. So I just have to, you know what I mean? Right? Chess, as someone who came from more of a Khadijah, shout out, Ole, shout out side of things. I had no idea who you were and still have no idea who most of who you talk about are. So yes, you are different. Yeah, exactly. I think the other thing is that I don't do well in groups. Like every time I try to hang out with people, it's just obvious to me that I stand out, and I don't stand out in a good way. If I could stand out in a good way as a main character, that'd be great. But I think I just stand out in the other way where people are like, what are you doing? I don't get it. My partner and I were just reminiscing about this earlier, how like when they first heard me on stream, it's really hard not to have that bias that I'm stupid. But I'm right. I sound stupid, but I'm correct. And it really is confusing. And what I'm learning is that I'm not mad about it. I think that's just so true. Like this is autism. Like this is neurodivergency. Like when I talk, I don't explain things to people. And because I don't explain things to people in a way that their brain can follow, they think I sound stupid. But because like my audience is so neurodivergent, I think you guys understand me because you fill in the gaps really well, right? That's why it's easy to understand me. That's why my partner can understand me because they're like, oh yeah, like, but other people, their brains don't do that. Their brains don't fill in the gaps to understand what I'm saying. So like example, over on my commentary channel, my other channel, a few women have been leaving comments like about like, don't move in with your boyfriend. And they were like, oh, I feel like there's not nuance here because like I live with my partner and we're going to get like, we want to do lifelong relationships together and we want to have kids. Okay, so he's not your boyfriend. He's your lifelong partner. Or like people are like, oh, girls, you know, get engaged, move in with your fiance and then see if you want to get married. And I'm like, what? Like there's no ability for brains. So the reason other people's content feels kind of boring or basic to a lot of neurodivergent people is because we already know what you're going to say. You know what I mean? You ever have that ADHD experience of like, I already know what you're going to say. Yeah. But they're like, no, you don't know what I'm going to say. I'm like, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say this. And they're like, wait, how'd you know that? I'm like, it's like guessing a movie before it happens. Like, obviously I get it. So when your brain works like that, and then you work with a bunch of people who don't, it's very hard because they're like, there's no way you know. So that's what I do in my videos. In my videos, I'm assuming, or like I will talk and I don't know what gaps people are missing. And because I don't know what gaps people are missing, it makes me sound stupid to them because they're like, oh, she's not taking this into account and she's not taking this into account. But I've already taken all that into account. I already know. But they don't believe it. And so because I didn't show it, I didn't show my math. Oh, that's a good way to explain it. I didn't show my math. And so they're like, you couldn't have come up with the answer. And I was like, but that's the answer. They're like, but where's your math? And I'm like, what? They're like, you have to show your math. And I'm like, oh, I guess. And I'm learning how to show my math. I actually think when I try to explain the math, I think I get lost on how to explain it because my brain works really fast. So I honestly sometimes feel like my brain moves so quick. I just conclusion. And so I'm learning. That's what I feel like I'm in training for the next 3 years is like learn how to show your math, Brittany. So people can understand how I got something or got, the answer, right? Discord said, Brittany literally said in the video, unless this is your life partner, people hear what they want to hear. So anyway, so I just warn you guys because I know transition is hard. Like even chat says, oh, we're starting early today. It's daylight savings. We're not starting early today, but that means you're probably not an American. The reason I set my stream to 10 a.m. Eastern is so when daylight savings comes, you guys can just always assume it's 10 a.m. Eastern, no matter where you are in the world. But we didn't start early today. We started on time. We just started early for Europeans like me. It's early for me. But you know what I'm saying? Like even the way we communicate. So anyways, I'll figure it out. You know, how to figure out like, okay, how do I communicate, you know, right? Chet says that one of the first comments I left was how it was refreshing to find someone who understood something in my head. And I feel like all the discourse was the same. I know, I feel that's the problem too, is like, and then they think, okay, so then you run into the problem where people think you're better than them, or they think you think you're better than them. And I don't think I'm better than you. I'm just like, I do show like disappointment. I think sometimes when I see someone, I'm like, aren't you a philosophy person? Why haven't you figured this out? And I don't mean to judge, but I'm like, because I think I'm stupid, but not really. I know I'm smart, but I know I'm uneducated. Like I don't have any formal education. And these people have like PhDs, or these people have master's degrees, or these people went to college for this. And I'm like, shouldn't you know? Now, obviously I know that's not true, but yet I kind of do sometimes think like, shouldn't you know more than me? And then I'm sitting here like, but if I had gone to college for philosophy, people would take me more seriously, even though I know more than I think some of these philosophy people. So then it's confused. And then it comes into classism and all these other bubbles that overlap and disability bubble, like everything is just so frustrating. So yeah. Oh, Chad, great example. So that as somebody with a stuttering issue, people automatically think I was dumb. But I found that people with a gift of gab who talk smooth are sometimes dumb as rocks who don't really say anything. Oh, exactly. That's okay. That's why without judgment and without resentment, without bitterness, understanding where I belong in the universe was key to all of my happiness and joy, because I kept trying to fit in and be like other people. And I was like, it's not working, you know? Yeah, and sometimes it's misogyny. Totally, chat. Absolutely misogyny. But I was like, that's what I learned is like, I'm not fitting in to people's expectations, and I keep trying and it's not working. With that said, I can't fully just like be myself in a world where primarily I need more people to join this community because I need to keep my job. Like, and so I need to work really hard to like build this community and like build followers. Like at the end of the day, I need to make more stability in my career like anybody else does in their job. Right? Like you want to build more stability. It's not about more money, but it is about more stability. It's about the lack of fear that in 10 years this could go away, and any other, like just like any other job, right? There's nothing unique about this job. It's like any other job. And I don't know anybody who has a normal adult job who isn't concerned it might go away in 10 years because they want to make sure they have a job in 10 years, right? Especially if you're investing in a house and all these other things, right? So these are sort of the things that I have to sit with and decide. So I just wanted to let you know, I'm going to try this out for a while, see how it works, and just figure out ways to fill in those gaps for people, and also accept that some people won't hear me or understand, and that's okay too. I also got really annoyed. Oh my God, I got to show you this. And when I say annoyed, I mean more like sassy gay annoyed, where I'm just like, oh my God, girl, shut up. But also like, you know what I'm, you know, like I'm not literally annoyed, but I'm like a little bit like eye roll into the back of my head until my brain explodes. So, you know, exaggerated. Look at this. No, not this video. Hold on. Okay, on my do not move in with your boyfriend video. Okay, look at this. Ugh, look at this comment. Hold on, let me show you. La 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 la. Okay. So this comment showed up and it said, I love how the world is figuring out Christian values like they're new. Not trying to be rude, but these are the exact reasons we follow things like waiting for marriage. We deserve commitment and respect. It's not about control, although it used to be that way. And I said, Christian values are not what I'm sharing here. Just because it sounds similar doesn't mean the why is the same. Not murdering people isn't a Christian only value. Just because we agree murder is wrong doesn't mean it's Christian. And they said, sure, I totally understand. Not trying to put words in your mouth specifically. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of the reasoning I've been hearing lately is actually the same reasoning we as Christians have for these standards. And I said, no, I think the reasoning is different though. Christians, I was raised Catholic, hold marriage and sex as a holy sacrament in the church. It's not the same reasoning. They are restricted by the fear of hell and following God's word. Their motivations are different. I'm concerned with people getting abused and domestic violence. And on a lighter note, just how annoying it is to move someone out of your place. And they said, right, I hear you. There is a difference. But as a Christian that works in anti-domestic violence and human trafficking field, I'm just stating the overlap. Following God's word, because it's God's word, is first priority. But I believe it's no coincidence that going outside of these standards can create instability, unsafety, and potential issues. We see marriage as sacred for a reason. Not only because we heard it once in church, commitment to someone before crossing certain boundaries is important and healthy. And I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna bang my head against the wall. These people think they have like a, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm just like, girl, don't make me, you know what I mean? You got to make a little jokey joke, you know, you got to just be like, okay, whatever, bro. You're so annoying. And that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid that people would hear me say, don't move in with your boyfriend and get triggered to think I was like coming from a Christian perspective. Fuck your Christian perspective. I'm talking about just the headache of moving men out. Bro, you know what it is too? It's just like I'm listening and watching and reading all these stories about all these relationships. And I'm looking back at my own life and I'm just thinking, yo, if I had never lived with these people, you know what I mean? If I had never signed a lease or paid rent or had to move people out, my life would have been easier. And yes, I agree that like moving in with your boyfriend sometimes can help you see his flaws, but I'll be real, you're going to see them before that. Okay? Unless he is the most amazing liar, which most of them are not, you will see it before you will just tell yourself you're not seeing it. If you are really ready to be in a relationship and to notice people, you will see it. Okay, I had a girlfriend one time. She was dating an ADHD guy. They were going to do long-term relationship. They broke up eventually, but they were going to do long-term relationship. They thought they had found the person, and they moved in together, and he made a lot of money, and she made okay money. She made good money, but he made a lot of money. And they moved in together, and COVID happened. And his place, which used to be a nice place that was relatively clean, became a pigsty, basically. And she told me, she's like, he doesn't clean. I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, he usually hires a house cleaner. And because nobody can come over because of COVID, he won't clean. I was like, tell him to get off his ass and clean the fucking house. And she was like, he won't do it. And I was like, what do you mean he won't do it? He's a grown up. You have to clean your house. And she was like, he's just really struggling. And he says it's because of his ADHD. And I was like, no. You have to participate in your relationship. You must labor for your marriage. You must labor for your long-term relationship. You must labor for your relationship. You labor with roommates. You labor. You have to do your fucking chores. You know what I mean? What are we talking about? And then, of course, he didn't. And of course, there was a lot of neglect. And of course, they broke up. But it was just that reality where somebody might say, oh, but she wouldn't have known that unless they moved in together. No, she wouldn't have known that unless COVID happened. You cannot sit there and say, oh, well, I'll just have to wait for COVID to happen to see if I really love my person. Because during COVID, domestic violence went way up, right? Because people were trapped in the house with their abusers. Listen to me when I say this. I trust adults to make decisions and to move in with their partners. I do not think it is unethical or wrong for you to move in with your boyfriend. I do not care that you moved in with your boyfriend. I'm saying you don't have to. I'm just giving you another option because I bought into the narrative that I had to live with my boyfriends. And I really wish I didn't do that because it would have saved me so much hell to just not do that and to be more, if anything, just strict with my values and cognizant of believe them when you see them. Okay, example. One time, my ex broke my blender. You guys probably know this story, right? I was visiting my family. We were living separate. We're on again, off again. We were living separate. I just kicked him out. Okay. I just kicked him out. We're living separate. We're on again, off again. I asked him to take care of Indiana while I was seeing my parents because I had just gotten fired. I was like in a really bad place and I needed to see my family as maybe a regroup. And his parents were really kind. They even bought my plane ticket at the time because I just lost my job. Okay, it was like $200 plane ticket. It was a really nice gesture, okay? I asked him to take care of Indiana. And you know he's irresponsible, so I should have known better. I come home from seeing my parents and my family, and there's glass all over my apartment. And Indiana is walking all over the apartment. And I'm like, what is this? And he goes, oh, I used your blender, but it exploded. I was like, so my blender exploded and you left the mess all over the kitchen? He goes, no, I cleaned. I was like, you did not clean. There are chunks of glass everywhere, big chunks of glass, like guys, this big chunks of glass all over the kitchen. And Indiana is walking around this kitchen. What do you mean? Okay. So then I was like, you need to replace my blender and you're never sitting for Indiana again. Okay. You're never doing this again. I'm never letting you take care of her again. He was really upset. He goes, I don't have the money to replace your blender. I was like, replace my fucking blender as a sign that you want this relationship to work, because right now you keep telling me not to break up with you and to stay away from, and to just believe you and trust that you're going to get better, but you can't even watch my cat / clean up a mess, right? Like, what are you doing? I don't get it. I don't understand why you keep telling me you're going to change, but you keep telling, you know, I didn't need to move in with him to know these things, right? I could have just used my fucking eyes, but here I was in denial because I didn't have my values set in stone, right? Okay. So then, right, Chet said, isn't a blender $70 to $150? Yeah, but that's a lot of money. Are you insinuating that's not a lot of money? I just want to like clarify, that is a lot of money. You said low end, $70 to $150? I'm sorry, are you rich? Who has $70? I don't even have $70 right now for a blender. And I make more money than I've ever made. Are you guys spending $70 on a blender casual? I'm sorry, girls. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Anyways, okay, so he was making like minimum wage, like $15 an hour or whatever on his on again, off again job, okay? So I understand he didn't have the money, but this is where the kicker comes in. Are you ready? I said, I don't care how long it takes. Out of a sign of good faith, you should pay me back for the blender, okay? Here's what he does. Are you ready? He was so angry that I made him buy me a blender. He bought himself a blender as revenge. 2 years later, never opened the blender. True story. True story. When I moved him out, because he moved out of that place, and I was like, why is this blender still in your apartment unopened? Or your room? He was renting a room. I was like, unopened. And he was like, oh, I never needed it. I was like, so you bought a blender for yourself that you never used because you were angry that I asked you to buy my blender back? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, uh-huh. What is that? Like, that's what I'm saying. What is wrong with him? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is wrong with him? But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying to all the girls who are in that position, who literally look at people they love and think like, why are you doing this? Like, what is happening? You know what I mean? Chat, don't tell me what to do. You said talk about the Iran war. I talked about it last week. Don't tell me what to do. Okay, don't come into my chat and troll me right now, because you know you're a troll. No person who seriously cares about Iran is going to come into a 141 person chat and be like, talk about Iran. You talk about patriarchy and how men are utilizing people's bodies as cannon fodder in the name of war. How about you talk about Trump and the administration right now pulling the draft together so your 19-year-old boys and Aiden Ross gets pulled into a fucking war? How about that? Okay? We're going to talk about that today. Can you imagine Aiden Ross and all the streamer boys getting drafted? Croatia is pulling their military together. Hello, everybody slow down. Men are the worst thing to ever... Patriarchy is the worst thing to ever happen to the planet. Okay? Fuck the Trump administration. Fuck the little war. Shout out to Lebanon. Devastated for them. Almost 700,000 people displaced. 84 children killed after Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Israel is attacking Lebanon. They want to, quote, make it like Gaza. 700,000 displaced in Lebanon. In Lebanon. Lebanon. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. What are we doing here? What is this? And who's backing Israel? Americans. Okay? Just devastating. Just absolutely bullshit. And look how I had it prepared and ready to go. So don't tell me what to do, chat. Don't be like, oh, talk about this. You talk about it. You started a YouTube channel and you talk about it. I already was ready to talk about it. It's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. I hate when people feel entitled, and that's what that is. Don't tell me what to do. PDA triggered. PDA triggered, okay? So again, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of these men coming together as groups, sitting in boardrooms, figuring out ways to kill young people, okay? That girls' school that got shot in Iran, Trump going back and forth about who did it. We know who did it. Okay, don't play with me right now. Don't play with me right now. He's so obnoxious. Let's talk about the draft. So look at this. So this is happening in Lebanon. Okay, thoughts go out to Lebanon, right? Croatia to relaunch mandatory military service after 17 years. They're starting to pull together young boys. Young boys. Croatia is set to resume mandatory military service for the first time in 17 years of the European Union members' broader strategy to address security concerns in Europe and Western Balkans. Bro. Right? Okay, look at this.
Very good question.
Let me rewind.
Who would be eligible and ineligible for the draft?
Very good question. All U.S. Men, that is citizens, non-citizens, even undocumented immigrants, are required by federal law to register with the Selective Service Administration under the age of 20, between ages of 18 and 26. So if you're in that time frame, you are required by law to register with the Civil Service Administration. They keep your name in a database and a roster, and eligibility for student loans is dependent on registration. So if you're a male and you're 18 years old, you need to make sure you register with the Civil Service Administration and your name is available for access.
Every time men go, well, if feminists believe in the draft or believe in equality, they should be drafted. Nobody should be drafted. Nobody should be forced to fight for a country for a war they don't believe in. This is bullshit. And also, don't put me in a position to have to defend myself. Americans are putting Iran in a situation where now they have to defend themselves. You literally are attacking a country. You can't just attack people and expect people not to fight back. Don't put people in this position to have to fight back. And more than that, stop kidnapping boys from their families to basically go fight in a war where they're going to die. And Trump saying, well, some of you may die. You know, some of you may die. So be very careful, because right now, all these young boys are about to get literally picked up by Trump and sent to a war to die, right? Like, this is terrible. And you know what's crazier is I knew some people in the reserves, no friends of friends, not my friends directly, but they had just gotten out because Trump was elected, and they're like, I'm not going to deal with this. Like, I'm going to get out as quick as I can. And now some of the people who died already, some of the soldiers whose names have been released, had been in the reserves. So not even the reserve men, like that's what the reserves are, but like they're not even sending only active duty. So just keep that in mind.
A mobilization be required. Military draft has been non-existent for over 50 years. We have an all-volunteer military force for 5 decades plus.
I like how he says 50 years, like that's a long time. Bro, that's not long enough.
1973, I believe July is when the authorization for the draft officially ended. It would take a new act of Congress to restart authorization and appropriations to fund and logistically implement a draft. So I think that's highly speculative. You would probably need to see something along the lines of World War III, either a conflict with Russia or a conflict with China. Or
oh, fuck. You mean basically what people are talking about?
1973, I believe July is when the authorization for the draft officially ended. It would take a new act of Congress to restart authorization and appropriations to fund and logistically implement a draft. So I think that's highly speculative. You would probably need to see something along the lines of World War III, either a conflict with Russia or a conflict with China, or some other unforeseen national emergency before the United States were to fully implement the protocols in place for a draft. So I think even a ground invasion of Iran, which is highly unlikely, would probably be handled by the current active force and the reserve force.
Who would be
Okay, look at this. Caroline Levitt
does not remove options off of the table. Mothers out there are worried that President Trump wisely does not remove options off of the table. Mothers out there are worried that we're going to have a draft, that they're going to see their sons get in and daughters get involved in this. What do you want to say about the president's plans for troops on the ground? As we know, it's been largely an air campaign up until now. It has been, and it will continue to be. And President Trump wisely does not remove options off of the table. I know a lot of politicians like to do that quickly, but the president, as commander-in-chief, wants to continue to assess the success of this military operation. It's not part of the current plan right now, but the president, again, wisely keeps his options on the table. But as commander-in-chief, there's no greater priority or responsibility to this president than, of course, protecting the American people and protecting our troops. President Trump.
Oh, brother. All these people suck. So this is, okay, listen to me when I say this. Whether you like it or not, and this is the problem that people are going to have, The reality is, and this is the truth. Human beings as a whole, the world is a reflection of us as that whole. We will support this. Whether we like it or not, it's going to happen. And whether we like it or not, some of those boys who will be drafted will come back feeling like it was something patriotic that they did, and they're going to stand by it. Now, a lot of the good news out of this younger generation is a lot of them do not want to fight fucking wars. So my hope is they will remember that, right, as they get drafted, and maybe we can create some sort of a protest. But the reality is like there will be a group of them that will see this as an opportunity to Iraq war it, kill some Arabs. And so there's just like this whole conversation that needs to be had that reminds us that patriarchy does not care about boys. It does not care about men. Like, it does not care about your sons. And conservatism and the Trump administration does not care about your sons. Remember that leftist progressives do not believe in the draft. We want to stop the draft from existing. That if you cannot get a population to fight for their country, if you can't find a way for world leaders to get along, if you can't do a lot of what you need to do to make the world peaceful, then at some point we have to accept that it isn't. But stop using us as an excuse. Stop saying you're going to protect us by killing other people's children, right? Don't use my name as an American to say, oh, I'm protecting Americans by killing Iranian kids. Absolutely not. But that's what they're doing. They're saying, oh, it's for your safety. You know what would have made me feel safe? If all of you stopped fighting. But these men are not doing that, okay? They're not doing that. These men are putting us in a position where they get to use our name and our country as an excuse to kill other people's children. And this is patriarchy. This is bullshit. This is disgusting because they're greedy, entitled fucking losers, okay? Because it's genuinely, why do people keep saying we're going to have a draft? Did our government say it's happening, or is it just in general? I don't know how to answer that question. Like, I think you're asking, why do people keep talking about a draft? People are talking about a draft because people are talking World War III. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, it's a pretty big deal what happened, right? Like, it is a pretty big deal that the world is on edge. Every country is arming up. Everybody is worried. Russia, China, Iran, Europe, like everybody is concerned. You know what I mean? So like, I think you might not know, which is so fair, but we're on a precipice. And so we're really living history right now. And we're waiting to see what men will decide we do. But as long as the United States president keeps ranting and raving about taking over countries and bombing people and feeling entitled, it will push people towards a direction. You know what I mean? So the reason, and chat's right? Like the draft is always brought up when shit pops off, but there will maybe come a time. This is why I tell you, you have to take it seriously. It happened in Vietnam. It's going to happen again. The question is when. It's not a question if. It's always when. Okay? And that's what people have to remember. Humans repeat history. Why do we repeat history? Because we forget the lessons that we learn. How are young boys? Let me find this actually. Look at this from The Guardian. Nearly 2/3 of U.S. young adults unaware 6 million Jews killed in Holocaust. According to the survey, adults 18 to 39%, 23% said they believe the Holocaust was a myth or had been exaggerated or they weren't sure. Almost 2/3 of young American adults do not know that 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust, and more than 1 in 10 believe Jews caused the Holocaust. A new survey has found revealing shocking levels of ignorance about past crime in the 20th century. Not to mention, by the way, we're still getting people, we're still fighting for people to recognize that Hitler targeted trans and disabled people as well. Gay people, right? Like, it wasn't just the Jews that died. It was a lot of minority people. And yes, 6 million Jews dying is insanely horrific. And also disabled people and trans people were targeted, which is why we're concerned about the Trump administration coming out and blaming the LGBTs on everything. Because like, hello, are we next? Like they put Japanese people in internment camps in the United States. Japanese people, they put them in internment camps. Like we did that shit recently. People are alive today who experienced this shit. So again, like this isn't, oh, so long ago and so far away. This is now, today. And the point is it's going to happen again. Why is it going to happen again? Because you're going to forget your history. And it's going to happen forever and always, again and again and again and again and again and again and again. What do you do with that? Well, don't go nihilistic. Take a deep breath and go down to the basics. Why are you here? What are you doing on the planet? How did you get here? Create an understanding of your fundamental belief about, your foundational belief about existence. Okay? This is what keeps me grounded, because it really does feel like we are birthed into an existence that feels insane. Okay, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Let me bring this out. Da da da. La 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 la. I gotta get that stim out of my fucking head. Is it this comment? Hold on, let me see. It's my other channel. This comment? Yeah, oh my god. Okay, listen. This comment showed up on my secondary commentary channel. It says, I'm non-binary and I don't believe in therapy, but for different reasons. I think therapy just can't work in society where problems are not really as individuals' issues, but a whole systemic one. Therapy under capitalism doesn't work. Okay, first of all, it does work. I'm living proof that it works, right? Like, stop saying it doesn't work. It does work. But then get down to the last sentence. Also, life is inherent suffering. We're in a hell realm. You don't want to get into it. A hell realm? A hell realm? What are we talking about? We're literally sharing a planet with not just people who believe in God, but like a people who believe like in some magical layer to the universe that is dictating. Like, stop. Get grounded. We are here. We have to do something about it. Let's make life better for people. You're not going to make life better for people if you do not fucking lock into your own sense of reality, bros. You can't. And that's why I say, like, go of the attachment that people are better than you think they are. They are exactly who they are. They're not better or worse. They're just who they are. Okay? And that's the part that's difficult. Bryce, again, with the super chat, thank you so much. Says, it's not perfect, throw it out here. It's not perfect, throw it out. I'm not perfect. Can you expand on that? I'm not sure what that's a reference to. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. So again, when we have these conversations, what I want for people is to, for me, what I do from my philosophical perspective is just a reminder that like all of this is going to repeat all the time. And it's because it repeats is not the sign that there's no hope. It's because it repeats, there's a sign we can do something about it. If you see a pattern of behavior, you can interrupt the behavior. That's what therapy helps you do. It helps you interrupt the behavior and find where it's coming from and basically like stop it. And that's what we're doing. We're looking at the behavior, and then philosophy helps you have a grounded, deeper relationship with that behavior, but also your whole life as a whole, right? Chet said in relation from the person commenting on therapy, yeah, definitely. Like they're like, it didn't work. Okay, look, they even go on to say, frankly, there's a lot of narcissists right now doing psychology degrees for this exact reason, not because they care about those people, but because they either want an easy buck or because they're actively enjoy being the ones people rely on. Sure, but you might as well not date or have friends or anything else because everyone's so narcissistic and entitled right now. That's what I'm saying. You can't live in a world where you say, oh, the world is white supremacist and homophobic and evil and there's devils everywhere, and then say, oh, you know, we should do make babies and exist or love our life or show up every day. This is like, I can't, like, okay, if we're going to stay here, let's do something about it. You know what I'm saying? If we're all going to be alive and we've chosen to stay alive, let's do something about it. But the dilemma is that our solutions we create for the problems are always rooted in our own sense of reality. And if your sense of reality, if your idea of reality is like everyone's narcissistic, everyone is bad, everyone is this, everyone, again, like Everybody is. Everybody is. First and foremost, we just are. Like, we just do exist. And then the question is, what do we do next? And then the question is radically accepting that people have to go through it. Then the answer is realizing that, like, oh, I'm a part of the problem. And then the next time is recognizing that, like, all of us have beliefs that are not helping the world. Okay, I've had plenty over the years myself, and you have to realize, like, it's not always about helping the world. Sometimes it is just about helping yourself. So sometimes it is about being so individualistic. You're the only one who gets ahead, because if you don't, you're going to die. Because the world is literally suffering so severely that at some point you do have to just worry about yourself, but not at the expense of other people. You can worry about yourself without it coming at the expense of people. The issue is people don't know how to do that. They only know how to care about themselves at the expense of other people. And I'm saying you don't have to fuck anybody over. You don't have to abandon anybody. You don't have to hurt anybody. You can literally focus on yourself and not make the world a worse place. And when you're ready and when you're at a good place, you can be more community-based. And then make sure you focus on both. Okay? Right? Chet says, we have a problem where I live and we don't have access to therapists without having to prove we need them. Oh, you said it's oppressive. Most people can't afford a private therapist. It causes more trauma. Yeah, that is a problem. Yeah, that is a problem. I think that's also, that's a whole other level of it too. And even if you can go to a private therapist without explanation, or even a therapist, you also have to find the right one. And there's so many different, because again, being a therapist doesn't mean you're a good person. Just like being a doctor doesn't mean you're a good person. Just like being a mom doesn't mean you're a good person. I think the problem is we assign goodness to people's jobs. Oh, this is your job, you must be a good person. That's why I warned you against even protesters. Just because you're a protester doesn't mean you're a good person. We're going to talk about that. Are you ready? Oh my God. Let's talk about men. Oh, let's talk about this. Just because you are a protester does not mean you're a good person. Just because you're a mother does not mean you're a good person. Just because you're a priest does not mean you're a good person. Just because you're a doctor does not mean you're a good person. Your job, your pastime, your hobby does not make you a good person. Your morals do, your ethics do. And I am sick of seeing men co-opting this idea of being a protester when in reality, they're just doing it for their own glory. Let's talk about it because, okay, let me run you through the story. A protest just happened in New York. Okay, with Zoran in front of his house, anti-Muslim protest conducted by that January 6er, the white guy. We'll get into it. Okay, I forget his name right now. And then there were TikTokers you might recognize. It's a whole thing. Let's watch the news, talk about it for a couple minutes, and then we'll go to a YouTuber's perspective on it since he was there.
The FBI is investigating two men after an explosive device with bolts and screws was thrown into a crowd. It happened in New York City on Saturday during a protest that turned violent outside the mayor's official residence. CBS's Chanel Call is there with the very latest tonight. Chanel.
And Jerika, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who is Muslim, was inside Gracie Mansion when a small anti-Islam protest took place here yesterday afternoon. A larger counter-protest then showed up, and police say two men who were part of that group brought those homemade devices.
Stay in New York.
This is the moment a homemade bomb was ignited outside the New York City mayor's residence Saturday afternoon.
He threw a bomb? Did he throw a bomb, bro?
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says the device did not explode, but that it could have caused serious injury or death.
Based on preliminary examination and X-ray imaging, the devices, which were a bit smaller than a football, appear to be a jar wrapped in black tape, importantly with nuts, bolts, and screws, along with a hobby fuse that could be lit.
The man seen throwing it, 18-year-old Amir Balat and his 19-year-old friend Ibrahim Kayumi, both from Pennsylvania, were arrested. Authorities say they were part of a group of nearly 125 people counter-protesting a much smaller anti-Islam demonstration led by Jake Lang.
The violent left.
This is Jake Lang. Okay, that's his name. Jake Lang also was recently caught texting, allegedly, a 15-year-old that he, quote, when you're 16, we can get together. So, okay, he was arrested on January 6th. Okay, he believes America is just for white men.
Calm down.
a pardoned U.S. Capitol insurrectionist who has frequently sought out political confrontations in the months after President Trump gave him clemency. In a statement, Mayor Zohran Mamdani saying, quote, yesterday, white supremacist Jake Lang organized a protest outside Gracie Mansion rooted in bigotry and racism. Adding, quote, what followed was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable.
Listen to me when I say this. I am so sick of men co-opting liberation movements for their own egos. That's what this is. Okay, teenage boys who put together a homemade bomb to throw at a white supremacist, which, you know what I mean? Like, this is like the irony of it all. Like, stop. You teenage boys should not be making homemade bombs to throw at white supremacists. Okay, I understand everybody went through their punch a Nazi phase. Relax. It does nothing for your movement. It helps nobody. Okay, but just remember that these are barely legal boys. Okay, with feeling like this is what they have to do, right? Not even a part of the initial protest, but how do you think people feel? We create the circumstances of the world around us. All of us are participants in the way the world goes. So then this white man who you saw the kid jump over, it's Walter Masterson, who I have to block all the time on TikTok because I think he is just obviously in it for his ego. This man won't get a real job. And I know people say they love him. I do not. We're going to watch him talk about this event on his channel. And maybe you'll understand why I don't trust him either. Because even though he says he's on the left and he trolls Republicans and conservatives, once again, a group of men showing up to cause havoc in the streets. You are all making the world a worse place. And it's always groups of men. Okay? I'm so annoyed with all of them right now. I'm so annoyed. And then the news is going to utilize this. It's going to discriminate against Muslims even more. The boys, you know, they're associating them with ISIS. And now here's another group of men making the world a worse place, making Muslims look bad, making everybody look bad. And then it's just awful. And it's all men, all of them. Okay. And also, wait, just before we get into Masterson's, this is the news about Lang texting a girl. Look at this.
To meet with a Jake Lang, who is a 30-year-old man, was just caught trying to meet with a 15-year-old girl, saying that he will finally meet with her when she's 16. He was the first to reach out to ask if she's coming to the next protest. He's already calling her sweetie. My question is, if you know you're talking to someone of age as a 30-year-old man, why would you ask that woman, what does your mom say? So it very much clearly tells me that Jake is aware that this person is under 18 years old. He makes it clear that he's 30. He says, why are you up so late, young lady? Weird. Her literally clarifying, I might be too young for you. How old are you, baby? Unless you're under 18, I don't care. Well, she says she's 15, sends a picture of him. First question he asks, when do you turn 16? She said in 6 months. He goes, what state do you live in? I can't see you till you're 16. So first, it was, I can't see you till you're 18. Now it's, I can't see you till you're 16. But he's already calling her sweetie, young lady, where's your mom? Yeah, Jake Lang is a fucking pedophile, and here's the proof.
This is going around. It's a day old. Everyone's talking about it. That's the point I want to make. Never trust these men. Now, listen, here's the key difference to everything happening, okay? White supremacist men grown in their 30s have been arrested already, let go, have criminal records, are causing havoc, yelling America's for white men only. Because I saw that chatter say, oh, why is it white supremacists but not Islamist extremists? Boys who are barely legal, who get pulled into extremism on the internet because men fucking suck, are victims of patriarchy. Yes, they are adults, but they are literally still teenagers. You got two boys who made a homemade bomb in the name of what? To throw at a white supremacist? They weren't throwing it at innocent civilians. They were throwing it at a white supremacist. So a felon white supremacist. So just remember this. Remember that these men weren't trying to hurt American New Yorkers. They were trying to hurt white supremacists. Okay? It's still not good. It's still very bad. But what do you expect them to do when they get on the internet and they have no way to defend themselves, no way to feel liberated? Everyone around them hates them. You're calling them all terrorists. People become what you call them. People become what you call them because people are not regulated. They don't go to therapy. They don't do the work. They don't do things. I'm not excusing it. I'm explaining it because obviously you don't know how to do math. Okay? I'm explaining how it happens. If you don't want it to happen, you need to get white supremacy under control, and you need to raise boys better, and you need to deconstruct patriarchy and dismantle the fuck out of it. And then you need to give people meaning separate from patriarchal gods. The reason this happens is it's man-made, and it's man-made, literally. Gender, man-made. Patriarchy, man-made. And the women uphold these systems. What do you think is going to happen? Doesn't help, by the way, that some people are saying Luffy would have shot the CEO like Luigi did. Luffy would hate you. First of all, Luffy beats up bad guys by announcing himself there. He doesn't shoot people in the back, first of all, okay? Hello? And second of all, Luffy's not going to go around and do this mess. And also, you're not Luffy, stupid. That's what I'm saying. You're not Luffy. Life isn't an anime. You're not in a video game. This is real life. And people are dying. So before men decide I'm Luffy, sit down. Okay? Sit down. Stop making homemade bombs. Get a job. Get a life. Get a hobby. Okay? Do something. Feed your community. Be angry for the world, not at the world. That's what these boys were. Teenage boys angry at the world, so they make a bomb. Men angry at the world, so they decide to be white supremacists and school shooters. Stop it. Be angry for the world. And start feeding your community. Start housing people. Stop doing this. Stop trolling conservatives. Get a job. Help your community. This is why I don't like these men who make whole platforms off trolling conservatives, doing absolutely nothing for their communities at the end of the day. This is patriarchy. Okay? This is patriarchy. That's it. Okay? Ugh. Okay, right?
You don't get to come from outside.
This is his YouTube channel. Okay, he'll show you.
And then tell everyone else.
Like, look at this. Look at this.
You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
Okay, so the kid, he throws it over at the white supremacists, right? And he uses his body, which is why people thought he was in on it for a second, because he didn't react very much, but he's not. Like, it was just a coincidence. But I think this says to us, and it should say to us, like, listen, the kid didn't yell anything. The kid didn't say anything. He didn't yell anything. He just threw the bomb at the white supremacists. If you raise kids on the internet saying you should punch a Nazi, they're gonna make fucking homemade bombs and throw it at Nazis. That's what I'm saying. Like, the US government is going to use this, but you got to train your children better to not throw bombs at Nazis, because they're going to go to prison forever. You just condemned these two teenage boys to prison forever because they thought they were doing something that was part of liberation. He didn't even yell anything. He didn't make a declaration. He didn't say who this was in the name of. Okay, I know people are saying, oh, it's ISIS, it's ISIS. What it is in this moment, in this context, were two teenage boys saying, oh, probably in their head, this is the only thing we can do. This is what we're supposed to do. They're Muslim. That's what people are saying. They're saying, oh, they're Muslims, throwing it at the white supremacists because the white supremacists are doing an anti-Islam protest. So you have to understand, this is man-made. Men are making more violence. That's all men under patriarchy know how to do. I'm so sick of it.
Yes, that was me in the video. We were counter-protesting.
Oh my God, is it only my left ear? What is happening?
Jake Lang. For those of you that don't know, Jake Lang is the man who famously lost to the letter S. I cannot stress enough how this did not look like a real bomb. We were all right there. None of us ran away. We looked at it and said, this is a very funny prank. You can even see the photographer pushing out of my way saying, yeah, let me get a good shot of that. The police had to shove us all out and say, get away. We don't know what this is. The two idiots that did this didn't run. They ran 20 feet, stopped. This happened on 87th Street. They ran halfway to 86th Street, not even a full city block, before stopping. They literally stayed there for the cops to grab them. Very stupid, not thought out at all. Very dumb people. They're either very stupid or they're working for the CIA or a combination of both. You cannot convince me otherwise. Very dumb behavior. Like, they literally did not run. There's a lot to say about what went down. So let's go to the next group of unfuckable dorks, Ian McGinnis and Frankie Scales. Right, go. All right, go. Hey. Stop. They felt so scared being around women that they pepper sprayed my sister. Yeah, they pepper sprayed my sister, who was not touching them, not hitting them. She was several feet away, but they felt scared. The funny part is that when women pepper spray them, they put it on the internet to show that they're the victim. These two guys were going.
Guys, you're agitating each other. You are literally agitating each other. That's what you're doing. You're agitators. That's what the white supremacists are doing. They're agitating you, so you agitate back and it escalates. You are not de-escalating violence. You are agitators. All of you are bad for the world. This is bad. This is patriarchy. I'm telling you right now, this is violence co-opted as liberation. and it's bad. Who does this help? Who does it protect? Who is it for? This is bullshit.
Through the counter protest area, and they were trying to get gotcha clips, asking gotcha questions. I jumped in and said,
He does this too. He does this too. That's his job. He's a gotcha guy. That's why I don't like this guy, because he is a gotcha guy. He's just trying to gotcha the conservatives while our civil rights are on the line. Hello?
I'll answer your questions. And they didn't like that. They didn't want someone educated that could give comprehensive answers to the questions. Watch this.
What do you think about illegal immigration?
What do I think about illegal immigration? Like which part?
Do you support ICE?
No, I do not support ICE. If there's USCIS, there's tons of different law enforcement services. Do they solve violent crimes? No. Do they?
You're basically trolling flat earthers and then giving them legitimacy because they need each other to be famous. Without each other, they can't be famous. That's why I think this is bad for the world. This is capitalism too. This is marketing. This is the most money for the most views at everyone's expense. How can I, as a man, walk around a city with a microphone and ask the most obnoxious questions to get the most clippable fucking shit to farm so I can get famous while I do absolutely nothing for anybody?
Stop crime? No. Are they investigating? No. We have the FBI.
And then this guy, Walter, to have the obnoxiousness, the narcissism to sit there, narcissism, not the NPD, just the high ego, for him to sit there and be like, oh, I'm someone educated who's going to answer these questions and they can't handle it. You being smarter than a flat earther is not a brag, stupid. Okay? Peace and love. You being smarter than a flat earther is not a brag. Congratulations. You passed high school?
Yeah, there's a dozen other alphabets within the DOJ that do that. ICE just literally goes into communities and starts garbage with everyone and starts violence. They contribute nothing.
Do you consider it a crime to enter this country illegally?
Well, the United States considers it a misdemeanor to enter this country illegally. And now here's the thing is most of these people that come in here are coming to the border, surrendering themselves at the border, surrendering themselves and saying, we're here. Yeah.
Well, okay, keep in mind, because Chet said he was like, this is a nothing burger. We all stood around. Hey, so I don't think we should take bombing lightly. Well, I think it isn't a real bombing. I think that's the problem. The U.S. government is going to use this to torture Muslims, because two teenage boys who've barely finished forming a brain, okay, protested against a white supremacist. Remember, they did not throw this into a crowd of innocent people. They did not throw this into a crowd of civilians. They did not throw this into a crowd at a marathon, okay? This was a political protest where white supremacists were yelling, America's for white people, only for Christian white Americans. It was basically Nazis protesting. And what is the message we got as America? Punch Nazis, kill Nazis, fuck Nazis. But Nazis are back, baby. So what do you do when you're faced with a Nazi and you're a teenage boy and you're on the internet and you see all of these clips of people standing up for themselves? Like, what do you think to do? Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying the U.S. government is absolutely going to use this to say all of Muslims are terrorists. And I'm saying these boys did nobody any favors. And also, nobody's doing anybody any favors to tell young people to go kill Nazis or punch Nazis or shoot CEOs. You are condemning these boys to a lifelong time in prison under this fascist government. You do not care about the kids, bro. And I'm saying, as an older sister, I would be devastated if one of my stupid brothers decided to, in the name of liberation, do anything that would get them in prison for fucking 50 years when they could have done absolutely anything else, like feed their community, clothe people, protest in a way that makes sense. There are so many ways to protest in a way that makes sense. But if you keep convincing men to be violent, boys will be violent and boys will be thrown in prison. They always say feminists don't care about boys. Here I am advocating for boys. Please listen to me when I say this. Stop encouraging young men to be violent. It is only going to get them a lifelong, their life is going to be torture. Their life is going to be hell. And for what reason? It didn't even help. It wasn't even for the greater good. And so now these two boys, it's over. Their life is fucking over. And they're not even 20. Your life over before you're even 20? What the fuck is happening? This is our responsibility as adults. We did this to them. We did this to them. We brought them up in our society with our culture and our values, and we did this to these boys. You should be so fucking annoyed, so angry.
I was starting to make too much sense for the guy, and I couldn't do the gotcha.
So the Confederate flag is the Democrat flag.
Originally, yes. I mean, they ran against Lincoln, and once they lost to Lincoln, when they ran against and they lost to Lincoln, they started a war. But today, that flag is
Look
now.
at all these losers with their phones. Look at all these fucking losers who think they're doing something with their life. None of these people are doing anything. None of these people care about anybody. Okay? None of these people care about anybody.
Supported by the Republican Party. Every Republican state, Republican district flies the Democrat flag. Makes no sense to me.
Why did the Republican Party say they support the Confederate flag?
Why do they?
Where did the Republican Party
look at any time? That's a great question. Look at any time they tried to take down Confederate statues. The Trump administration, they took down a Confederate statue in D.C. and the Trump administration put it back up.
Okay.
So, I mean, anytime they ever tried to remove it, the Republicans put it back up.
We gotta go because that makes too much sense.
Yeah, Ches says independent journalists. That's what I'm saying, independent journalists. I'm so sick of these men with cell phones thinking they're fucking journalists. Some people somewhere are doing good work. It's not these men. Okay, it's not that J-Wagon guy or whatever that was accused. It's not the guy we covered yesterday. I'm so sick of these men who just want to be famous. They just want to be rich by putting themselves in harm's way, not for the greater good, not for a story, not for the truth, but for their own ego.
Yeah, I was making way too much sense for that guy. They didn't want a comprehensive answer. They wanted no one's illegal on stolen land, open the borders, river to the sea. They wanted to clip something for rage bait. Both of these guys are uneducated, unintelligent, and their talking points don't stand up to scrutiny, and they don't stand up.
See what I'm saying? I dislike this man. He is patriarchy incarnate. He's that leftist liberal you have to be warned about. He is that liberal man that thinks he gives a fuck, but he doesn't. And he's so popular and people love him so much. And I'm just so annoyed with the world.
Someone like myself that can actually have a real conversation with them. Their friend Nick Shirley tried that with me, and I embarrassed Nick Shirley for 10 straight minutes. You can find that video. And if these two right-wing influencers are watching.
Sir, your hair is gray. Are you going to be the adult in the room yet? That's what I'm saying. This man has gray hair and he's acting like a 20-year-old debate bro. We've got to grow up, okay? I know I'm in middle of my classes right now to grow the fuck up, but I don't have gray hair yet, okay? I have a singular gray hair. You got gray hair. Okay, let's go.
My sister's going to knock you the fuck out when she sees you. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not going to come looking for you. But my smaller, more petite, younger sister.
See, this idea of liberal feminism, my sister's going to knock you out. My sister's going to kick your butt. It's so stupid.
He is hell-bent on knocking you out. The guy pepper sprayed so many people that the NYPD actually arrested them. Shocking. The NYPD protected this group of Nazi incels at all costs. These guys are being protected by hundreds of NYPD.
Okay, by the way, Google says he's 47 and his actual job is supposed to be a comedian. He's the guy who dressed up as the Fire Nation, right? And trolled. I think that's him, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure that's him. Where he trolled, you know what I'm saying? He's 47 and allegedly a comedian. He's not doing this because he gives a fuck.
Let's go, Crusaders! This is our country!
This is a white person country. That's what I'm saying. Those teenage boys, regardless of how they were indoctrinated by propaganda, were indoctrinated by patriarchal propaganda. It doesn't matter where it came from, to throw a bomb at this person. This person yelling, America is for white people.
America is a white country.
So let's get to the actual protest. Jake Lang started the protest by bringing out a pig that he was going to roast because, you know, it's not halal to have pork. But
I thought he was making fun of cops. I was like, oh, is he making fun of police officers? Oh, he's making fun of Muslims for not eating pork. I'm sorry.
It's also not kosher. So he's insulting Muslims and Jews. And he did this in front of an Israeli restaurant.
Yeah, see, like, that's what I'm saying. Fuck white supremacy. Fuck white supremacy.
Because he's an idiot. Because he is an idiot. Minnesota, he was supposed to, the governor and the mayor were under like extreme pressure to protect private property. So they had SWAT teams and everyone guard.
The sign he has behind him, guys, we are Jeffrey Epstein. We are Jeffrey Epstein. The sign behind this white nationalist is we are Jeffrey Epstein. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm going to start a country for only women. And secretly, all genders can join, but we're not going to tell men that. Okay? Men can come, but we're not going to tell men that. Okay? You can't come. Obviously, men will be there, but like, not these ones. You know what I mean? We are Jeffrey Epstein. That's crazy. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it.
All the local businesses, when Jake showed up, they didn't guard him. It's the police. Their number one priority is private property. So they protected the private.
That's not here, not in New York.
They protected the private property, and then because they were under like national pressure, and that's why the only reason he had no police escort when he came, he got his.
Hold on. Chad said, but what is the answer then? Remember when we used to kill Nazis is all I've heard. You're the first person I've heard to be the contrarian to this idea of violently fighting back. I do fully agree with your take. Fighting fire with fire is not going to accomplish anything long term. But what is the answer to take down those who are infiltrating our government and other systems? There is no solution. Welcome to life. You can't fix it. This is life. It's never going to change, and it's never going to matter. The only time it changes is when billions of people change. And billions of people are not about to change. You can't fix it, and you can't change it. But you should do something about it. You should feed your community. You should educate yourself. You should become a better person. You should go to therapy. You should get your family and friends stable and where they need to be. You should help your people, okay? You should be someone's 2 a.m. call. You should be a community member. It's not going to change. And we have to accept that if you push people into a corner, they're going to fight back. So stop pushing people into corners or they will fight back. So that's the other part of it. That's the issue. America can't keep pushing people into corners and expect people not to fight back. White nationalists cannot troll New Yorkers and expect New Yorkers not to throw a punch. You cannot keep doing this to people and expect people not to fight. It didn't just come out of anywhere. You didn't just pop into existence. Okay? No, Chad said just try to be a better person. Why is that so hard? No. Do not try to become a better person. Try to become less bad of a person. Do not. The world is always trying to be a better person, and that's what's wrong. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. Don't try to become a better person. It's not working. Try to become a less bad person every day. Accept that you are fucked. Accept that you are flawed. Okay? Chad said, what's the point of your content? Not to be rude. We do philosophy through pop culture. My name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy here. The idea is that all of us exist on a planet that we share. We don't know what we're doing here. We don't know how we got here. We have some theories and ideas that are pretty good, but ultimately we share a space with 7 billion people and we're all very opinionated about what to do for the future. My solution is to be less bad every day. My solution is to be kinder, happier, less bigoted. My solution is to be educated. My solution is to be a whole human being, okay? To get your life in order, to help your community get their life in order. If we all did our part, the world would be a reflection of that. Because we are not doing our part on whole, the world is a reflection of us, okay? We have popped into existence through the fucking of our parents. We are birthed into existence, into this, and then we're told, okay, just figure it out. Listen when I say my next commentary video is going to be like how to find the perfect partner. Also, we're on the verge of World War III, but like let's focus on dating, girls, because that is what it means to be a human. We do World War III and we figure out our dating. We do World War III and we pick up knitting. We do World War III and we enjoy our Netflix. We do World War III and that is humanity forever and always. Amen. We keep holding on to a myth of humanity that's never existed. It will never exist. You have to be able to understand the world is having experiences every day and every second. And yes, we get to enjoy our life. And yes, we get to fight wars. And yes, we have to do all these things. And yes, people are bad. And yes, people are good. But it always is and always will be the same. The only time it could change is if humans decide en masse to have a deeper relationship with self. But we are not choosing to have that relationship. And so the world is a reflection of us. This is all of us. All of us made this happen. And I'm saying, if you don't want this to happen, we have to be different as a whole. And the world is in disagreement about what that direction looks like. We are literally fighting each other. One group says, oh, the best way to be good is to discriminate and be bigoted. The other group says, don't discriminate or be bigoted. Also, I'm not going to go to therapy because capitalism. And it's like, and then there's 8 billion other opinions about the way to fix everything. I'm saying, You can't even get yourself to the gym and you think the world's going to get themselves to peace? You can't even get yourself to eat properly. You think the world's going to figure out how to feed their neighbors? We can't even figure out, right, how to make our bed every day or brush our teeth. And you're sitting here expecting men not to blow each other up when all they've been fed for thousands of years is to be a real man, we have to blow each other up. If men continue training men, boys, young children, that the only way to be a good gender, a good man, is to kill people, then why wouldn't they grow up to be adults that kill people? And that's every man globally is taught under patriarchy that the best way to be a man is to dominate over other people, is to be to think you are inherently better, that being a man makes you inherently better at math or science or construction or anything else, because you believe that. Men believe that. Men believe that the way they were born makes them inherently better. And that's just not true. No one is inherently better because of the way they were born. They just are. That's the point of my content, is to ground people, because it's very easy to get lost in the chaos and to make the wrong decision because you're not grounding yourself. Look at this. Look at this silly, stupid situation that men are putting themselves in, and men are making it's coming at the expense of all of us. Not one person was benefiting from any of these men's actions. Not one good thing came out of this group of men.
I was wondering.
Yeah, he got his ass kicked because if you went on the perimeter, there was, SWAT level protection of every private business.
Right.
And it was amazing.
Well, I guess in New York City it goes Nazi, then private property.
Yes.
It's like order it is in that order here.
Yes. It's like the Borat. It's like, man, horse, woman, dog, woman, and a little Krexili. Yeah. Is he getting kicked out?
Go home, Nazis! Keep on crying. Keep on crying, you piece of shit. Keep on crying. Go home, Nazis!
This is very typical. So these white supremacists show up, they talk shit, and then hide behind the cops. It's very funny.
Yeah, Edward, figure it out, bro.
That too. Wait, I'm a Nazi. Can I get an escort too? Wait, I also hate women. Can I get a police escort? Are they escorting him back to the protest site? Are you fucking kidding me? They really escorted him back to the protest site so he could continue being a white nationalist.
Right, go. All right, go. Hey. Stop.
Honestly, girl, I feel like we should walk away and let them all just... Imagine if the white nationalists came out and just all of us were like, it's just such loser behavior. And then the men who are counter-protesting, like, what are you doing this for? Who is this helping? You're so annoying. Look at city resources going into fucking this mess because you guys can't get real jobs. Go to work, help your community, build a garden, do something.
That shit went in my eyes, man.
He started everyone?
That shit went in my eyes.
He started pepper spraying?
Yeah.
Ma'am, what are you doing there, ma'am? She's probably there to protest the Nazis because I see a few black people. But girls, go home. Don't fuck with these white men. They're all so fucking annoying.
Back up!
It's my sister.
Yo!
That's my sister.
Oh, yeah. That was the worst thing you could have ever done.
Look at these fucking losers in their puff jackets. Is that a North Face jacket? You went to a protest in a North Face jacket? Hello? Chad said you don't think counter-protests do any good? No, I think counter-protests are great. I've participated in so many protests in my life. Protests, baby. This is not a protest. This is bullshit. There are so many amazing protests. I have participated in so many amazing protests. So many amazing people come out. So much good can come from protests. This is not this. This feels like a TikTok fight. This feels like the biggest joke ever. Just, this is so stupid. You know what I mean? Okay, Chet said it's New York. Brittany North Face is super common. You're not getting the joke. You're not getting the commentary. The commentary isn't that people don't wear North Face. It's the signaling you're making by wearing North Face. It's obnoxious. Okay, it's obnoxious. I don't care if it's normal in New York. The point is that look at the way you're dressed and your look at his pants. You can't see it because he looks like every 20-year-old boy I know who's Gen Z. Look at his fucking little pants. Look at his fucking little stupid shoes. Come on, grow up. This isn't high school, bro. Okay? This is not a real protest. This is kids fighting and adults are fighting. A real protest has purpose, organization. Organizers are there. Okay? This is stupid. This is so stupid. And that's the point. This is not good. This is not helping your community. This is ego. This is ego. This is not for the community.
No justice, no peace.
That was my fucking sister.
Back up.
That was my sister. That was my fucking sister. He fucking sprayed my sister. Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. You fuck.
Yo. This man is threatening people's lives over pepper spray. Relax.
Fucking asshole. Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking get you. You fucking piece of shit. Why are you protecting him?
Ugh, angry white men are so unhinged. That's what I'm saying. Like, girls, please see what it is. See what this is, what it is. See what it is. See this for what it is. Unhinged white men all fighting each other. I'm telling you, please go home, people of color. Go home, gay people. Go home, trans people. White people fighting white people, walk away. The whites are fighting, ignore them.
He just pepper sprayed a woman that wasn't trying to fucking hit him.
Oh my God, you're so tough. Remember, we have the footage of you crying. You were crying an hour ago. You were fucking crying. Yeah, we have it on video, you idiot. Do you remember when you were running over there with your police escort? Remember that?
Yeah, bro, you were crying like 5 minutes ago.
That's what it is, chat. Exactly. White men need to let go of their hero main character syndrome for real. They're main characters. They think they're main characters. That's what I'm saying. This is not real. This is not for the benefit of minorities. This is for their ego.
When your police escort wasn't around, you're up against the wall crying like a little bitch.
You guys are brave and stunning in your safe space.
You don't live in New York. You're coming to New York to tell people who belongs in New York and who doesn't belong in New York. We were born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
So that was the bomb being thrown.
I saw nothing. Oh, wait. They got him to move. I got him to leave, but he left.
Get your police escort! Get your escort!
Get us to go! Free 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 to go! Give us to go!
Shut up, bitch! Fuck this U-Haul!
Who just said shut up, bitch? Oh my God. So here's Walter jumping on a vehicle. I'm telling you, it's all white men main character syndrome. They're also fucking narcissistic. Ego, high ego. This is a joke. People are dying. There's like literally so much is at stake right now. And this is what you're doing with your time. This is what's making the news.
I'm a Nazi. This is my U-Haul.
I'm scared.
Close your window. Let them through.
Thank you. Thank you. What was World War II about?
Who are the bad guys?
What? Who are the Nazis? What? Are you? Tell me.
Are you? Do you think that you're better because you're white?
Wait, come on. Are you a Nazi?
Welcome to New York, Jake!
What?
Why would you think I'm a Nazi?
Well, I mean, if you're hanging out with the Nazis, you have police protection next to the Nazis.
Everybody over here is a Nazi. Look at the police.
What?
Bigger bomb! Everybody's a Nazi.
Wait. He just asked, why are we with the police? Does that mean the police are Nazis?
Would you prefer
Dude, come on, seriously.
Say that again.
Would you prefer
Wait. He just asked, why are we with the police? Does that mean the police are Nazis?
Would you prefer
Dude, come on, seriously.
This guy loves himself. This guy loves, he thinks he's so smart.
Nothing says alpha male like hiding behind a bunch of men.
Muhammad had sex with Aisha when she was 9. Muhammad had sex with Aisha when she was 9. He was
Someone give me a cigarette. I'm gonna pick up smoking. I decided.
fucking pedophile prophet.
Wait, do you know how old like Virgin Mary was? Like, wait.
No, I'm talking about Muhammad.
I'm talking about Virgin Mary, bro. I don't know why bro. Do you know that they don't like you?
Focus on Muhammad.
You are LGBTQ and you are Latino. They do not want you here. They literally don't want you here. And you're gonna carry water for them? Is this a joke?
I'm not carrying water for them. I'm just saying evil called Islam because Islam is a terrorist attack.
Virgin Mary was 12 years old.
We have freedom of religion in this country.
Take your hate somewhere
You're going to spread that shit in New York? Are you out of your fucking mind? Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out! Get out!
In all of the protesting I've ever done, never this happened. In all of the protests I ever did with BLM, with climate change, bringing climate change awareness, anything I've ever participated in, hundreds of people showed up. We walked through the streets, sang chants, sang songs, got together. People did vigils. There were candles. People came the next day. We would come the next day and clean up streets together. How many of these people are going to come the next day and clean up New York streets? How many of these people in this protest are going to show up tomorrow and clean the streets after they protested? Probably not a single goddamn one of them. Maybe I'm wrong. But is Walter going to show up tomorrow and clean the streets from this protest? Because you know there was litter. In Seattle, when I protested, all of the protesting I've done in San Diego, Seattle, whatever else, we always tried our best to not cause more damage than when we came. And we tried to make it a community protest. And that shit was good. That was good shit. You know, at least we fed people. People would bring food carts. We'd give out food to people. We'd give out water bottles to people. People would walk around with water bottle carts and hand it out to people with candy bars and stuff. Where is this happening here? Nowhere. This is a bunch of men. You know what I mean? Like, I'm an alpha male. I'm an alpha male. And I'm like, this is not helping any of us. This is not going to help anybody. All these people are dangerous to a world in a future where we want less bigotry and hatred, where we want less violence. This is downstream from patriarchy. Even the ones on the left, look at the tactics. You just pushed a gay guy. You just pushed a Latino gay guy. Why'd you shove him? Yes, he was being Islamophobic, but why did you shove him? Why did you use your hands? A lot of people have issues with Islam. Obviously, I have issues with patriarchal religions. And yes, I have issues with all patriarchal religions, not just Islam. And yet we have to protect Muslim people because they don't deserve to be discriminated against. So why did you push this gay guy? Don't push people. Don't fight people for no reason. Understand, though, that all of us hold prejudice and all of us have to disagree. I mean, not disagree, I would chat. All of us have to deconstruct. All of us have to deconstruct. We have to sit there and ask ourselves, why are we so afraid of Islam, but we're not afraid of Christianity? And yet, we have to ask ourselves even more, why are we so supportive of these patriarchal religions if they're causing so much damage? You know what I'm saying?
Get the fuck out of here!
Take the camera!
Loser. Get the fuck out of here!
Wrong city!
Let him in, he's a Nazi! Let him in, he's a Nazi!
Somewhere else!
Oh wait, they're not letting you in? Let him in, he's a Nazi!
I'm allowed to get
Here, let him in, he's see how much they want.
Excuse me, I live here. Excuse me.
Is that a kid? Why is the kid here? Did I just hear a child's voice?
No, someone's got a kid. Someone's got a kid. Someone's got a kid. Child. Bro, are you serious? This block is only for Nazis? Is this a joke? Families can't get on this block, but Nazis can get on this block? You literally just let in a Nazi who is taunting people and saying disparaging things about Muslims, but a person with a family that lives on this block is not allowed. What
do you mean the family can't go home? The family can't go to their house? The fuck?
You're kidding. You gotta be racist. They live on this block. Oh, here, just tell them you're Nazis. They'll let you through. Don't worry about it.
That's it.
Stop bothering this family. You're so obnoxious. This family's probably scared. They're probably so terrified. And now you're saying, oh, tell them you're Nazis. This man probably has a regular ass job. Stop talking to him, Walter. That's what I'm saying. This man is so stupid. This man thinks he's so smart because he clowns on white supremacists. Congratulations. You're both stupid. But like, it's not even about intelligence. White supremacists aren't actually stupid. They were smart enough to fucking take over the US government, to fucking make Germany happen. And right now to make everything that's happening happen. So they must be smarter than all of us because, hello, it's happening. How many times have white supremacists won? At this point, they might be smarter. Because what the fuck are we doing here? Why do we continue this happening? Because this is what this liberal, I don't even think he's a progressive. I think he's a fucking liberal. Liberal men are just fucking useless. Because they believe in patriarchy. Liberal men believe in capitalism. Liberal men think that being violent is liberation. They are not the same thing as people of color using liberation to free themselves. White men are white men under white supremacy. So what freedom are you advocating for, white man? Right? What form of violence or liberation violence are you using to liberate yourself when you are already a white man? So you using violence as a white man is not part of liberation. You just know you're going to get away with it. You know, if you're violent, now you might say, oh, well, he's a white guy, Brittany, and he can get away with violence and they're not going to arrest him because he's not a person of color. So like he should do it. But all you're doing is escalating the situation for people of color. All you're doing is escalating and trolling white supremacists. How does that benefit people of color?
Do the Sig Heil, they'll let you in.
Yeah, literally. If we have Christian leadership, who do you think, it's unfortunate, who do you think the only real religion is Christianity? Why do you think that?
What do you mean the only real religion is Christianity?
He's Charlie Kirk debating college kids. These boys look like they just came out of the womb. They look like literal fetuses. That boy they just showed for a second on camera looks like he's 21. Why are you debating 21-year-olds for clips, you 47-year-old old man? 47 years old, you're embarrassing.
So the Old Testament doesn't count? Well, if
look at this little fetus. This obnoxious little fetus that has been brainwashed by patriarchy, debating another liberal man who's been brainwashed by patriarchy to think the only way to show up and be alpha is to debate fetuses.
Sorry, but
the Old Testament does count.
But wait, but you just said that if the Old Testament doesn't count, if Christianity is the only true religion.
Yeah, Chet says, please tell me I'm cool, guys. That's Walter. Walter feels like an old man that wants people to think he's cool, which is why I know he's lame.
Then the Old Testament doesn't count.
So Judaism isn't just...
No, you can't have it both ways. Wait, stop. You can't. No. It's the Old Testament is for Jew. It's Judeo.
The Testament, it is a fallen, evil world.
You can't say Jews are not a real religion and also say that
the Bible is real.
Yeah, you have to invalidate the New Testament if you want to say that. I love that Jake is mad at the police for not protecting him well enough.
Jake, come over here! Jake,
No, I'm not gonna.
bitch!
Dude, what's your Instagram?
No, Jake. Walter Master.
Yeah, I see you on it.
Jake, if you don't like the cops doing their job, you know what? You're welcome to leave, I guess. Jake doesn't like that the cops are doing their job. He doesn't like that they're not giving him a proper police escort right now. And he's saying, do I have to teach you how to do your job?
I think he wants the cops to kill all this.
I don't understand. What the fuck?
No, because he's a Nazi. Jake is a fucking Nazi.
86, yeah. Ugh, I cannot handle their voices. Jake is a Nazi. That's what I'm saying. Like, you sound so fucking performative, bro. You sound performative. But I think it's just, again, I'm very pro-protest. I think community efforts matter. I think there's so many amazing protests that happen globally, everywhere. That's amazing. But this particular protest with these particular men is doing absolutely nothing for anybody but their egos and their YouTube paychecks.
All right. Sure, I'll go and try and ask.
Chet said he used to be so much better. He's really got more reactionary. And maybe that's true. Maybe at some point Walter was better than this. I never fucking liked him. But maybe he was better at some point. But that's the point. See how hard it is to stay like consistent? It's just like his content is so, it's so bad.
Yeah, Jason's. I mean, it's like Justin. Fuck around. I'm still on this side. He's like.
Hey guys, there was someone over there that wanted to know when the last time you made a girl come was. Is that?
Like, life is so serious right now. Like, life is so serious right now. This is unserious. This is stupid. Okay? Look at his badge says, I am still alive, you fucking amateurs. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are literally being kidnapped off the streets. Women are they're threatening our ability to vote. Okay? There's literally World War III. On the brink of World War III, young boys are about to be conscripted into a war they don't want to fight. And you're out here a day ago making fucking cummy jokes. This is what I mean when I say I'm trying to be the adult in the room, and I know I'm still years away, but at least I'm not 47 fucking years old. This man is 47 years old, and I think this is his sister on the microphone, right? At least I'm still only 36. Give me a second, and I'm going to get there. But Jesus Christ, like, come on.
Something you can answer?
Hey, asshole. Somebody just threw a bomb at me. You fucking ignorant scum. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. I'm going to tell the police right now.
Why would you talk to us?
See, note that they said, oh, somebody just threw a bomb at me. Exactly. Those two young boys that the Trump administration is going to say are Muslim terrorists hurting civilians. They threw the bomb at a Nazi, specifically a white. We grew up with propaganda from the U.S. that said kill Nazis, punch Nazis. Conservatives used to love to talk about punching Nazis, killing Nazis when I was growing up. And now all of a sudden, when kids are like, yeah, I saw The Sound of Music growing up. I know what conservatives felt. My parents always hated Nazis growing up. They always hated Nazis growing up. And now all of a sudden, maybe Nazis are cool. So I'm saying I don't support the bomb throwing. I don't support violence. I don't support this protest. This specific protest, I don't support it. I don't support the way patriarchy is showing up in this protest in the name of liberation when patriarchy can never liberate us. You cannot use patriarchal methods to liberate oppressed people. Everything about this video, from the quote left side and the quote right side, is patriarchy at play.
No, that's just a question that was asked.
You know it's not a legit question.
Okay.
You know what I feel like if Walter ever saw this video, he'd be like, Brittany, my sister was the one who said the comment. Brittany, a woman's the one who made the comment. Okay. Internalized misogyny, women uphold patriarchy. Like, they're going to say that. They're going to be like, oh, but a woman was at this protest. Okay. There is literally, look at this crowd. How many women do you spot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, maybe if I'm even guessing their gender correctly, maybe 6. Who are the rest? Men. And by the way, I'm just assuming they're women because their hair is long. I could be wrong. Obviously, not all women have long hair. So like some of these people could just be men with long hair or non-binary people or whatever else. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this whole thing is stupid. And then tell me this, how many people show up to the protest are just there to document the protest? Let's say the protest happens and 75% of the people there are just there to quote do independent journalism. What?
Turn that shit up, baby. The Strategic Response Group just got here, and they're going to start cracking skulls. You're doing a great job protecting Nazis. This is all to protect there's not even 12 of them. And
see, it's not, that's what I mean. Who is showing up to this event?
Yeah, so Jake Lang was just yelling at the cops saying, do I have to do your job for you? Because they weren't expediting his police escort. It's absolute insanity. Let the Nazis through, everyone! Open up and let the Nazis through! Okay, let the Nazis through, yes! Everyone, no, let the Nazis through, let the Nazis go through, everyone! No, hey, get out of the street, the streets are only for Nazis! Guys, you gotta let the Nazis through! Yeah, let them through, yeah.
God, he's so embarrassing, bro. He's literally so embarrassing. That's what I mean. Like, we already know the Nazis are embarrassing, but sir, you might as well be one of them. You are so embarrassing.
I know. Thank you. Guys, let the Nazis through. Guys, you gotta clear out the Nazis.
I think he's married. He wears a ring. Imagine being this man's partner.
They're trying to come through. Guys, you can get out of the way.
Yeah, everything screams, look at me. Exactly, chat. Everything about his work is like me. This is about me. He doesn't give a fuck about like minority groups. He doesn't give a fuck about them.
Nazis are coming through. Wait, stop. What are you doing? We're trying to get the Nazis through.
Yeah, it's giving Steven Crowder. Exactly. Exactly, chat. It is giving Steven Crowder. That's what I'm saying. Like, you and Steven Crowder might as well collab at this point.
Unlawfully obstructing pedestrians.
You're unlawfully obstructing Nazis. Guys, we got to get the Nazis through. What are you doing? Come on. Let's you get out of here. Guys, look at them.
No, chat says, wouldn't you want the Nazis to leave? Or wouldn't you want to make room for them to leave? No, he wants them to stay so he can make content. He wants them to stay. He doesn't want to let them go. Do you know what I mean? He wants to make us sit here. This is his livelihood. That's what I'm saying. Your livelihood is being an agitator.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta get a picture of the Nazis. God, I'm trying to take pictures of the Nazis.
Is he talking to the crowd right now? Is he like crowd working? He is by profession a comedian.
If you're not a Nazi, get on the sidewalk. Oh wait, that's it. That's the U-Haul. That's the U-Haul.
Stay on the sidewalk.
Okay, get in the U-Haul. Get in the U-Haul, everyone. Come on, get in the U-Haul. Get in the U-Haul, you fucking losers. Get in the fucking U-Haul, you losers. Get in the U-Haul, you fucking losers. Get in the U-Haul.
Yeah, chat said Steven Crowder, Ethan Klein energy. Oh yeah, he's definitely giving Ethan Klein too. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen you guys say that. He is. He's giving Ethan Klein. He's giving Steven Crowder. Like, and this is why I say liberal men never. What did Malcolm X say about white liberals? You know what I'm saying? Don't.
I was just hanging out in a bar and all of the parents were telling their kids, this is why we didn't want Zoran, because this is what's going to happen to New York. You know, it's like an incredibly disingenuous argument that they're making.
Yeah, because the Nazis are going to show up to protest him.
To protest him and not you. Right, exactly. Yeah, we can't be bothered. That's why Cuomo needed to get in here.
Yeah. The Nazis. Yeah, who the Nazis?
Because the Nazis would be like, yeah, Cuomo.
Yeah.
so cool. Yeah.
You don't want to upset them.
Yeah.
Right. No, you don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah. And lastly, to the far right influencer that
Jake Lang, fuck you.
To the far right influencer that pepper sprayed my sister, when she sees you, she's gonna fuck you up. Just FYI.
You can't see her behind the camera, but she's got brass knuckles on and she's gonna beat your ass.
That's patriarchy. That is patriarchy. Why are you threatening people? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is patriarchy. The only feeling of power is to threaten people's lives. Him saying, I'm going to kill you for pepper spraying my sister, it's a protest. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we killed, you know, are we advocating for killing people now? Is that what we're doing? This is why I say this man is not a progressive. This is a liberal.
You pepper sprayed my sister who was not being violent
towards... he's using his sister as a prop. 100%. He is using his sister as a prop. Once again, women, right? Women are used as objects.
It's on camera and she's going to...
And I guarantee you if she sees this, she'll be like, no, Brittany, I really like it. I love being used by my brother. We sit at home and giggle about ways to piss off Nazis. I love it. Yeah, you guys are suffering from main character syndrome, sister and brother.
Knock you the fuck out when she sees you. Don't worry about me.
Yeah.
Worry about my sister finding you and knocking you the fuck out. Yeah.
He thinks this is like feminist. He's like, I support women. This is his feminism. Boo.
That's a good button.
Yeah, great button. I like it.
Anyways, gross. Chad said, is it patriarchy or humaning? Patriarchy and humans gonna human. It's both. Humans are always gonna human regardless, but it's patriarchy. It's misogyny and patriarchy disguised as liberation, which is very common amongst especially liberal people. That's why they're not like the goal. Conservative, like liberals are conservative. You've got to keep moving forward. You can't stop at conservatism. You know what I mean? Let me show you. So he has 3 million followers on TikTok. Okay, you can see something went wrong because I've blocked him. I blocked him forever ago. He pisses me off so much because he's just fucking stupid. Look, he has a whole folder called Trolling Democrats because this man literally wants to believe he's like a progressive. He's not. He's not. Okay, 3 million people follow him. This man feels so good about himself. Okay, 500,000 followers on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. Like, whether we like it or not, both sides of this really suck. I do not agree with this protest in its in isolation. I'm a big fan of protesting. I definitely think it works. You should stand up for yourself. You should protest. But this incident in New York, this specific situation, did nothing for anyone except the egos of these men. Okay? And then, you know, this could have gone in so many other directions, but it went in this one for no fucking reason. So here's Zoran. I just want to play a little bit of him because this happened outside of his space. It was an anti-Islam protest. And who's this coming at the expense of? Muslim communities. Who does this really come at the expense of? Muslims. Nobody suffered here greater than the Muslim community from being associated with those kids throwing bombs. And they are kids. They're literally teenagers. Like, they can't even buy cigarettes and alcohol. They're so young. They can't even buy cigarettes. Do you know what I mean? And they're making bombs in their house. And you want to tell me that's not influenced by the adults around them? That men on the internet aren't collectively pushing men to be violent people? And then little boys are watching it and being like, yeah, I guess the only way to exist in the world is to be violent. And then all of a sudden you have on the liberal side this man talking about, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. So great. Now we have both sides screaming, I'm going to kill you. And then the white supremacists talking about America's only for white people. And then we have two young boys, you know, basically, like, come on, guys. Okay, here's Zoran.
Held outside Gracie Mansion, where I live with my wife, Rama. Neither of us were home at the time. This was a vile protest rooted in white supremacy entitled Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City. I'm the first Muslim mayor of our city. Anti-Muslim bigotry is nothing new to me, nor is it anything new for the 1 million or so Muslim New Yorkers who know this city as our home. While I found this protest appalling, I will not waver in my belief that it should be allowed to happen. Ours is a free society where the right to peaceful protest is sacred. It does not belong only to those we agree with. It belongs to everyone. I will defend that right every day that I am mayor, even when those protesting say...
Okay, suggestion. If you're going to protest against white supremacists who are trying to agitate you into reaction, which the liberals then participated in by getting on these guys' trucks. So you have to understand, laying in all these men, they're performative Nazis. They're supporting Nazi rhetoric. They are Nazis, but they're also pussies. Like, they're babies. They're wimps. Whatever word works for you. Maybe pussies is too patriarchal. But they are afraid. They're babies. So the best way to protest a baby is to feed it. That's why he brought food, to make fun of Muslims and Jews. The counter protest would have been to have a party. The counter protest, because these men weren't going to fight you, they're babies. I'm serious. We've seen this with Lang before. You see him getting tackled by the protest. Either ignore him, like you ignore a baby having a tantrum, or feed them. He needed to be fed and burped. Now, I'm not saying this as a kindness gesture to Lang. I'm saying this as an image and as a collective coming together as a community. Imagine if instead of jumping on a U-Haul, you brought over some fucking Muslim, like, kebab carts. Everybody loves kebab. Make vegan vegetables or something for the vegans. You know what I mean? Like, you should have brought over somebody or ignored them. But instead, you were like, jumping on U-Hauls, and then what did I do except give them clips? Like, you didn't even think about the community. You didn't decide what is good for my community. And now Zoran, who's a Muslim mayor, who's already suffering because of fucking white supremacy, is now looking even worse with these two teenage boys throwing a bomb. None of you care about your communities. If you cared about your Muslim population, you would have done something, okay, that counters this particular energy of this white supremacist protest, because you have to counter the energy with something more communal. Because none of these white supremacists they want you to get agitated. So celebration is always a better reaction in this context, for this solution, for this situation, not for any other protest happening anywhere else. For this particular situation now, only for this context.
Things that I abhor. Let me also be clear about something else. New York City will never tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all. But a few did not. Two men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism. There is video of these two individuals throwing two devices towards the protest.
Bro, get a job. How did you even have the time to get into your car, build this bomb, drive over? For what? Get a life. That's what I'm saying, bros. Boys need direction. These boys were failed. These boys were failed by the system. The system failed these boys.
The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim, or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately taken into custody, and the devices they brought taken off of our streets. I want to commend the officers who were on site. They faced a chaotic situation that very quickly could have become far more dangerous. NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro ran towards the danger so that others could run to safety. They are here with us now, and I want to thank them today publicly as I did yesterday privately, and to thank the dozens of other officers who responded without hesitation. That is courage, that is selflessness, and I'm deeply grateful to both of them and to every member of the NYPD who works every single day to keep New Yorkers safe. As the NYPD continued their investigation yesterday, they found a third suspicious device in a vehicle on...
Yeah, and they made the police look good. Thank you, chat. They also made the police look good. Never do anything that makes the police look good. Hello? That's what I'm saying. You did not do this for Muslims. You did not do this for your community. You fucked over your community. Every action you took for a small nobody protest, 12 people. This is not fighting oppression. This is literally creating chaos for no reason. This is unwise suffering. Okay, if you're angry, talk to a therapist. Talk to your imam. Talk to somebody who can guide you in a direction. 2 teenage boys making a bomb to come kill a white supremacist? For what? What would it have gotten you? Of course, they could be just narcissistic, non-well-intentioned, egotistical fucking losers. But they were probably, feeling pushed into a corner, wanting to do something. This is not the way you do something. But nor is it the way you do something if you're Walter Masterson. Walter is also now helping the community. You think you're better than the white supremacists, then show it, prove it. Because right now, all I see is a bunch of men making the world worse.
East End between 81st and 82nd Street. Out of an abundance of caution, they conducted a number of limited evacuations of nearby buildings before removing the device from the area. Once the device was removed, those evacuated were allowed to return to their homes. I am grateful for their continued work to keep New Yorkers safe. And let me say this plainly. Anyone who comes to New York City to bring violence to our streets will be held accountable in accordance with the law. As this case continues to develop, I will remain in close contact and communication.
Like, is Walter going to get arrested for threatening to kill somebody? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, does he even think about the consequences of why'd you threaten to kill somebody because they pepper sprayed your sister at a protest where a bunch of people, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you risk getting arrested over a pepper spray? Which, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand that logic. Like, I just don't get it. If they hit your sister with a baseball bat, then it would have been clear self-defense. But pepper spray is like a gray area. So why would you, it can be, it can't be. It's a gray area. You know what I mean? It's up for debate. And because it's up for debate, why would you then take the risk of yelling, I'm going to kill you, my sister's going to come find you, and not expect there to be some escalation of a threat?
With our police commissioner. I want to say thank you once again to everyone who acted on Saturday to protect their fellow New Yorkers and to uphold the values of this city. Now I would like to invite Police Commissioner Tisch to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone.
And yeah, chat's right. Chat said just sad. The FBI purposely agitates Muslim boys into doing these kinds of things too. Don't forget that. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this boys need guidance to know when they are being trolled to act out. They also need guidance for what's the best, most wise, they need to be taught discernment. Discernment. The difference is, again, this is the problem with saying Luigi, like Luffy would have shot the CEO. Luffy would not have shot the CEO. Okay, I understand. One Piece is it is the most impactful thing on Gen Alpha, Gen Z kids right now. One Piece just surpassed Superman in sales. One Piece, according to data, they literally polled kids, said it has influenced so many young boys. But I am worried that young boys are watching One Piece and taking away the wrong messages because they don't have media literacy. They don't know how to understand what they're seeing. Luffy would not shoot somebody in the back. Okay? Luffy does the right thing based off context. Luffy doesn't pick fights to pick fights. Luffy has a reasoning behind what he does, even if the reasoning is more intuitional from Luffy's perspective than thought out. But it is intuitionally harm reduction. That's why Luffy's interesting as a character, because he intues harm reduction. Okay? He knows when something feels wrong. He's not perfect. He's not real. He's a cartoon character. He's an anime character. Okay? But I need you to understand that the goal of One Piece, the goal of anime is not to be the strongest. The goal is that the strong protect the weak. Okay? That's usually the overall message, is that the idea is when we are strong, we should protect the weak. So if Masterson comes to this event saying, I'm strong, how is this protecting the weak? See how you are weak? This is how weak people try to protect people. It's all about ego. It's about what they want. It's about how they feel. It's about how they look. If you care about people, you will protect people. How is Luigi, what he did, protecting anybody? Who benefited from Luigi killing the CEO? Again, we already know Nazis are bad. We already know white supremacists are bad. So why are you guys, you know what I'm saying? You can't say I'm better than these men because you're slightly better. Again, debating white supremacists and saying you're smart is like debating flat earthers and saying I'm intelligent. Okay? Congratulations. Like, you're not proving anything. If you claim to be the good guy, be the good guy. Okay? Be the good guy. Do good guy things. What was good guy thing about what happened today that we just saw? Nothing. Nothing here was good guy activity. Everything here was bad guy activity. Philosophically bad guy activity. Philosophically evil. Unwise suffering. And who is it going to harm the most? The communities that all these people claim to protect. The communities that this initial group came to destroy. Congratulations. You participated in eroding any faith in the Muslim community, any safety feelings that we have, all in the name of what? Muslims already have it hard enough. Why would you add to their suffering? Especially right now with what's happening in Iran and Lebanon. Why would you add to that suffering? Because you don't care about them. All you care about is looking cool on TikTok. Gross. Gross. All right. That's it. I don't know. I feel like with media, anyone can take away whatever they want from it, media literacy or not. Yeah, but at some point, you'd have to be pretty fucked up not to get the overall message that an obvious piece of media is trying to give you. Much like when men started wanting to be Homelander and the Boys creators had to be like, hey guys, Homelander's a bad guy. And everyone's like, what? Like at some point, it is kind of an indication of your something that you can't actually understand that he's a bad guy. Like something's wrong with you. And I just don't want to believe that there's something wrong with you. I want to just think that maybe you need to train media literacy into your brain. You need to understand who the bad guy and good guy is. Because it's like really fucking obvious. You know what I mean? So yeah, you can take away anything you want from anything. But that's why you have to deconstruct and introspect. When people say, oh, Brittany, I can debate anything. I used to hear debate bros say this. Like debate bros used to say, if you can out debate me, I guess you're correct. Like good ideas should win out. I do agree that good ideas should win out, but the fact that they don't is not the issue with the argument. It's the issue with humanity. Humanity is not good. It is animal. It is, I think, well-meaning. I think people are good, but I think they are well-meaning and the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And I think humanity isn't actually opposed to genocide. I don't think humanity is actually opposed to rape. I don't think humanity is actually opposed to murder. I don't think humanity is opposed to starving children. I don't think humanity as a whole actually gives a fuck. I think we say we give a fuck because it feels good. And I think we say we give a fuck because we feel impacted by it. But as a whole, I don't think that's true. I do think some of you genuinely care about those things. I think I genuinely care about those things. But I think we're in the minority. And I think that's proven by the fact that, well, the numbers show it. The numbers show it. The data shows it. The statistics show it. The world shows it. If most of the world, okay, was kinder and less bigoted and wanted to house people, wanted to help people, you know what I mean? Then we would do it. But most of the world obviously doesn't want to do those things. Most of the world is also very religious and conservative and patriarchal. Remember that the world is still suffering from patriarchy. The world is still suffering from bigotry. So we're dealing with also religious beliefs, right? The differences between gods existing and not existing, why we're here on the planet. I mean, we have to, the deconstruction is, we have so much ahead of us. We have so much work ahead of us, you know? So take a deep breath, ground yourself, and do what you can, and then die. like the rest of us. Because you will die. That is guaranteed. So until then, do your best. Be less bad every day. And then it is what it is. But we're not even doing that. That's what I'm saying. Just do that, and then we'll have a conversation. But I can't even get humanity as a whole to do that. I can't even get, because it's not about we haven't even chosen as a whole to do that. Because you probably think, oh, they're already doing that. No, they're not. They're doing the best they can, but they're not doing the best they can. We're all doing the best we can, but we're not really doing the best we can. We're not really harm reducing. We're not really trying to be bad, a little bit less bad every day. Like, we're not even doing the basics, and we wonder why the world's a mess. Because you guys want to go straight from the basics to master mode, and I'm saying you still have to learn the basics to be a master of something. It's like that ADHD meme where he's like destroying the room. It's like ADHDers, because they're not good at something someone's been mastering for 10 years, and instantly. We want to instantly know the answer instead of earning our right to the answer by researching, studying, and doing studies. You know, by actually interviewing people and getting people what they need, and protecting society and protecting children. Again, children are watching us, and this is what they're watching. So to be clear, this 47-year-old Walter Masterson, children are watching him, and he probably thinks he's the goddamn hero. What message is he sending to children if children watch this and think it's cool? What message is Mr. Beast sending to kids if they're watching Mr. Beast and thinking he's cool? What message are kids hearing? Specifically boys. What message are young 12-year-old boys, what are they supposed to take from this video? Okay, 2-minute break, and then when we get back to it, get ready. Again, I'm so sorry. I'm going to stress you out again with another video. Why men rent girlfriends. I just saw this video come across my feed. I think we should be able to watch it, no problem. But get ready, girl. Get ready. Okay, it's gonna be a doozy, let me tell you. It's gonna be a doozy. I'll be right back. already. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna pause music in 1, 2, 3. Okay. So this came across my feed and I thought it would be good to go over. I hope it's good. I also kind of wondered if it was fake, but I don't think so. It's called Zanland. Do you guys know who this is? I just came across their channel for the first time. I'm not sure who they are. They say they're fully independent. They're, here to bring interesting stories in a documentary form. This posted 2 weeks ago. Why men rent girlfriends darker than you think. Let's see what we think, because I do find this sort of world very interesting. And I also think there's a lot of unhealthiness to a lot of the way that we engage in sort of, obviously sex work through patriarchy, but not always. There's so much nuance and gray area for a lot of these things that people do. It's just, I think when it gets exploited by men in the patriarchy, I just think it ends up bad for everybody, even the customers. And so when he says I rent girlfriends, it just makes me think like, okay, what's that about? So let's see.
I spent over £50,000 on it.
A rented girlfriend.
Hold on here.
I rent girlfriends. I spent over £50,000 on it.
A rented girlfriend. What are the pros?
There's so many pros. Dare I say so little cons.
So why are men renting girlfriends that aren't even real?
I don't want the realities of life. I want the yes women.
Who doesn't say no?
Yeah, who doesn't say no?
After months of investigating, one man who rents girlfriends has agreed to speak to me, and it's the first time he's spoken to anybody about what he does.
Have you ever felt like an incel?
That's an interesting question.
I started this investigation thinking this was a story all about sex, but T is in this for something a lot darker.
To a lot of men, I guess, this is their way to get back what is rightly theirs.
Rightly theirs? So this isn't just like a lonely guy who needs, companionship. This is like a entitlement thing?
I've tracked down forums full of guys who are doing this and women all around the globe appealing to it.
Offering Latina GFE girlfriend experience with real girlfriend energy, fun, sweet, attentive. Check my menu. Yeah, this is the type of sex work I don't recommend people do. I know it can pay a lot, but if anyone came to me and said, hey, I want to be a sex worker, I would say there are so many better versions of sex work that you can do that are more ethical, that are more deconstructed, that you can get a better clientele. You won't make as much money, but it will be safer. I think the girlfriend experience is just always dangerous because it only exists because of patriarchy. Sex work in general, I think, would exist in a world deconstructed from patriarchy. It would look a lot different. And I think, right, that we probably wouldn't even need sex work as a living or as a job because we would be more free also to engage in consensual sex with lots of different people. But I think that's the problem too, is like sex work should be consensual. And so there's a lot of layers to this that are really difficult because it depends on who you are and how you're hearing about this. But automatically, just my instinct, my gut reaction to this is like, this isn't going to be good for anybody.
Them for a paycheck.
Eu adoro os que ficam
It says, I love the ones who fall in love with me.
apaixonados por mim porque eles sempre gastam mais dinheiro comigo.
And it doesn't stop there. I'm taking this to the next level, and by the end of this video, I'm gonna ask T to do something he's never done before.
This is a big day. It's like a genuinely big day.
To talk openly with women about what he does face to face in real life.
For me, honestly, that's an absolute no.
You're trying to make her feel uncomfortable for the sake of it. So I guess why?
All right, so to be honest with you guys, I've been working on this investigation for a very long time to try and get deep into the world of renting girlfriends. It's been about a year, maybe a bit less. And yesterday, I made a massive breakthrough. There are a few different webs of guys online renting women to pretend to be their girlfriends. But to be honest, I don't really know why. So I've been trying to get in touch with these guys.
It is one of the oldest practices for sure. Like, that's why, when rich men show up with pretty young girls on their arm, people assume they're sex workers. Because or sugar babies, which is a form of sex work, right? Because they assume these women wouldn't be there unless the man was rich. Because rarely do age gap relationships exist in this context and are ever healthy, where a girl is 19 and a man is 70. So there is that stereotype, but men don't want to go to events alone. And so in some business bubbles, the men rent girlfriends so they don't show up to work events alone. And this is a practice that's pretty old, but it's also patriarchal, right? If we deconstruct the patriarchy, there wouldn't be an issue being single. And so you could show up to events single and you wouldn't be seen as a loser, right? Okay.
Online to find out. You know, hit them up with the usual Zanland proposition. Hey, do you want to come and be in a documentary with me where everyone will hear your deepest, darkest secrets? And once again, believe it or not, it's actually worked. And the guy I found, it turns out, is kind of the guy to talk to in this space. He used to be one of the moderators of the biggest global webs, the place to find a rent-a-girlfriend, and he did it for 7 years. So he's pretty much the best source I could hope to talk to.
Chet said a girlfriend experience and sugar babies are different though. No. Yes, they're different, but they can overlap. So it just depends on which version of it you're doing. But it just depends on the person. You know, both, you can be both. You can be either or. It just depends.
To find out why the hell guys are doing this in the first place. He's agreed to talk to me as long as he's anonymous. So you're not going to see his face, you're not going to hear his actual voice, and you're not going to know his name, but you are going to hear his story. So
yeah, Chad doesn't like the way that it's sensationalized the video. It's for a male audience. So guys, this is boy code, right? Like this is boy content. When I say I watch a lot of boy content, this is boy content. This is not made for women. He is not thinking about women watching this. He's thinking about men watching this. So it's a boy video.
Meet T. So T works in the city.
Okay, T got a crazy neck beard. Talk about not, you know, the stereotypes. They are what they are. Glasses and a neck beard, sir.
Of London. He lives with his parents. He's in his late 20s.
Wait, Chat said it's recorded like a true crime video? True crime, completely different vibes. True crime for girls. True crime videos, different. This is a boy video. I hire sex workers. Boom, 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 boom. Boy bubbles, girl bubbles. She was 15 years old and he was 37. He texted her on Instagram and she replied, dun, 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 dun. You know what I mean? It's like sad, melancholy girl content. Hyper Mr. Beastification, boy content. Hi, boy content, girl.
But beyond that, I don't really know much about him. So yeah, so I'm going to the pub. I'm gonna take him for a pint. And to be honest, I have absolutely no clue how this is gonna end. Let's find out.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, let's do it. How would you describe yourself?
I'll describe myself as a 27-year-old single male, successful career, but lacking in one department, the love department. 95% of my life I've been single. It's not that I didn't want a relationship.
Wait, you know what's funny is you'll have a boy who's like really successful and gets a lot of women, and I would still say he's lacking in the women department. You know what I mean? It's not just getting women. Men want to fall in love. Like, this is why patriarchy kills men and kills boys. You know, boys want to fall in love too. You know, like boys want to fall in love too. The dilemma is, though, is that they haven't deconstructed their need to be in a relationship. So they're still held prisoner by this belief that they need a relationship to feel validated and fulfilled. And until you deconstruct that, you won't liberate yourself from patriarchy.
It was, I was looking, but it wasn't happening. Sometimes you get rejected. I guess every time I got rejected in that sense.
What do you think the differences are between like a rented girlfriend and a real girlfriend? What are the pros?
Oh, there's so many pros. Dare I say so little cons. The online girlfriend is compliant. She's, you know, your dream girlfriend. You know, a normal girlfriend, you know, she might have work, she might be doing something, she'll say, I'm tired, or whatnot, which is a fair point, obviously, but the online girlfriend, they're gonna, you know, say, you know, they don't experience tiredness, or they wouldn't tell you that we're tired or whatnot, they would do what you want kind of thing.
See, this is why you don't have a girlfriend. Like, you don't have a girlfriend because you think women shouldn't be tired. / women can't not have sex. Guys, you can have a successful marriage and not have sex for 10 years. Not sometimes in a marriage, not having sex for 10 years is a red flag. Sometimes having no sex for 10 years is a green flag because it's dependent. It's custom based off your relationship. Every relationship gets to be different. The fact is, though, in both of those relationships, you can't force people into sex. And also, you have to find someone that agrees or is equal to you or is similar. Like, this is such a personal thing to do life with somebody. You could just be single and have sex with lots of people. You're doing it now, but you don't want that. You want to be picked and chosen, and you want it your way. You're like a child. You're worse than a child. Even children aren't this entitled.
Is that, I guess, is that subservience something you're looking for?
I mean, somewhat. I mean, ideally, they're not saying no that much.
When you say that, like, in what sense, what scenarios are they not saying no?
Well, let's say, you ask them to photo themselves. A normal girlfriend might be like, oh, I don't look good today, blah, blah, then, they'll refuse. But the higher girlfriend, I mean, they're getting paid, so they're going to do what they have to do to get themselves ready to get that photo of you, because they know you might just cancel otherwise if they're not making you happy.
So there's a kind of power over them that you wouldn't have in a normal relationship.
Yeah. If I was a woman and I knew that the person I was dating had been involved in these hiring a girlfriend schemes, I would not be happy with that.
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, self-sabotage. Did he just say if I was a woman and I knew the guy I was dating hired girlfriends professionally, I would not be happy with it? So instead of stopping, he's digging himself in deeper, because to be fair, if I was dating a guy and he was like, oh yeah, I used to hire women who were like a girlfriend experience, it would take a lot for me to truly believe he has changed and a different person. So he probably thinks like it's too late for me, so I might as well go deeper into it, which is sort of the problem without, I believe in redemption. I believe people can change. I do think you can have a messy past and be very far from it. But I do agree that it would be quite difficult to date a guy like this and believe he's truly changed. So he might be a sink cost fallacy, right? He might just assume sunk cost fallacy. He might just assume like it's too far for me. I'm too in, so I might as well just, No
women would be advocating for other women being exploited.
Is that what you think's happening? Like the kind of women are being exploited in those scenarios?
I think most of the time, yes. Most women, because of the money involved, they're kind of forced into it. Even though
he's right. Yeah. That's why survival sex work is bad. That's why like forcing women into sex work is bad, or encouraging people to understand like money isn't worth it. Like it can't be worth the money. So he's aware of it. Is he going to think he's the good guy though? He's the one who treats people good. Let's see.
Want to, but the reality is with that money on attraction, especially if you're looking for, let's say, a college girl, somebody's like 18, 19, by default they are, willing to do anything for the sake of money. These women are desperate, and, dare I say, if the guy didn't help them, they would be some of them would be in the streets or homeless or doing worse things.
Okay, you cannot be in college and also facing homelessness and not know there's other versions of what to do. How are you privileged enough to go to college, but also you're facing homelessness unless you were in the most poverty situations? And in that case, the system needs to take care of those people, right? Because my fear is like, unless you are exceptionally in this bubble in which the system should protect you, girls and young boys are being convinced that like the best thing I can do is be a sex worker at 19 while I'm going to college. Girl, there's like 1,000 other options for you. And I say this as somebody who is a sex worker. I mean, depending on how you define it, I guess you know what I'm saying? So like, hold on, okay? And this is why the system has to come in place to support people so they don't have to do work they don't want to do. And this is different than saying, I'm too good for McDonald's. You are not too good for McDonald's. Nobody is too good for McDonald's, okay? And you're not too good for sex work either. But sex work adds an element of safety issues, which is why it's scary, because if you're physically in a space with a person who can kill you, okay, you're more likely to die as a sex worker than a McDonald's worker, okay? But you're not too good for these jobs, okay? So just to be clear, Chad said college can be 16 in the UK. I mean, people can go to college at 16 in the United States, right? But I assume you mean it's more prevalent or something, but like 16-year-olds can go to college. So the point is that what matters is that if they're 16, they should be living at home with their parents, right? So then these girls should be getting money from their parents. You know what I mean? So when we have these conversations, the point I'm trying to make, right? Okay? The point I'm trying to make is regardless of the situation, so many things have to go wrong for you in your life that you think the only thing you can do while going to college is to do sex work so you're not homeless. Right? It says college in the UK is different thing than college in the US. Okay, I don't know. That doesn't matter. Pause. It's distracting me. The point is, what is he talking about? Because again, offering these women sex work as an option is unethical. You have to offer them any other way out. You cannot encourage people to do sex work as a way to escape poverty. Because if they do not want to be naked and they do not want these videos on the internet and they're only doing it because they're desperate, that is not good. But if you are somebody who's like, I want to be a naked artist, I want to be naked forever, this is a part of my activism, this is a part of who I am, then be naked on the internet. But you can't, it's the same thing with exploitation of regular labor. You can't say, come work at my factory. You know how they want kids to work at factories again in the US? You can't tell kids to go work at factories because you want to pay lower wages. Do you know in the United States, they had to work on this, that they would hire teenagers over adults so they could pay the teenagers less? And I'm saying, absolutely not. So exploitation is what we're trying to avoid here.
Maybe.
So very quickly, T started talking in a way that I was a bit uncomfortable with, talking about how he felt he was exploiting women, how he was kind of using money to pressure them to do things and be in a situation where they just couldn't say no. I wanted to know like where this was coming from, so I asked him to show me the forums that he used to moderate.
So it's basically like a Reddit forum.
He's a Reddit mod, so he's a Reddit mod. See how there's a stereotype? Who are you in the story? Are you the Reddit mob with glasses and a neck beard hiring sex workers on the internet to pretend to be your girlfriend? You might want to change who you are in the story. How to be a whole human being, okay? How to be a whole human being. Hello?
Forum full of what, men and women?
Yeah, so sellers will make their posts and then you can either go to them and mess them yourself.
What are we going to do without all these men? All these men, these strong, masculine men. What are we going to do? What is the world going to do without all these men? How will civilization remain? How will we build the foundational blocks of the West without all these strong men?
What does a post say?
Usually you start with the physical aspect. So you say, I want a woman who's, 18 to 23.
And then women all come forward on that post.
It's like their sales pitch. They will say, yeah, I'm a, 20-year-old woman, and blah, blah. If you're interested in the people, you'll say, well, that sounds great. How much do you charge? The good ones will give you like a trial that, where you pretend they're your girlfriend without sort of paying them. And I guess it's one of those things, once you try and do it and you have a decent time, you suddenly realize like, yeah, I can suddenly get whatever girl I want just by paying them. Isn't that like the dream in a sense?
How much do you think you've spent in total?
Probably about 50,000 in total.
You think you've spent £50,000 in total?
Yeah.
What's that like to think about 50,000? That's like a deposit for a house.
So even now, saying it out loud, I'm okay with it. I think experiences are worth paying for, if that makes sense. And yes, it is absolutely a lot of money. I think if you start regretting how you use your money, that's not good for you.
I do think this is preventable. I think if people were raising their kids better and the government was doing its job and everybody was educating their kids and people were paying attention to the struggles of their child, I do think this is preventable. Not in every situation, obviously. And I also think this is some people's life. Like, this is just somebody's story. And I'm just telling you right now, if this is your story, like, you're in a bad place. You are in a bad place. Okay? There's nothing good about this story. There's nothing healthy about this story. I mean, you're so embarrassed about your life, you have to wear a mask. Do you know what I'm saying? You are so ashamed. You are so like, you can't even come out and say it. If you have to wear a mask to do an interview, you're in a bad position. You're in a bad place. Something bad is happening in your life where like you have to be, do you know what I'm saying? Because you didn't have to consent to this interview, but the fact that you even wanted to, but the fact that you have to use a voice disguiser and a face mask, you're in a bad place.
This one says, I'm looking for someone that can help with my social skills. Ideally, we'd be like good friends. I also feel like I could use this kind of like therapy. I imagine it feeling really good to have a close connection.
You know what also could help? Therapy. Now, look, I do think there could be an ideal society in which people who were neglected as children could be given tools to practice in a neutral space, social skills, and other things. And that could be helpful through a very progressive and very liberated sex worker. That's never going to happen en masse. And so it's a silly suggestion in a way. It's as silly as me wishing the whole world would speak one language so I could understand everybody. And no, that language would not be English, okay? It would be something different. But the point is that, and all the other languages would still exist. But it's an impossible thing because humans will ruin it or slash change it and slash we won't do it, because we're not looking for harmony with the world. We're looking for harmony with ourselves and our local community. He's out of sync with his harmony. Okay, he is not in positive symbiosis with himself or his community. So we can't have that. The problem is we keep trying to have this thing be universal. The world is a beautiful, diverse place, and it should stay that way, right? So we have to be able to work together. I think he was neglected. I think he was abandoned. I think, like, when I think about my own brother who struggled getting girlfriends to the point where he basically hit on teenagers and then is about to marry one, I look at that brother as the example. And yeah, he wasn't the most good looking. He was more adorable than he ever was handsome. He also had very bad hygiene habits. And he also was a lot of fun, but obnoxious. He had a lot of really good parts to him, especially since I knew him as a kid, but also really shitty parts about him as an adult. He also is in denial of how he interacts with people. He becomes incredibly defensive. He doesn't want to go to therapy and doesn't want to do the work. And I do think if I was his parent growing up, and I wasn't, but I do think if I was, I would have been able to know all automatically, oh, my kid's going to be a nerd. So this plays into the whole like looks maxing thing, which I think is also not the good answer. But I do think as a parent, if I saw my kid going in a direction where I thought, oh, you're going to be rejected by women and it is going to impact your self-esteem, in a world where I'm raising my kid in a patriarchal like construct that says you are worthless without women liking you, I would help my kid out. I would look at my kid and say, yo, you have no riz. 6'7", let's figure it out, girl. New haircut, new clothes, gain some weight because bro too skinny. Okay, get some fucking, brush your teeth, get some deodorant. Okay, with peace and love, absolutely not. No kid of mine is about to be lame, okay? You can be a nerd. You could wear a goddamn furry tail, and at least you got to be a cool furry. You got to be chill. Because if you being uncool is going to cause you to also be a rapist in the future, which, yes, those things can be correlated, not always, but sometimes, then we got to talk about it. Because a lot of these men are just uncool, and they never learned how to find their place in the universe. And because they're uncool and they have no place in the universe, they become this. Neckbeard with glasses, Reddit mod. Hello, you're in the bad place. And I don't mean cool like popular kids. I mean, you know what you're meant to do. Listen to me, as an autistic girly who like BDSM and has worn a lot of cat ears in her life, I'm cool. Okay, I might not be cool to the popular kids, but I'm cool. Okay, you just need to be that cool. You need to be cool in your nerdum. You need to be comfortable. You need to be relaxed. You need to be sure of yourself. So you're teaching children meaning. You're giving them a sense of meaning. You're not trying to appeal to the popular kids. You're trying to be confident, really confident, like actually love yourself. Okay. So again, we want to build self-esteem in our children, and we want to make sure that we are not contributing to our child's lack of self-esteem, which I think did happen. My family is a bully family. So they bullied the fuck out of my brother growing up. They bullied all of us. All of us were bullied. Right? We were severely bullied in our household. Okay. Well, medium bullied, honestly, because the kids had it worse for sure. But he was bullied. And so because he was bullied and shot down, his sense of self formed very poorly growing up. Okay. And because of this, because he had nothing to give him, his automatic way of coping was to seek attention from the only group of people that could even slightly give it to him if he was lucky, young girls. So even graduating right out of high school, he would like hit on my brother's friends who were younger than him. And I'm like, stop doing that. Okay, but he was always inappropriate. And I really do think that could have been preventable, but now it's too late. Now, in many ways, it's too late. But I do not think that boy, who is a baby, needed to be this man who's 30. I really think it was preventable. I do. And I think it's hard growing up in a conservative home that tells you can't touch your own penis, you can't touch your own, vagina, you can't masturbate. If you even look at yourself naked and think sexual thoughts, you're disgusting. If you even have a lustful thought, you're going to hell. I think all of these things contribute. Okay? I think like these are such serious things and we're acting like they're not. It is so fucking serious that we recognize we are social creatures and we're raising our children to fear their own bodies. And then there's so many layers to this. I guarantee you half the shit I ever did in my life that I regret came from my desire to rebel against religion. And had I not been raised religious, not only would I never have done those things, my life would have been better. But because I was raised religious, my life was worse. I think religious people have a worse life. Now, I don't think non-religious people have the greatest lives. I think a lot of you are suffering too. But I think religion is such a heavy layer to carry. It just adds a level of stigma that you have to deconstruct that's really, really difficult. Okay? It's really, really hard, especially if you don't buy into everything and you question things at a young age, which this brother did and I did. Okay? Like, I love my brother. We had so many good memories together. I love my brother. And I wish I could have prevented this. But I'm not his fucking mom. And at the end of the day, every interception, every attempt I have made to get this man help, he's refused. He won't even talk to me right now. He blocked me. So I did my job. You know, I tried. But it is difficult to see somebody who, like, before it gets worse, before you really go too far, let me stop you. But it's too late. You know? So yeah, so now we have to think about it from that perspective, right? Chad said you're talking about a subset of religious families, though. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm talking about the majority of religious families. This is a common practice, again, amongst the largest 3 religions in the world. The largest 3 Abrahamic religions in the world that have billions of followers all have the same rules around porn and sex and homophobia and transphobia. No. I'm talking about billions of families, billions of people with a B. My family is not unique. They are not unique. They are the standard. They are the standard. Okay? Shame, guilt, self-hatred, patriarchal religion. And billions of people are suffering from this. Billions of kids. Okay? Even my brother, who's trying to break generational curses in his family, and I see that, I'm so proud of him. He's still raising his kids religious. And those children are, I see it. I see it from the youngest age. I'm like, oh, there it is. There is this judgment, this belief in these little babies. And I'm looking at my brother like, are you really going to raise your kids this way? He's like, it's part of our religion. I'm like, I guess at least he believes in therapy. At least he believes in you know, spending more time with the kids. At least he's trying to do his best, but he's still those kids will still suffer. You know, those kids will still suffer. So it is even in the most well-intentioned religious people, like if your religion still says, you know, XYZ, then it's going to happen. Okay. It's going to happen. Okay. Chad says, my family wasn't as devout as Brits, but there are fundamental similarities to what she's talked about. Exactly. Like, you don't even have to be the strictest Christian or Muslim or Jew to have the undertone of your culture around you. And then, of course, on top of that, right? Like, there's culture, there's movies, there's TV shows. So secular kids are still wounded by patriarchy, because this is the other side of patriarchy too. That you have to get pussy. The other side of patriarchy and misogyny is that you're a loser if you don't get, you know, if you don't get this. Okay, let's go back.
And have something together. I'd like it to be genuine, even if it's fake. A lot of them are pretty heavy, aren't they? My life isn't great right now. I'm really lonely and depressed and sad, so I'm willing to be the right person to talk about intimate things and pretend.
A therapist? I know it's weird, but my therapist says it's just my way of coping, and there are a lot of worse ways. Is this a progressive therapist? So the therapist is recommending a sex worker? I mean, I would only recommend a sex worker in a progressive place. I would never recommend it to a lonely man who feels entitled. Who is this?
Tend to be my friend.
One of my first posts.
Wait, they didn't even read the most important part. I know it's weird, but my therapist says it's just my way of coping, and there are a lot of worse ways. I'm an 18-year-old offering and 18 plus requesting offering SFW companionship to other adults only. I'm a therapist in real life. What? I don't know about this. This feels weird.
I'm willing to be the right person to talk about intimate things and pretend to be my friend.
One of my first posts was a little like this, but that's because I was, just being honest and open.
T was obviously struggling with loneliness, and I get that, who hasn't struggled with that? But that feeling had clearly become something a lot more sinister.
I've done stuff with like incels before. Have you ever felt like an incel?
That's an interesting question. I think there have been times where I wasn't a hiring girlfriend, where maybe I was feeling like I was being drawn towards that incel kind of culture. And that's where, you're on YouTube or like the dark side of the internet, you're just kind of watching I don't know, a guy like Andrew Tate, whatever, you're listening to the hours and that's going into your head.
So the incel ideology revolves all around one thing, the black pill. I've actually made a doc on incel.
Okay, so now if you say I'm black pill, you're saying I'm subscribing to this philosophical prescription that I have decided is true. And I'm saying, or you could pick anything else to believe in. So if you identify as black pill, you are telling me about yourself. Yeah, bro, you're a Debbie Downer who's given up on life. I'm not interested. Like, what woman is like, oh yes, you know, who's exciting to date? A Debbie Downer who's literally given up on life and is black-pilled about society. Oh yeah, that sounds attractive. That's why men have to force women into marriage, because otherwise we wouldn't pick you. That's why in liberated countries, or countries that are attempting to be liberated, or women who are attempting to liberate themselves, don't pick these men. Why would we want to be with you? You're negative, bro.
Before, as well as a few other areas in the manosphere like luxmaxing and gooning. So make sure you like and subscribe to Zanland so not to miss our future films. But here's a quick summary of what I've learned so far. The black pill is a worldview that tells men that unless they're attractive, wealthy, and dominant, basically chads, they're fated to a life of irrelevance, where women will never date them. This idea of a genetic fate, where you're unable to find love and attract anybody, kind of removes all responsibility for finding a partner.
Now, what's crazier, believing this or believing a God is listening to you / created you? And which one is worse? You know what I mean? Like, I actually think black pill is worse, but only barely. Only barely, because you have a bad attitude. Okay? But only barely.
And encourages resentment and hate towards women. Hiring a girlfriend seems to fit into all this as a potential solution, a way to escape that rejection and to cure loneliness. If I'm going to properly understand why people like T and incels are hiring girlfriends, I need to ask some pretty uncomfortable questions and go somewhere a bit quieter than a busy pub.
I think because...
Hold on. Chat says, wait. Because I want to make sure I understand it. Hold on. I think you're talking to somebody else in chat, but it just made me realize I should probably clarify, because you said like I was pretty bullied by my family too. I just want to make sure that I don't know what you were talking about, but it made me think. I want to make sure you understand that when I talk about preventative care, I mean, it doesn't matter how well you raise a child, you can't guarantee they won't be a rapist or a murderer. And yet we know statistics show that if you give kids the proper tools, they will be better adults, generally speaking. So just if you're new to my audience, I know, Chatter, you probably weren't talking about that, but I just want to say for new people in my audience, I don't believe you can prevent rapists from existing. I just think you can bring down the probability of them existing. I don't think you can prevent rape or anything bad from happening. You can only just bring down the probability of them happening. And so what I would love is an ideal world where when somebody raped somebody or murdered someone, it was truly so rare that it was truly an anomaly, and we would be as a collective very shocked. But when you live in a country like the United States and your president is a rapist, you know what I mean? And all of the people who support him are the rapists. We don't yet live in that society. We don't yet live in a society where we were truly this way. Now, look, okay, I just want to put this out because I think growing up in the 90s and 2000s where I did, here was the belief growing up. The belief is there were 3 types of people in the world, okay? And most of it was based off of classism, because that's just how humans operate in capitalism, okay? There was the upper middle class and beyond. There was the middle class and there was the poor. If you were poor, your family was super fucked. Like, you were fucked when it came to money, dysfunction, resources, everything else. If you were middle class, you were doing okay? But then you were judged on whether or not your family, okay, was fucked when it came to being wealthy. Because the assumption was that if you were wealthy enough, your family couldn't be fucked up. Now, here's what happened though. Here's the other part of the illusion, okay? There was an illusion if you were middle class that you had a good family. And if you were poor, you had a bad family. Okay? And if you were rich, you had the best family. Okay? Now, here's the dilemma. Good was good enough. That's why everybody wanted to be middle class. The illusion, the thing that erupted and caused everyone to have a fucking stroke, and the reason your millennial parents asked you to stop telling your family history on the internet is because the illusion is that if I was middle class, okay, and we were good enough, then nothing could be bad enough to make us like the poor. Okay, that's a dollar sign. Okay? And then the reality is that we are all dysfunctional. Okay? We are all dysfunctional. And because we're all dysfunctional, the question is, the layers to it is not to do with money. It's actually to do with foundational beliefs. Okay? But because you don't know what your foundational beliefs are, you can't build your morals, okay, or your ethics. And that's what's happening right now in society. We don't know what our foundation, okay, so your values are your foundation or your morals. Okay, those are personal, and ethics, which is society, okay? So if your values say we value informed consent and bodily autonomy, then your morals will say no rape, okay? And if your values, morals personally say no rape, then a better society would be one without rape, or one that doesn't tolerate rape, or one that takes rape pretty seriously. But because we live in a society that does not value informed consent, they value the myth of and or not consent at all. They think consent's stupid. They don't value consent, so they think rape is a gray area, and then they make excuses for rape existing. So now the moral area is, what were you wearing? What did she say? What did she do? To society doubting victims en masse, right? Now, Chad says, how do you find your values? I do have an old podcast about this on this channel called How I Found My Values. And I do write them out. I write them out. I really didn't solidify my values until I was nearing 30, because I was in this toxic relationship and I couldn't figure out why I kept dating him. I couldn't figure out why I kept going back to a person that was bad. And I was like, why do I keep believing this man will be better? And then I decided to start all the way from scratch and say, okay, what are my values? Pretend the world didn't exist. Pretend you were alone on a planet. What would be your values? What would be your rights and wrongs? What would be the way you would practice your existence? Treat your practicing existence kind of like spirituality. Like, how would I live my life? And in the world that exists, don't actually believe like you're the only person on planet Earth, but that you first actually admit out loud what you value. I value honesty. I value transparency. I value kindness and compassion. I value not holding on to grudges. I value letting go. I value forgiveness. I value doing the right thing if nobody else is doing it. And so I value these things, which means when I think about a society that's built off of the foundation of those values, I think of a society that feeds people even when they're bad, that houses people even when they're bad, that gives people and believes people should be given second, third, fourth chances within reason. And if they can't be given those chances, that they're put in facilities that are not prison systems, that are not torture chambers, but they're treated well even if they didn't treat other people well. It means I believe that children deserve to grow up in a safe environment where 99% of the population, it's not scary for a kid to walk around alone. I would love to live in a culture where children could travel alone and we generally think they were going to be safe because the world is so safe for them. I believe in making a world so safe for children that we're not afraid about them getting out of the house at nighttime. You know, not that we want them out of the house at nighttime, but should they, God forbid, leave the house, we're not worried about them because we know somebody will get them home, right? This is a pipe dream to some of you because right now we have Tim Tebow going around doing all these interviews saying statistics show the number one offender is biological dads. So what are you going to do there, ladies? And then you might be saying, well, how do you know you're not marrying a man that is secretly going to, I don't know. Except you have to do your best. You have to start with values. You know, you probably should start there. Probably not marry a man who'd be willing to date a 15-year-old. Probably not marry a man who's willing to look at 12-year-olds. Probably not marrying a man who's been caught sexting teenagers. That's probably the first step. I'm not saying all men who sex 15-year-olds would molest their own daughters, but I'm saying let's start there. And we're not even starting there. Andrew Tate gets over here in every interview and brags about fucking teenagers because it's legal in that country. If it was not illegal for men to fuck kids, they would do it more often. And I don't mean men as a gender. I mean, men raised under patriarchy who are entitled to people's bodies and think this is what they're supposed to do. I also think that predatory behavior is trained into people more so than not. I think we believe that predators are people who are biologically predispositioned to be predators. And though I think that's true for a very small part of the population, I think more or less predators are made. We know racists are made. We know rapists can be made. We know bigots are made. I don't know why we think it's different if you raise little boys thinking the only way to be a man is to value dominance because it's a part of your nature, even though, you make fun of men who don't have that. So on one side, men will say, oh, I would love a world where men didn't have to be violent, but that's just our nature. And then God forbid you meet a man who doesn't care about violence and then you call him not a real man. So again, you make your decision, right? The world is a reflection of us as a whole. Boys will be boys, as they say. What did Nicki Minaj say? Boys will be boys. Babies are not inherently evil. Babies are people, animals on a planet born into existence, and they are formed and trained by culture. We are failing our children. Adults are responsible, and we are not acting accordingly. We are failing children. Okay? So I don't care about grown men who are 45 years old. Go to a therapist. You're done. But I do care about those 9-year-old boys on the internet looking for answers. I do care about those 6-month-old babies who are being trained at such a young age. I'm concerned about babies born into the universe and their fucking foreskin is cut off. Imagine being a baby boy and coming into the world with violence. Imagine that the first thing you experience is someone cutting off your foreskin. Like, what are we talking about here? Okay? Human beings are disgusting. And the adults are failing the kids. So let's start there. That's why I say if you got to 40 with no real friendships, your parents failed you. If you got to 30 without any true friendship, your parents failed you. If you got to 20 and you never had friends growing up in the neighborhood or you never had memories of a childhood, your parents failed you. Your parents failed you. The world failed you. Something failed you.
This modern world leads to a case for a lot of guys where trying to find a real relationship is incredibly difficult.
It's incredibly difficult because you make it happen. You are a reflection of your life. Karma isn't you do good, you get good. Karma is simply a consequence, a reaction to. Okay, think of it as like you put into your life is reflected back to you. It's like a mirror. It is what it is. Okay, his life, it is what it is. And it makes sense. Everything about his life makes sense. I could have predicted his life so easy. Call me a fucking premonition, baby. His life is so predictable. You're black-pilled, you're negative, you have a neck beard, you're a Reddit mod. You have no real hobbies. You have an obsession with being partnered. Of course, it's difficult to find a partner. You're literally who wants to be around you? And you still think being partnered is the most important thing. As long as being partnered is the most important thing to you, you are undateable and you will settle. If your whole existence, no matter how much, when I meet grown women, they have an amazing career, an amazing friend group, they go on vacations every year, they're college educated, and they still think they're unworthy because a man won't pick them. What the fuck are we doing, ladies? Lock in. Lock the fuck in. Come on now. The only good news about women is they don't turn into this. That's the only thing, but that's because we actually have friends and hobbies and other things. Men can have the same things on paper, but they always turn negative because they're trained under misogyny and patriarchy to be different. They are trained to be different, okay? So again, of course your life sucks. You suck. And again, life is hard. It's not always your fault, but it is always your responsibility. It doesn't always have to be your fault, but it is, and I need you to hear the difference. It is always your responsibility. Always. And that's the difference. He is not being responsible. He's not taking responsibility. And so his life will be what it is. Chad said you called him out so bad. I'm starting to feel bad for him. I'm starting to feel bad for him, but I'm not going to budge. Because that feeling of me feeling bad for him is why you end up dating toxic men. Because you think like, he just needs a hug. He needed a hug when he was 9. He's 27 now. He doesn't need a hug. He needs a slap across the face philosophically. Okay, he needed a hug when he was 9 years old. By the way, Dr. Kirkanda talked about this. It is very important you hug your children. We have whole populations of kids saying they've never been hugged or told they're loved by their father. You need to hug your babies. You need to physically hold your babies and give them your physical warmth. Okay, you need to hug your children. It will change the trajectory of your child's life because we're animals on a planet. You guys keep thinking we're not animals. We are. Hug your goddamn kids. Hug children. You need to hug them. Don't force them to hug you. Ask their consent. Okay, when they're old enough, don't force kids to hug you, but hug your children. When your kids come to you for affection, grab them and love them. Don't turn them away. Those children, that is the building block of the future of this child. This child was not hugged enough as a kid. This kid was not hugged enough as a kid. He was not loved enough as a kid. He was not given direction. And I know this with my own parents, who I know love their kids so much, but I see where they failed my brothers. I see where they failed my brothers. And yes, some of it came down to hugging. Okay?
And that's where hiring a girlfriend comes into it. It's another option.
Okay, but hear me when I say this, girls, because I know some like woman is going to hear this, and I understand, girl. I hear you. I hear you. I'm your best friend. Trust me. I am not saying you're responsible for this man's life. I'm not saying hug this man. I'm saying hug children. Okay, hug community. This is why people are strongly calling for the type of matriarchy they want back. We need to center children. They deserve to grow up in a world where adults hugging them is safe, where adults in their life are safe for them. Shia LaBeouf, we were listening to Shia LaBeouf tell his story. The men in his life he trusted gave him alcohol and cigarettes. They don't care about the children. What are we doing here?
And dare I say, it's a good option. To a lot of men, I guess, this is their way to get back what is rightly theirs.
I mean, it feels like within this, there's like a sense of entitlement around that kind of, these men and yourself at times feel like you're kind of owed women, but you don't have the women that you deserve.
As a man, you think, I'm going to work hard, do all the things I'm meant to be doing. I'm a good citizen of the world. I deserve a girlfriend kind of thing. I deserve a partner, come back home, have a pretty lady to come home to.
Who doesn't say no?
Yeah, who doesn't say no?
That's not like a healthy relationship, surely.
I mean, I don't want the reality, extra stresses, the realities of life. I want the yes woman, in a sense.
Because he doesn't want to take on the responsibility of being the adult in the room. This also goes for men that I mentioned earlier, like a lot of YouTubers always having a revolving door of women, a lot of male celebrities having a revolving door of women. They're doing a new documentary on, I forgot which rapper, which artist, but his sons were being interviewed. Is anybody on my side of the internet? His two sons were being interviewed, and they were telling stories about when they were kids. Their father would go backstage and tell the manager, go find me 4 bitches to fuck. And the boys and him would engage with these women, fans from the audience. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, at the end of the day, that's fucked up. That's a bad childhood. And when I think and hear that, all I hear about is like men describing masculinity and their job as a man to think of women as objects. Like, go find me 4 bitches to fuck is crazy. But it is also aspirational to a lot of men who want that validation, a revolving door of I can get women. That's why Myron says to go out and have like 100 bodies or whatever he says. That's why the language is also very dehumanizing. Go find me women to fuck. I'm going to break her. I'm going to, fuck her, whatever. A lot of women have been actively talking about, I hate the way men talk about having sex with women. Yeah, you should pay attention to how men talk about having sex with women, right? You should listen to the way they tell those stories. And I think it tells you a story as well. It tells you who they are, right? So again, these men used to be boys, and I think this was preventable. I think these things are preventable. I just think that you have to get them while they're young. Otherwise, society will raise them, and society sucks, and these religions will raise them, and they'll feel obligated, and there's so much to this. So it is, but it is also starting at home. We have to remember it is starting with us, including the men we date. Ladies, we are responsible for the men we make children with. We're not accountable for the crimes these men do against us. We are responsible for how we bring a baby into the universe. I just was watching a finance show, and this lady called in and said, hey, my boyfriend lives with me, but he just won't get a better job. I'm paying all the bills. I make $145,000 a year. I'm in tech. I'm struggling right now. We just had a baby. I'm just in a bad place. I can't afford daycare. It's $3,000 a month. What do I do? And they said can your boyfriend be a stay-at-home dad? Is he open to that? Because you make enough money. He could stay home and watch the kid. Do you trust him to do that? And she goes, no, I don't. And they go, okay, let's talk about making a baby with a man that we don't trust to take care of our kids. And that is a huge deal Stop making babies with men we don't trust. Listen to me when I say this. Again, going back to the video I made about not moving in with your boyfriend, if you don't have to, if you want to, I trust you to make that decision. But there's like this idea where women are like, let me test the relationship. Don't test the relationship. Don't test anything. See what his morals are. See what his ethics are. Where are you in your life? What is your belief systems about the world? How do you show up in the world? Stop testing people. Just see them for what they are. Trust them the way you would trust yourself. Now, here's the truth of it. Until you learn to trust yourself, you will make the wrong decisions. And that's the other part of it, okay? Now, she said the baby was an accident and she didn't mean to create it, but that's the other part. Girl, were you not on birth control? Homie, there's only one way to bring a baby to the universe. You know what I mean? Like, not to be reductive. I've been on birth control since I was having sex. Literally, birth control day one, baby. At least plan B day one. Okay, plan B day one. Plan B day one. But I'm married and I'm on birth control. Ain't gonna risk no baby here. Thank you. And like, I understand there are like some birth controls fail. We get it. But did we do our due diligence? Now, if we did everything perfect and it still went wrong, hey, what are you gonna do? And again, I'm not judging you because things went wrong, but there is preventive. Okay, this is a perfect example. You can't guarantee an outcome. You can only enhance the probability. There are only so many ways to get pregnant. To bring down the probability of pregnancy, we're going to use birth control, maybe even 2 types. And if the birth control fails, at least we did our due diligence. Birth control does not guarantee no pregnancy, generally speaking. Most birth controls people take have even mine has a slight percentage of pregnancy. At least I did my due diligence, right? Okay? That's the point. The point is we can't guarantee necessarily. The only way to guarantee is abstaining and like, we're not Christian. Okay? We're going to get sex. Okay? We're going to get laid. Okay? We're going to make love. We're going to have intimacy, right? So then you bring down the probability. Same thing with your children. You can't guarantee you won't raise a rapist or a school shooter, but if you do everything you can and it still happens, it's a tragedy. If you did nothing possible to prevent it, it's an expectation. It's predictable. It's almost on purpose. Listen, a dad of a school shooter just got held accountable for giving his son a gun when he knew his kid was troubled. And honestly, good. How dare you give your minor son a weapon when he was troubled? And then when he shoots up a school, think, well, I didn't do it. Oh, what did you do then? What part of you is going to take responsibility for how you participated and what led to the murder of multiple people? Because you gave your son a fucking weapon. Instead of getting him the therapy and intervention he needed meditation, not a weapon. You gave him a gun? Come on now. Be so serious. Come on now. Chat said, what's the video we're watching? We're watching Why Men Rent Girlfriends. Here, I'll link it in the chat while we watch.
Because it's going to make my life better.
A lot of people would say that that's like a pretty reductive way to see a man and woman relationship, and I guess like maybe a little bit worrying.
I guess guys, we need support to figure out how can we be fair to women and the relationships that we hope to get.
I mean, a lot of these ideas seem to come from like, I suppose, the manosphere, the world of the incel, Is that where a lot of these thoughts have come from for you?
Yeah, I can only say my opinions and views are shaped from the world that I see around me. I deserve a partner who's going to love me back. And if you don't get that, you feel that resentment and maybe anger against the world that I'm doing everything I'm meant to be doing. Why isn't it working?
Because this is patriarchy. They convinced you that if you do everything, you're going to get this thing. This is capitalism. Hey, if you work hard and pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you can afford a house. And now we're realizing, like, was that a lie? Yeah, it was a lie. That's what I'm saying. The system is fucked and you are falling for the propaganda, but you also have to take responsibility for buying into the narrative. Why did you buy into that narrative? You are just as responsible for buying into the narrative that you would be able to afford a house if you went to college as these men are for buying into the narrative that if they got a job in a good house, that they would afford a woman. You are responsible. That feeling you have, that resentment you have against the economy is the same thing in these people. That's it. It's the same feeling. I know it sounds different, but it's not really. And that's why I say it's preventable. I never felt entitled to a house. I didn't. I graduated high school in 2007, and yes, it's a struggle, and yes, but I already knew the propaganda. I already knew it was bullshit when I couldn't afford my own first apartment. I knew at literally 19 years old when I went to go rent an apartment, it was $750 for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, and I was making maybe $300 a week. How the fuck was that going to work? I already knew at that time, now I did at many times in my life, just like now, have a hope of buying a house. I have not lost hope in buying a house. I never have. Because I know that if I do things in a particular order, eventually something will happen. But I do believe in timing, and I do understand it's difficult. But I never bought into the idea that I was owed a home. I never thought I was owed a family. I never thought I was owed it. I just thought, hey, if I'm lucky and everything works out, that's what will happen. But I never had to have that crushing moment of like, oh my God, are we not going to afford stuff? I was like, life is hard. I'm living history. You know what I mean? So when we have these conversations, it really is our job to be careful about what we think we're entitled to. And I mean philosophically. I don't mean from the government. I mean philosophically. Okay, the government should work. We should house and clothe people. I think legally we are entitled to lots. But I think philosophically, morally, like coming into the universe like animals on a planet, you got to let go of that entitlement. Okay?
Then maybe this hiring a girlfriend thing actually, in some respect, helps tame the anger a bit. I think being angry at women in general doesn't achieve anything because there's not much, every woman can do. But I think, as a collective society or whatnot, we need to try and, obviously encourage the women to try and bridge that gender imbalance. And
does that mean lower standards?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the bar is very high for women, and
I guess women will probably argue that's kind of way too simplistic of a kind of assessment, and that actually
look, high compatibility partnership, you actually have to like the person. You actually have to like the person. He won't accept that he's unlikable. And he won't accept that just because, you know how many people like me and they're like, I don't get why it won't work out between us. So I have that validation because I know I'm likable. Of course you like me. I'm a very great person. I'm very funny. I'll feed you. I'm very likable. Okay? I listen. I don't judge. I'm very good. Okay? I get it. So I have that social validation. This man isn't getting that validation. He's probably like, nobody likes me. Don't you think that's maybe a you problem? Nobody likes you. That's what I'm saying. How do you live a life where nobody likes you? Because then if somebody likes you and it's not a you problem, you can say, oh, people like me. I just haven't found the person. And then you start realizing it's not you. It's just life. You're not entitled to a partner. You know what I mean? Okay. Chet said, can you expand on entitlement? I mean, what's the difference between among to get a house stuff and actually feeling like you are owed one? I mean, are you still working towards that goal? I don't get it. Okay. The difference between feeling entitled to a home is like growing up and saying like, you're expecting it. Like if I don't get a house, then I am personally, Brittany is personally being fucked over by the universe. That would be like me coming on the internet and saying like, if I don't have a house, I literally think the universe hates me and you guys hate me. You should need to subscribe to my Patreon because I am entitled to a house and you should give me your money to get it. Or the government should give me a house because I, Brittany, need a house and nobody else needs a house, but I need a house. Entitlement is saying I, Brittany, the consciousness, am entitled to a home. Versus, okay, I, Brittany, would love to live in a world where we all contributed enough tax to make sure people are housed and taken care of because it's about the community, not about me. It's not specific to Brittany. It's specific to the community. We don't live in that world. So I also know I, Brittany, am responsible for housing myself because we don't live in that community, but I'd like to advocate for it because I would love to live in that community. I would love to house people, even bad people. Okay? I think we should live in a world where people don't have to worry about being unhoused. Right? Chet says entitled to a house without working. Everybody must labor for their community, but I think the government can find a way to build homes and supply homes, good homes, not shit homes, good homes, not fancy homes, not mansions, just normal fucking houses for people to have comfortable lives in safe neighborhoods where they don't necessarily need to have a traditional job. all people must labor in a community. If you have a stay-at-home partner, they must labor for the family. You must contribute to a marriage, contribute to a neighborhood, contribute to a community. You don't get to live in a world, because that's another form of entitlement. Living in a world where you stay home and do nothing is entitlement. What do you mean you want to stay home and do nothing? No, we must all labor. We must all labor in a joyful manner for the betterment of the world, right? That's what I'm saying. A good-spirited person, a well-intentioned person holds no bitterness for people being housed. I hold no bitterness for people being housed, right? Like, what would it take for me to be resentful of somebody for getting a house and getting food? It would come at the reasoning of, why them and not me? Hey, how about this? How about everybody? You know what I'm saying? It's like people who are resentful of people getting their school loans paid for. I don't know. They shouldn't have had to pay $100,000 to go to school. What the fuck? But you're like, no, they have to suffer because I suffered. Why would you want the world to suffer because you suffer? You know? Chet said, I would like it if society acted as if people are entitled to somewhere to live. Not saying you disagree. I'm just saying that's government. The government, you are entitled to civil rights. You are entitled to legal rights. You are entitled to voting. That's legal. I'm talking philosophically. I want to philosophically live in a world that's philosophically open to housing people, so therefore the government follows. But right now, philosophically, Americans don't think people are entitled to housing. They don't think people are entitled, or, legally, they don't think they should be. They don't even think you deserve it. They think you have to prove that you deserve to eat, that you deserve housing, that you deserve. Now, okay, again, this man does not have to prove that he deserves love. This man doesn't need to deserve. Hold on, this is so layered. This is okay. This goes back to what I said at the beginning of stream. I feel like it's so obvious what I'm saying, but I've done the math in my head and I'm trying to explain to you how I got to this conclusion. But explaining the math is really hard. Entitlement is bad. Societal entitlement is standing on a position that people should be treated fairly. We want a society that believes in collective entitlement. We do not want a society that believes in individual entitlement. Okay? Right? Chet said, so philosophically, people are not owed anything is contradictory to what you were saying. I'm confused. Okay, that's okay. It's okay. That's okay. Hold on. I'm thinking about this is a live show. Hold on. I'm thinking about in real time. How do you explain to people? Okay. Hold on. Let me read your confusion again. Okay. You said, so philosophically, people are not owed anything is contradictory to what you were saying. I'm confused. Okay. You are animals on a planet. Okay? You are animals on a planet. There is no God. There's no magical leader. There is nobody who guaranteed you anything. You were simply here. That means that we build constructs that say, since I am here, I expect certain things. And I would say we are here and there is nothing to expect because there is no one to give. Then we agree to build constructs called society, and we agree that that society should provide things for its people. Okay? That is us making a choice to engage in a construct. But you are simply born into existence. And that born into existence means there is no entitlement to be had, because who are you entitled to? You being born into the universe, you being born on the planet, it doesn't guarantee. There is no greater being in the universe who's going to give you something. So then we build a construct called society, in which we then agree to give people things through the law, which they are entitled to, based off of our philosophical belief that we should take care of people. But because we do not philosophically believe as a country as a whole that we should give people these things, we force people to play like a Hunger Games version of existence in order to prove that they're worthy of eating. And that comes from our philosophical evil that really believes like, I'm better than you because I can afford a nice home, or I'm better than you because I worked harder than you and that's why I can eat, versus thinking all of us deserve these basics in a society that believes in its people. Because if you have a society that doesn't protect the weak and doesn't lift everybody up from the bottom up, then you just have a society of the top stepping on the small. Okay? So you need to liberate people from the bottom up by all of us agreeing. There is no top and bottom. All of us agree that all of us deserve these things. But we have to then agree on it, and then we have to move in that direction. We can't do that if we have half of the population talking about white supremacy and America's only for white people, and then half of the country wanting to give everybody housing, including Nazis. Like, obviously the side that's right is everyone who wants to give housing, including Nazis, but you can't have Nazis on this side saying you're not entitled to living on land in which white people were not even the originators of. Here are white people coming onto this land that was never theirs to begin with, okay? Not that we should ever live in the past, but if we're gonna play that game, you were not the first people here, okay? Natives who were here, indigenous people were here, you are not native, And so there's other parts of it. So then that's bad thinking. That thinking makes no sense. You're wrong thinking. You are not helping. You are making the world a worse place. We cannot build a society off of this belief and actually say we're good people who wanna help people. So if we want to help humanity, we first actually have to embody a belief that people deserve housing and food, that people actually do want to educate their kids and give them vaccinations and help them. But they don't believe that. They actually don't believe that. And so society is a reflection of that. The dilemma is you are in the minority if you think people deserve housing from a legal perspective, right? Because what was the question you asked, right? Like, people should get a house even if they can't have a job? Yeah. I believe people deserve to be housed, even if they don't work. Because work, meaning I go to a job and I get a paycheck, is secondary to the reality that humans that are raised well will work. That's the problem. Humans under capitalism and patriarchy are so burnt out, they don't want to work. But if you raise people with good meaning, we will all labor for our communities. We won't be shunned for it. Example, if I told my little brothers, you should aspire to clean streets, they'd be like, no, that's like lame though. That's kind of lame. And I'm like, yeah, but like, how nice would that be? If we had people who were so good at cleaning that being a cleaner, like cleaning streets, cleaning bathrooms, cleaning facilities was like a respectable job. I mean, honestly, sometimes I walk into public bathrooms and I'm like, I'm going to clean this. I got to clean this. Like, my brain is like, I'd be such a good cleaner. You know what I mean? But because it's not respected and because it doesn't pay well, it's not a sustainable, livable wage. And then you don't even get the social credit. So then people look down at you. That's a construct. We made it up. Now imagine a perfect world, or a world that was better, where like this was a good job. This was a good job and it was respectable and people got social credit for it. And you didn't have to make 6 figures, but you made enough money to feel good and independent. And also being a stay-at-home parent is valid, and being a stay-at-home partner is valid, and doing community garden work is valid. And you would be able to actually do these things. Now, I do think there's another part of this that's even more philosophically problematic, which is really difficult, is just because the government comes in and gives you free shit, and it's not free, by the way, it was contributed by your labor contributed to it, so it's not free, right? But let's say the government gave back what we put in, okay, like we got our return. We would still have to do independent, individual philosophical work to make sure that we also tackle the pedophilia in our families and the assaults in our families and the gambling addictions and the thievery and all the negative things and our parents' traumas and all of our histories. Okay? Imagine the whole planet Earth is like a really dirty house and you don't know what room to start in, but you just got to start. It feels impossible. You feel like you're never going to get it clean. Imagine you're looking at a house that's full of trash to the very top and shit is everywhere, like a hoarder home. God bless. Mental health is real. And you're like, this is never going to get clean. It can. It will. Start somewhere. I know it's overwhelming. Take breaks. It's possible. But we all need to help. Okay? We all need to help. And somebody has to be the first person to do it. That's the problem. Somebody has to be the first person to believe it will work, and then other people have to join in, and then other people have to agree that it will work, and then we have to make an effort. It's not going to work if only one person thinks it's going to work. But yet, we won't do anything until one person convinces us it will work. Isn't that the irony? So there you go. Okay, back to the video, right?
And just aren't kind of good enough or not trying hard.
Oh, hold on. Chet says, no, you said you worked hard and you knew you weren't owed anything, but you were working hard. It would be nice to know if you do work hard, you might achieve the goal one day. But that's why I was confused, because I agreed to house people, and if they don't work. Okay, yeah. No, I will say, I do also accept the reality I live in. So I'm working really hard to save for a house, and it is fun at this point, but it is really hard. And I see why it's hard, and I see why most people don't do it. Honestly, I see why most people don't save for a house. It's incredibly difficult. Like, I'm not even close. Like, I am barely starting. And I just know the next 10 years is going to be the most disciplined 10 years of my life, because I'm going to have zero extra money to do anything, literally. Like, on occasion, we would like to add, you know, because right now we can only afford a 30-year-old dinner outside the house every 2 months. And we can't really even afford it. Not really. Not if we want to buy a house in 10 years. And so that's like the irony. Now, keep in mind, guys, I think there's like a dilemma here where we don't know what 10 years looks like. I'm assuming there will be a crash. I'm assuming there will be a house to buy, because that's how markets work. That's what I'm depending on. My due diligence to save for a house. And hey, in worst case, the whole world is destroyed in 10 years and who cares? But I have already lived my 20s spending every dollar I ever made. It never helped me, right? It helped me. It's what I needed, but it didn't help me for now. Now I'm doing save every dollar we can. And if it helps us, great. And if it doesn't, whatever. Because just the discipline is like a sense of freedom. Just living within our income has been such a liberating experience. You know, not needing to swipe the credit card has been the most liberating experience of my life. And I never had that till my 30s. All of my life, I literally would go to the grocery store, swipe my card, and hope there was $2 on it to pay for my food. I'd be like, I would literally be that girl who was like, hopefully there's money on this. And now we don't have to do that. And it does take, you have to philosophically deconstruct this need to have things you think you are owed because you're young, like a fast car, and a nice house, and a boat. Like, you have to deconstruct from this idea that I deserve to go clothing shopping $1,000 every month, right? But I was able to do it because I also stopped buying fast fashion to the best of my ability. And I also started to care about the planet. And I also realized, like, I don't need new clothes every month. But damn, I used to think I deserved it. I used to think I deserved new clothes every month because I could and I worked, and I deserve it, girl. And now I'm like, why am I contributing to the fucking planet climate change? Like, why am I contributing to climate change? You know? So it's easy for me to make those changes. You know, in the same way that it's easier for me to go plant-based now because I had a change in philosophy. That's why I say philosophy follows actions. Morals aren't objective. If you don't have a solid philosophy, how will you know what to do for the future? The only reason I can do what I do now is because I believe it's the right thing to do. So I do it. And that's it. That's why I say people don't think it's the wrong thing to do. That's why they're doing it. They think it's wrong. And again, it's about harm reduction. It's not about perfection. So don't get yourself trapped here, right? Because that's, how did you live with so much anxiety? Well, one, I have an anxiety disorder, and two, I was suicidal. Being suicidal freed me from consequences in a big way, because worst case, I could kill myself. But that also led me to be a successful YouTuber, because I figured I'm just going to actually go for my dreams. And worst case, I kill myself. Which, by the way, guys, World War III is pending. So you might as well go for your dreams, because... And if they don't work out, lay it to rest and get a normal fucking job and do your thing. Because, like, you can have your dreams in different ways. You know, if the dream you think you want but you can't have because the world is ending, well, try it. And then if it doesn't work out, maybe it wasn't meant for you. Because maybe the dream you thought you wanted, like me being a New York Times bestselling author, wasn't actually my dream. And I realized my actual calling was this. Because I used to think I was going to be a writer. And now I'm like, oh no, this is it. If I'm going to be a writer, she's in her 50s and 60s, you know? So, you know what I mean? Maybe this is the time to go for it. Because I know you're stopping yourself from living your real life because you actually think maybe you'll be a model. But girl, maybe you won't be. You know? Yes, within reason, the world isn't ending tomorrow. Well, obviously within reason. But if you've been holding yourself back, take a chance. And also, you know, That's why I don't believe people a little bit when they're like, oh, I wish I had a better life, but you're not doing anything about it. Like, do something. Do anything. Because otherwise you're going to be this man. This man has a better job than you and he still has, his life is pathetic. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you want to be this man when it comes to your job? He's already given up. Do you want to be him? I don't think so.
Enough for the women have high expectations because they should be able to have high expectations of the men that they go out with.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think if I look to myself in a bit of self-reflection, I've not got any height issues, I'm successful with my career, I have some hobbies, I'm not unfit, you know, I can crack jokes sometimes. I think what the problem is because of that choice, women are looking for, you know, the top 10%.
But you think women are looking for what, like 9 out of 10s or something? Like what?
Well, I mean...
Bro, I don't even know what you look like and I know you're ugly. And I only know you're ugly because you have a neck beard and you refuse to do anything about it. Pretty people do not have neck beards. It makes you look like your breath smells. Please take this advice from me. And I'm not even saying you can't find love if you're ugly, because you certainly can. But I'm just saying, like, I don't even know what you look like, and I know.
If I knew what women were looking for, I probably wouldn't be single. But when there's conscious efforts from women to kind of pick who they want, they're going for, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do you think women should have that level of choice?
I mean, in an ideal world, it should be a bit more equal.
Do you think that sense of kind of maybe entitlement you sometimes have, or the sense of these kind of traditional old school gender roles, could that be the reason it's hard for you to meet women?
It's not like men don't know what to say to women to convince them to get their way. It's just maybe women are getting clever enough to see through that.
A lot of what T was saying here was pretty shocking to me, and I really wanted to know what it was like to be on the other side of all this. From what he told me, a lot of these rent-a-girlfriend relationships are online, and the guys very rarely meet up with the women in real life.
Oh, shout out to the girls, because honestly, that's the safest way to do sex work. The safest way to do sex work is online, where you are running a business, girls. Hey, if you're a sex worker, run a goddamn business. You know what I'm saying, girls? Run it like a business, okay? These are customers. These are not your friends. And also, like, do it online, girls. Stay safe.
Appeal really did seem to be that it was a simulation of a loving interaction and not really about the sex. So Tia told...
Honestly, AI is coming for sex workers' jobs. Right here, baby. AI girlfriends coming for sex worker jobs. Maybe that's better. Maybe it's not, but...
me from his time as a moderator of one of these forums that a lot of the women selling these services are from places like Southeast Asia or South America, places where Western guys can use a bit of wealth disparity to pay for power and control. So to continue this investigation, I'm gonna have to meet one of these women in real life, and that means flying halfway around the world to go to Brazil.
That's literally a massive escort advert advertising companionship services.
Amy Kikoro is a Brazilian sex worker who's also a girlfriend for hire. And I want to talk to her and find out what she gets out of this. What's it like to interact with these guys?
She doesn't speak any English, so I have to use Google Translate. And that's supposedly what she does with the clients.
Amy started doing sex work when she was 18 after seeing an advert in a newspaper. It was a path she used to leave her home with a dad that she says was abusive.
Oh, here she is.
She's increasingly selling what she calls the girlfriend experience, and she's agreed to spend the day with me to answer my questions.
Do you consider them your boyfriend, or is it business? Is there any real love there?
Com certeza eu gosto deles.
I definitely like them.
Mas é de uma forma
but in a different way.
Diferente, não é como namorado.
It's not like a boyfriend.
Eu adoro os...
I fall in love. I love the ones who fall in love with me.
Que ficam apaixonados por mim porque eles
because they always spend more money on me.
Sempre gastam mais dinheiro comigo.
How much does it usually cost to spend a day with you?
Eu cobro.
I charge $4,500. I don't know what the R stands for in their money. $800 US.
$4.500.
Amy's clients sometimes do fly out to Brazil to meet her in real life, and then she'll spend the day with them, including having sex. We were going to a house, which is a place she doesn't usually take clients for her own safety.
So how do you speak to, like, foreign gringos? How do you talk to them?
Eu passo a mão no pau
I tend to touch their dick while I speak.
deles.
How did you get into this?
Eu falei, eu vou
I decided to get into prostitution
começar na prostituição, vou pagar minha
to pay for my university fees.
faculdade, porque na época eu fazia faculdade
Because at the time I was studying law.
de direito. Vou terminar a faculdade de direito.
So I did plan to complete my
Vou
studies
seguir como advogada
to become a lawyer
e vou
and then quit
parar com a
prostitution.
prostituição. Eu vivi uma situação um pouco abusiva
It was a little abusive at home.
na minha casa. Meu pai, ele
And my father paid all the bills.
pagava todas as contas, ele
And gave
dava
everything to
tudo
me and
pra
my
mim, pra
sister.
minha irmã, mas ele
But he wanted to dictate the rules and was very aggressive.
queria ditar as regras e ele era muito agressivo. E também eu tenho
Now I get opportunities that a poor girl would never have to get in her life.
oportunidades que uma menina pobre não teria nunca na vida.
How would you describe what you do?
As pessoas que me procuram
People who hire me want the girlfriend experience.
querem esse perfil namoradinha, querem que eu dê atenção.
They want me to give them attention.
Querem
They sort of want to be deceived. Okay, now, when I talk to sex worker friends, this is so true. This is why this field can be so toxic. These men want to they want to be in the fantasy so hard. They really believe you're the girlfriend. So that's what the AI girlfriend is. That's why men, though, but this is why I kind of think it's unethical to do the girlfriend experience, because I do think it's true that these men they really want to believe it's real. I don't think you can give true informed consent if you're so deep in the fantasy, you start to believe it's real. Right? So the reason I think it is not again, I don't think anything that convinces people, because we're so fragile, our brains are so fragile, that something real is happening could be good for people. So yeah, I'm not a fan. And I think it's ultimately very dangerous.
É quase enganado. Ele me paga e essa hora ele vai.
They pay me because look, the most dangerous thing that happens with anyone, with me, I'm a YouTuber. The most dangerous thing that could happen to me is one of my viewers thinking we're friends. Because now you feel entitled to a relationship with me that isn't real. Like, same with these sex workers. The most dangerous thing to happen to them is for their clients to think they're really dating. Because what do you do when you really think you're dating? You know? And so that's why we put down as many lines as possible and why it becomes so difficult. So I'm not a fan of it, and I think it's really scary. I think the best kind of client is a client who knows the boundaries and knows that they are certainly at work, right? It's like you're at work. It's like you ever have a guy who comes to your coffee shop so consistently he thinks you're actually he's actually friends with the barista, and the barista is just being nice to them because that's called customer service. Yeah, that customer is about to become much more dangerous. But then it's not just the job. It is human beings. The flaw is bigger than the job itself. It is human beings. It is people actually starting to believe you're friends, right? Didn't I tell you the story of a, I think, well-intentioned but misplaced boy, probably autistic, at the local place here in Croatia? He noticed I was an American. I needed help at my kiosk. He came to help me, realized I was an American, and asked me some questions. And I'm really friendly usually. But then every time I came to the store, he would like beeline it for me and then ask me questions and like want answers. And I'm like, and then he learned my name and then he would like say my name. And I was like, I don't know what to do here. Like, I just meant to be friendly, and now he's like blurring the lines between customer service and like, what do I do? And then I'm a very private person. You know what I mean? So it was just like, in my real life, like, guys, I share much more with the internet than I in my private life. Like, none of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, this is my job. So like, it's just crazy. So okay, it's not just sex work this happens in. It's every industry. It is all of our responsibility to make sure we understand the social situation. And if you don't, ask for informed consent. But here's the problem. A YouTuber who's very famous, and if I told you their name, you would gag. And if you know I've told the story before and said their name. So if you remember, it's hilarious. Thinking about who they are and how they make money now, I honestly should drag her for the bullshit content she makes. But years ago, I was friendly with a YouTuber, and I was starting to get the feeling that she didn't really want to be friends. So I just like, hey girl, we don't have to be friends. Are you good? Like, just say you don't want to be friends so I can move on. Because you keep telling me you want to be my friend, but you're being socially weird. And then she's like, Brittany, you're so crazy. It's like in your head. Of course I want to be your friend. And then I never heard from her again. It doesn't matter what gender, who you are. People suck because they don't want to reject people or be rejected. I love rejection. Rejection is consent to me. Reject me. It will make my life and your life easier if you just say, I don't want to be your friend. Oh my God, thank you for telling me. Now I don't have to think about this. But they secretly hate that. I think they don't want to believe that I don't want to be their friend. I think they would rather believe I want to be their friend and they're rejecting this clingy girl than me just saying like, bro, do you want to be a friend or not? I would rather just not have to think about you because I don't know about you. I think about my friends. I think about my friends all of the time. I think about you guys. If my friends are listening to my stream right now, I love you all. I think of you on a daily. I hope you're all doing well. I really take the time to think about my friends. That's why I'm very cautious about who I'm friends with because I know it's going to eat up my brain. So that's why I ask people like, hey, do you want to be my friend or not? Because I need to like put you on a priority list of people to worry about. And people don't have that, so they don't think about it. Chad says, I remember the story and I don't remember who the YouTuber is. Oh, it will stay a mystery. But let's just say she's made a crazy amount of money and is very famous on the internet for catering to men and their feelings.
Querer que eu seja namoradinha dele.
She said, hold on.
Quase enganado.
Okay, they want to be deceived. They pay me and expect me to be their girlfriend for the time they paid for.
E essa hora ele vai querer que eu seja namoradinha dele. Eu mando mensagem.
I text them in the morning asking about their work.
Pela manhã, perguntando como tá o trabalho, escutar que eu
they want to hear that I love him.
E eu falo.
I think they're really lonely. I think they're really lonely too.
Eles são bem carentes.
Psychologically, why do you think these guys are looking for someone to feel emotionally attached to?
Não conseguirem na vida
They can't get their ideal girlfriend in real life.
real.
She
Uma
said
namorada
that.
da forma que eles desejariam, que é
Wait.
conseguirem na vida real uma namorada da forma que eles desejariam, que é
Who's sexy? A girlfriend who's
gostosa,
sexy.
é uma
Who's a lady in the sheets and a freak? No, a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets.
gostosa na
Classic.
cama e uma
Hold on, I gotta read this text. Hold on.
uma princesinha na rua, né? Como diria esse ditado popular. E aí eles
So
contratam
they hire me to live that illusion. I believe that. I believe it.
como uma forma de se enganar.
Do you find that you're doing more kind of companionship?
Os homens estão
Men are increasingly looking to hire sex
cada
workers.
vez mais querendo contratar
That's what I'm saying about the red pill. How did the red pill convince men that all girls wanted rich men, so the only thing you do is become a passport bro or become like hire sex workers? Men, they're lying to you. Like the red pill is absolutely exploiting lonely men and young boys. That's what I'm worried about is young boys. Guys, girls don't care what you look like. I don't know why you listen to us. We're telling you right now, we don't care. We don't give a fuck. Have you seen our dads? We don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at our dads. Like, our dads are cute, but like, they're just dads. You know, it's not like our dads are fucking walking around like models, bro. Our dads are sweet and they're handsome in their own right, but they're just dads. We don't care. You know, you keep going around being like, people care what I look like. People care. We just don't want you. We want you to look groomed. At minimum, all we care about is that your breath doesn't stink. And even then, honestly, girls are disgusting. But like, okay, all these boys who feed into the manosphere, these manosphere men are literally exploiting little boys.
do sexo do que
Okay, it says then to be with a woman in an ordinary day. Okay, they'd rather hire sex workers than be with a regular woman.
ficar com uma mulher que vai encontrar e vai ser um encontro como date comum. Eles sempre falam.
They always say, I'm going to spend money with an Uber.
Eu vou gastar com Uber, restaurante.
And a restaurant and la la la.
E la la la. E na hora eu não vou.
And yet I won't get laid. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's so smart. She knows exactly the script. She's right. She knows they say the same thing every day. I spent money on Uber and I went out to dinner and I did all these things and she didn't have sex with me. And because she didn't have sex with me, you're the only one who loves me. You're the only one who loves me for real. And it's just like this girl is probably so annoyed with her clients. She probably sits there and rolls her eyes so hard in the back of her head. At least she has money. Like they must be so just frustrating of a clientele. Genuinely, you couldn't pay me enough. You couldn't pay me enough. Oh my God. I was so girls. I have stories like this. Oh my God. Like, I would be stressed to do this job because these men would literally make me want to die. They're so annoying.
Transar.
When guys do come to meet Amy in real life, she likes them to take her to a restaurant. And obviously, they pay for it.
How often are you getting clients who want to spend time with you because they can't meet women otherwise?
Que é muito, mas...
I think it's around 60% of clients.
60%.
What do you do in those situations where you're meeting...
Wait.
Because they can't meet women otherwise?
Wait.
Spend time with you because...
Oh, okay. So because they can't, okay, got it.
What do you do in those situations where you're meeting a guy who's so lonely, so depressed, that you're the only woman that they can talk to, they have to pay to talk to someone?
I feel that I have an important role in supporting them, which is true. Most sex workers that I do hear from, even myself included, like I used to think I'd be really good at this. I used to think I would be so great as a sex worker in this regard, but then I realized I wouldn't be because I would eventually be like, hey, you're a loser. You need to literally shave. You're fucking ugly. You need to shave. And you also need to realize your personality is making you uglier. Genuinely, with peace and love, it's your attitude. So that's why I know I can't be good at it, but I did think I could be good at it at a time. Because I really feel like I can make people feel special. The dilemma is like, I can't make you feel special for very long because I am going to get annoyed. Okay? So, but I do think you're playing an important role. And yet...
Que eu tenho papel importante ali no momento de acolhê-los, tentar...
Trying to embrace their pain.
Acolher essa dor, tentar acolher esse
They're trying to embrace their emptiness, exactly.
vazio, tentar lidar com
Trying to help them deal with it as well as they
esse
can.
vazio o melhor possível, mesmo que
Even if it's just not in a perfect way as they would like it to be. I get it.
não seja de uma forma perfeita como eles gostariam, tem alguém que se importa com eles.
Someone still cares about them. For example, one of my clients who brings me here, he suffers from depression. I think that's the problem. I'm telling you to go to therapy. Your brain is broken, but like in a non-derogatory way. Your perception is broken. How about that? Your perception is broken, and I want you to get a full picture of your life. You're basically doing life with a big smudge on your camera lens, and I'm telling you, clean your camera lens, and you're like, no, the smudge is permanent. It's not permanent. Clean your fucking lens. And they're like, no, I can't. And I'm like, okay, I guess. Like, if you want to keep doing you, and that's what gets frustrating, is like, there is an answer to this. There is an answer to your suffering. Suffer wisely. You're suffering unwisely. And that's what's so frustrating.
Cliente que me traz aqui e ele tem depressão. E ele
He tells me that I do him a lot of good. I believe that.
Fala que eu faço muito bem a ele.
I believe she's a good cope. I don't think she's the answer. Right? The answer is that these men wake up and face themselves and do the work to become better people, to be less bad every day. But I do agree. I bet she is really comforting in his suffering. But all she's doing, so he's like basically in a lava pit and she's at least spraying some water on him. And he's like, oh, thank you. Hear me out. Get out of the fire pit. And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, I guess. Like, if you're not going to get out of the fire pit, I guess at least he has the relief of being sprayed in the face with water. But even she has to eventually be like, bro, aren't you sick of being in that fire pit? Don't you want to get out? And he's like, no. It's like, okay.
Eu acho que é muito mais.
She said, I think it's much more a matter of low self-esteem. Hello.
Questão de autoestima baixa do que a pessoa mesmo não.
Than the person himself not having the physical attributes to attract women, you know? Agree.
Não ter, assim, não poder, sabe? Mas a pessoa acha que...
But they think it would be impossible. Exactly. They think it would be impossible. Guys, your thoughts are so important. What you think about life is so important. Guys, If you don't want to be this version of an incel when it comes to the economy or your life or anything that's going on in the world, you have to pay attention to how you think about life. Don't trick yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Don't cope. Find the answers. Good data is out there. All of us are struggling with something similar in our life until we're not. All of us are in a spiral of something until we're not. Okay, we're not all dealing with the same things, but we are all dealing with meaning in our place in the universe. Okay, so you have to really ask yourself, what is my version of this thing? If you are currently suffering unwisely, if you really feel like something is really bad in my life and I don't have a good life, if you don't describe your life as a good life right now, what is the thing? And have you really sat with yourself to say, okay, I really think like, because it can't just be one thing. Right? Like, I want you to get to the place in your life where your life is so good, even when it's bad. But your life until you change will be bad, even when it's good. Like this guy, his life is good and it's still bad. You want to get to the place where your life is so good, even when it's bad.
Isso seria impossível. Grandes clientes.
It says a lot of, see, she's so smart. A lot of my clients need therapy, but they won't do it. And these men have the audacity to think they're better than sex workers. They do. These men who are with her, they're like, I'm so much smarter than her. I'm so much better than her. She literally is so right about everything she is saying. Everything she's saying is correct. And these men will never see it or give her the credit. That's why this job is almost like thankless.
Vários clientes têm que fazer terapia e não fazem, né?
I think what's interesting here is that so much of what Imie's saying is kind of like the exact opposite of the black pill, that radical ideology of the incels that seems to be taking a hold of a lot of the guys here. Imie is saying the problem with a lot of her clients isn't looks, it's mindset, you know, self-esteem, mental health issues, and that they'd really benefit from going to therapy, but that's exactly what they're not doing. Imie had to go because she had clients to keep company. Being a girlfriend for hire seemed to be an arrangement that she was happy with, and she'd used it to make money that had changed her life. But she now spent a lot of her time interacting with men who'd fallen into radical ideology, like T. Okay, so I'm back from Brazil, and T has actually texted me again, asking if we can meet up. I've asked him what he wants to do.
Watch out, bro. He's going to fall in love with you. T's the kind of guy that also might be looking for like a male friend to be his homie. Does he have male friends? Does he have dude friends?
And he said he wants to do something he has never done before.
Oh my God, what is it?
Which is talk open and honestly with women to try and find out why he's single. I think this is a serious...
Why are you talking to us for? Like, talk to a therapist. What are you talking to me for?
Big opportunity. It could not only help us get to the end of our investigation, but I think it's a major life moment for T to have his views challenged with actual women. But to be honest with you guys, I actually don't have a clue how we're going to make this happen because I'm flying in 2 days to make another film, and if we're going to do this, I need to get women on board right now. Maybe I can just do like an Instagram call out and see if anyone from the community of Zanlanders would be open to doing this. And you guys really came through because over the next hour, I got so many responses and got to work.
Hello? Yeah, it's Ben from Zanland. I've got a bit of an unusual request. Have you heard of the black pill? There's probably going to be 3 of you in total. You're talking to a guy who rents girlfriends. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could describe him as incel-y. You actually think you can come?
Oh, great. Okay, I actually cannot believe that worked, but it is on. This was going to be something new for T. Talking to women transparently was something he'd literally never done before, unless he was paying them. In fact, other than me...
So to be clear, he's never talked to women before. Is that what he's saying? He's never talked to a woman before?
He'd never spoken with anyone unless they'd met on the forums. So I really didn't know what to expect.
Happy Sunday. How you doing?
Sunday. I'm excited to continue our conversation.
This is a big day. It's like a genuinely big day. I guess an unconventional day in your life.
Yeah, for sure.
You probably don't sit down with 3 ladies back to back asking questions about...
I think what he's trying to say is I've never been honest with a woman before. So he's like, oh, every time I talked to a woman before, I was like deceiving her, playing a game, you know, putting up the front. I was like, so you've never just talked to a person before? Do you know what I'm saying? Again, I'm going to say this 1,000 times. You have to raise your kids socialized. That's why you need to socialize your kids so they know how to talk to people and they know how to be around people and they know how to, because if you don't, and a lot of society doesn't, I mean, we segregate kids from a very young age, guys. You have to imagine we live in a society that separates children by gender day one. Before they're even born, before they're even in the universe, we separate kids on gender. You think that's not going to play a role in how we socialize?
Kind of dating often?
No. The women online, I mean, they are primarily sellers, so they will never give you their honest opinion. There's no other reason really for me to be talking to women online.
Yeah, how much are you open to your mind being changed?
I've come into this project, experiment, however you want to describe it, as an honest kind of learning experience. I think Luban, you've been, very non-judgmental.
And I will say, though he was obviously failed as a child, and I agree with that sentiment, he's failing himself as an adult. Because he did all of that work to get a job and to do all the basic stuff, but he can't do the rest of the work to really understand relationships and human beings because he's not really seeing himself. He's not seeing who he is in the story. So yes, our parents fail us and then we fail ourselves because at some point it is your responsibility. You are accountable, okay?
Your past documentaries as well, and this is the place, this is the platform to be completely open.
And that is why in therapy you learn to forgive yourself for the things you've done because you realize if you had different parents, you wouldn't have done it. And you recognize that, man, like that's so crazy to think that I would have been me, but I would have been so different. Like people often ask me or they used to often ask me like, oh, Brittany, if you were born in Iraq, do you think your life would have been different? Yeah, dude, I would have been a literal different person. I mean, I would have been the same car, but I would have run different. I would have been blinged out different. I just would have been a completely different person. You know what I mean? Like we are the same entity, but we're so shaped by our environment that there's just no way I wouldn't have been different.
I mean, there's no time for any bullshit. It's just, let's get the answers I've been looking for.
T is going to speak with 3 different women: Laura, Eliza, and Alba. So T...
Okay, perfectly normal seeming women.
He has come in with a bunch of questions that he's pre-prepared for them.
Average,
and he wants
I guess.
to try and understand what
Typical.
they think about his worldview of subservience, power, dominance, and traditional gender roles. As you'd probably expect, these conversations are going to be pretty awkward and difficult. And it's worth saying that I've briefed all these women, still don't know how this is going to end up.
I've got questions for you.
Okay, yeah, you can go.
I'm so sorry. The mask, the hoodie. I've got questions for you. It's so, you know what I mean? Okay.
Go ahead with the questions.
So what intrigued you to come to and talk with me?
Interest in, I think mainly in why you would want to partake in something like this. So I guess I just wanted to kind of give you the benefit of the doubt in a sense and hear why you were interested in that.
Benefit of the doubt, that's an interesting comment.
There's a lot of negative connotations, around renting girlfriends.
Describe to me what you're looking for in a partner.
A bit more submissive than the ordinary woman you might meet. That may be my niche.
What you're looking for, let's say if we presented to you someone who was very much not that submissive type of person.
Why do bottoms always want submissives? Know your place.
Would that be a deal breaker for you?
We have to get to some examples, but if we're messaging each other while we're dating and she doesn't respond to me promptly, then it's not going to work out kind of thing.
What is promptly, like how quickly are you expecting in those situations?
If the person if she's available, she's at home, she's not doing anything, then immediately, I'd say. I mean, obviously, people need to go to do other stuff like go for water or go to the toilet, etc.
What's the implication if she doesn't reply quickly, though? What's happening in your mind?
Well, I think what's she doing? What is more important than talking with me?
For me, honestly, that's an absolute no. If you want to know how I would feel terrible because I wouldn't want to be controlled. I can't speak for all women. I would say that most women would not want that. You wouldn't want someone to now text you and be like, hi, please text me now, and you're shooting a documentary, right? Like, it's just basic freedoms, and I would not wish anyone to have to go.
He's giving, oh, Brittany, watch your mouth. He's giving What's that thing you get that some people have as a kid and their spine is out of whack? He's giving, what's that thing? My friend has it. What's the thing called? He's giving. That's what he's giving. He's giving scoliosis. Yes, thank you, chat. He's giving scoliosis. Okay, he's giving, I never had a chance because my parents never helped me correct my posture. You know what I'm saying? And look, we love a scoliosis baddie, you know what I mean? But he's giving me when I was on shrooms and I was tripping so hard, I kept getting into the weirdest positions just to feel comfortable in my body. Do you know what I mean? He's not comfortable. And people read that and they get uncomfortable because we're humans and we're animals. So if you're uncomfortable, I'm uncomfortable because now I don't know what's happening. Am I life am I being threatened? Am I in trouble? Did I do something? Are you going to kill me? You know what I mean? Like, you have to remember we're still animals. So like, okay, if I just came on stream, guys, and I legit for 30 minutes just stared at the camera, at first you guys would think it was funny. You're like, oh my God, Brittany's so funny. She's like trolling. She's trolling. And then what if for the next 2 months, I just came on stream every day and looked at the camera for 30 minutes and shut off stream and I didn't respond to any Discord messages, no Patreon messages. I gave you no answers. Eventually you'd be like, oh my God, is Brittany going through psychosis? Wait, is something wrong? Because eventually it would be like, it would start to get uncomfortable and you'd be like, wait, what's happening? That's what these men are giving and they don't like, you know what I mean? They don't understand that you're giving off weird. And it's like in the world of Gabby Hanna and all these content creators that we're never sure if they're in psychosis, we need to be out here making sure people know what's up. You know? Chet said, I would think you were doing art. How would I be doing? I'm not an artist. Like, I don't make that kind of art on my YouTube channel. I'm talking about fucking Lebanon and Iran. I can't come out here and make an art piece, bro. Unless I set you up, then it just screams mental health. I have a responsibility to you to put you through that because I didn't set you up to think of me that way. I'm not an artist in that way. I'm not a performative artist or a performance artist, right? It would be deeply unkind and unethical. He is just giving like so much. Like, we are our bodies. We are our spirits. We are more than these things. And yet we use them to communicate. Like he is giving, he is communicating, right? Or another example is like, again, the reason we have social norms is so when people act out, well, one, it's control, but separate from that, when you act out of the social norm, we can also know something's wrong. So that's why we have to establish good social norms so people can read the room when something is wrong and we can protect each other. But that's why I'm saying, like, does he understand all these things matter? Yeah. Oh, chat, you're so smart. It's like a guy staring at you at the club. Like, bro, say something or do something or move, but don't just stare thinking you're special and unique. That's it. It's like if he came over and just watched you. It's like, okay, hi, hello. And then he doesn't react and you're like, what's happening? You're not acting normal. You're not acting like I expect you to act, which is normal. An expectation based off of a standard of culture, right? I expect you to act like yourself, okay?
Go through that.
Would you agree that there are some women who are fine to be submissive in that way?
This is very difficult.
Well, in which way? See, this is what I would say. If he's like, oh, I'm looking for someone more submissive. I'm like, oh, do you mean in the bedroom or do you mean in the relationship? And he would say in both. I'm like, oh, what does that mean? What do you think a submissive is? What does submissive mean to you? Because I actually, you know, I'm into role play. You want to role play? And he's like, no, I want you to be really submissive. Submissive how? How does that look like? Why? What is it based off of too? Where does it come from? Why would I be submissive? Because I'm a woman? Like, why would I be submissive? Like, what would be the point of being submissive? Does it fulfill? You want a partner who's fulfilled by submissiveness? He says, like, you agree, right? There are women who want to be submissive. Sure, go date those women. But it's weird that you keep saying women want to be submissive, but you can't find one.
Maybe because it's very different to how I am the same. I mean, I don't know the full extent of how submissive we're talking here.
How submissive are you talking? Because I also don't know the full extent.
They will kind of, within reason, you know, do what you tell them to do.
I'll be honest, I don't know any women who would choose to be in that situation.
Why do you think it is that...
Literally, even growing up in a Republican Catholic household, try telling my mom what to do. Go ahead. Go ahead if my dad ever came into the room and said, do this. And if I ever watched my mom do it, I'd be like, excuse me? Do not do it just because he told you to. That is not how that works. My father never told my mother what to do. Go ahead and try. She'll hit you with an alta. Go ahead and try tell my mom what to do. That's what I'm saying. What are you talking about? This is a fantasy land. Girl, if you want to play kinky role play, I'm down, girl. Okay, I'll suck on some toes that have been in the shower recently. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want a submissive in the bedroom, it's submissive in the, you know, some whatever, girl, we'll play some games. Okay, I might be old, but I can still get on these knees. But don't come at me and be like, I want a submissive in every part of our life. Girl, grow up. Even the most 24/7 BDSM couples, you know, the healthiest BDSM couples that are 24/7 will tell you, you can't actually be 24/7 because real life happens. You got to take kids to school. You got to go to work. You got to pay your fucking bills. The cleaner has to come in or the dishwasher guy has to come in. Even the most 24/7 BDSM sadistic relationships, you know, leather and chains, a cage under the bed, they know they can't do 24/7 because real life happens. You have to go vote. You have to participate in community protests. Fucking, we're all getting together to clean up the streets. Okay? Come on now. Come on, grow up.
You want, that you want this? You know, what is it that's making you want someone who does what you say?
I think its idea, like you said, is about power. It's a sense that it's my way of getting what I'm due. For an average woman now, she's getting 100 guys after her. And so her expectations are a lot higher than if it wasn't that way before, as it was before. Where
damn, this girl is pretty, bro. She is so pretty. He's probably fucking dying inside. He's probably like, oh my God, she's so pretty. She's so pretty, bro. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? Like, he wishes, bro. He wishes. And ironically enough, I bet whatever he looks like, she would have dated a guy who looked like him. We know. We've all dated men who are ugly. Why? Because we don't care. I'm ugly to someone, he's ugly to somebody. Being with ugly people is not the issue. People love ugly people. Because when you're in love, nobody's ugly. Hey guys, I don't know if you know this. When you're in love with someone, you don't care what they look like. Yep. When you're horny for someone, you don't give a fuck, okay? You don't give a fuck. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you right now. Statistics show, love shows. Go look at happiest couples, nobody cares, okay? What we care about is companionship. He would make a bad companion.
The ones choosing the partners.
If you take the bulk of human history, women were forced into relationships that were nowhere consensual.
See, stop talking about other people. Just ask him, hey, do you want like a best friend, somebody to do life with? Are you excited? What does our life look like if I married you? Like, what does our daily life look like? Who cares about history and patriarchy? Just ask him, hey, are you thinking about your real life? We're married. What does tomorrow look like? We wake up, we got out of bed, we make pancakes. What do we do? What does our real life look like? And guys, this isn't just for him, this is for you too. Very important dating question. What does our realistic everyday life look like? Be realistic. What does it look like? Do we want to do this together?
The concept of dating is very much like a 20th century concept. Complaining about issues with modern dating, to me as a woman, feels futile, because the fact that women are able to make generally consensual decisions about relationships they enter, that feels like a marked improvement.
How do you...
Okay, hold on. Pa says, I don't think he understands connection well enough to want it. I don't think she does either, because she's not talking to him about connection. Now, I'm older, so I know, and I'm in love, and I'm married, so I also know, oh, hey, do you want a connection? Because now that I've had a real connection with a person that is so profound to me, I know like, oh yeah, I didn't know what I was looking for when I was looking for it, but I knew it was more than this. Most of dating before, I really realized like, okay, I want a real connection, like somebody I really like. Otherwise, it's not worth dating, which is why I was happy single. It's like until you get there, you really think dating is like filling out a resume, like a job resume. It's not. It also has to be a good fit and you have to like that person. Needing a real connection makes the conversation different from both ends. She's not talking about connection. She's getting defensive of his argumentation. She's debate broing him. He's debate broing her. Nobody in this conversation is asking anything real. These interviews would be so much more interesting if somebody asked a real question, which maybe one of the girls will. What does our day look like? How will I know you love me? Do you like me? Do you want to spend time with me? Do you have to like your partner? You know, do you want to have kids? Like, how do you want to raise those kids? What values do you want to raise with your kids? You know, do you like me as a person?
Feel about if you were dating someone, if a guy had...
Now, okay, Chat said that it's not filling out a job role. Right. Now, I just want to say there's two parts to high compatibility though, right? The job role is the what participate, like what are we going to participate? How is our marriage? What are we contributing to the marriage? How are we building a marriage? Like there will be labor, there is a job, and there is also a job part of marriage. But the job part of marriage is second or in relationship to the liking me. Do you like me? First, do you like me? And then if you like me, like really like me, and you value me and you respect me, okay, are we compatible? Meaning, do we both agree to the jobs we would do, how we would fulfill this relationship, how we would be a team? Because like as a teammate, you have a job. So then that's the secondary part, which is what I think gets confusing to these guys. They're just thinking about the job part. But first you have to say like, do I even like you? Do I really like you? Because you could be like so good at the job part. Like he said, I have a job. I have all these things. Why aren't I good? Well, because they don't like you. I don't like you. That's it. You have to like people, be attracted to them, be interested in them, and you have to be good at the job.
Been hiring a girlfriend in his past.
I think I would be judgmental at first. I would definitely be close-minded. There's one thing to talk about being open-minded, and there's
Hold on, sorry, chap. You said in her defense, you don't have to defend her. I'm not coming for her. I'm explaining the differences of where people are in their journeys. And I'm saying this is a deeper issue than some random girl can figure out, right? You said I'd be off kilter in this conversation too. I'm not coming for her. I'm saying look, society is fucked because we are not having real conversations, even her. Even her. And I'm saying somebody needs to be the adult in the room eventually who understands what they're dealing with and is able to engage with this conversation. I am not coming for her. I'm making an observation that we are all complicit in the way the world is. We are complicit in the way we ask questions. We are absolutely contributing to dating culture being the way it is because of the way we show up on dates, right? Yeah, I'm pointing out the dynamic, not attacking. Exactly. I'm saying no one ever has the real conversations, not even the most well-intentioned people. And that's why when I have conversations with people, people think they're special and I like them so much because they're like, oh my God, no one's ever asked me this before. Oh my God, no one's ever seen me in this way. And I'm like, okay, well, I feel like this should be the standard. And now the standard of what I feel is the standard is unique. And then everyone's like, oh my God, Brittany uniquely likes me. Brittany is doing the default. Everybody gets this Brittany. But because nobody ever gives this default, they think they're special. If I had a conversation with this guy, he might start to think, or he'd either go in two directions. One, thinking I like him a lot, or two, getting mad at me for asking him questions that trigger him.
Another thing about, actually encountering someone.
I love her though. She's funny. I like her.
Who tells me this. I would definitely be, open-minded to at least try and understand of like why you've been doing that. But definitely it would put me off at first a little bit.
Part of me wonders if you wouldn't feel the need to have so much power over these girls if you didn't feel insecure that they'd leave you once you stop paying them.
Yeah, no, I think...
Oh. Wait. I think we should separate what he does with sex workers, what he does with non-sex workers. But I think they're connected.
Maybe that's a good angle to take.
I mean, it might be worth considering, I don't know if you've considered this in the past, but like relationship coaching. People deal with rejection on a daily basis, but I think the main thing is to not beat yourself up about it. These are things that happen day to day, but it shouldn't kind of, kick you back down and put you in this negative mindset.
So just after we finished filming, Eliza pulled me aside and kind of flagged something that T had done as she was about to sit down for the interview.
I walked in and said, where should I sit down? And he went like this. Presuming I'm sitting there.
Let's get rocking and rolling, guys. Yeah. Just come
which just feels like a brilliant way to kind of open an interview and make someone comfortable. Is that actually what he did? Yeah, it's a power thing. It's a way to try and embarrass me, or a way to say, hey, I own this interview,
So look, like, I do not think that behavior is okay. And I wanted to sit down with T and try and understand a bit more about why he did that in that moment. So I did.
It was interesting watching you. I felt like you're different talking to me than you were talking to the women. Like, you mentioned to one of them off camera, you said, I think she said, like, where should I sit? And you did this. What made you do that?
Wait, pause. Do you remember, guys, I love a sitcom, okay? Do you remember that episode of Blackish where the dad is at a restaurant with the kids and he tells the waitress to smile more and the kids are like, Dad, you can't say that to people. He's like, why? And obviously the show is a sitcom, so there's supposed to be a lesson in every show. You know how it does. And then he was like, I just want her to look, I just think she's prettier if she smiles. And it's like that. If normie guys who aren't incels are telling women to smile, then the incel guy is seeing that being like, oh, sit on my lap. We are trained by the environment around us. And this is something that needs to be deconstructed, right? This is something that needs to be taken out of your norm, okay? So that's the thing that I think is important here. If normie TV shows are trying to break this expectation of behavior from men, that men are like, oh, you're so pretty, smile more, then what do you think this guy is dealing with, you know?
I wanted the women to feel empowered in a sense that and fired up maybe a little bit.
So you wanted her to feel empowered by saying, sit on my lap?
Well, no, I wanted to feel angry by me suggesting that. She would give me the fiery, responses.
You wanted to neg her?
That I wanted to kind of get the feedback. I wanted to feel confident in the feedback she was giving. She could be as direct and transparent as she wanted. And
do you think that?
Wait, see, Chad was like, oh, I thought he was like, it was awkwardness trying to be funny. Yeah, I almost wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was trying to be awkward funny, but it just like failed. But now he's saying like, oh, to be dominant. Crocky. Wait, what did I make him Australian? Oh, to be dominant. Bugatti.
That makes any logical sense. If you wanted her to feel that, why did you not say to her, I just want you to feel comfortable to be as direct as you can, as opposed to saying, sit on my lap?
Yeah, I can't explain that one. It was a poorly worded joke.
Oh, so it was a joke. Like it was a joke.
That's a bit creepy, It felt like you're trying to overpower her. You're trying to make her feel uncomfortable for the sake of it, which, again, is that sense of entitlement. So I guess why?
Yeah, to me, I suppose it was a little like a peacock, flaring its feathers, trying to impress the other person. And it was me trying to say, look at me, I'm impressive, I'm confident.
Have you, read?
Okay, the reason false confidence reads so obvious is because it is performance. If there's a performance, you have to be either an amazing performer to be convincing, or most of it just comes off as insecure. Better to be an awkward, listen, give me an awkward boy sitting in a corner who's like shy and afraid to talk to girls, and a girl will approach. Give me a boy who's in the corner like, I don't even care about girls. And you know what I mean? I'm just angry about women. And you're probably not going to get as many women interested in that because you're mean. But if you're a sweet boy who's a bit quiet and you're kind of like a cutie boy, you know what I mean? Lots of girls like cutie boys. The dilemma is they don't want to be seen as cutie boys because they're trying to impress men, and men don't like cutie boys unless they're gay. So there's this element of he is discriminating against himself. That's what I'm saying. His whole I want a submissive girl, you're a bottom. Listen to me when I say this. Lots of men who are bottom and submissive will try to play the role of a dominant top because they want the girl. Instead of just saying, actually, I'm a bottom and I would love a girl who's more toppy. Or I love being a bottom, but we're equal in this relationship. Being a top or a bottom is not about leading. It's about energy given. Or we're switches. We like to switch the energy given. But the energy given is not the reality of our adult relationship in which we have to pay taxes and pay the landlord and pay our bills and raise children and show up at PTA meetings. This is what we're confusing. We're confusing dynamics with fantasy bedroom stuff, with energy given, with the reality of being, I don't know, right? Just said women are not interested in bottom energy for men. Not fucking true. Don't spread that rumor and don't fucking speak for me. I love bottom energy for men. Do not speak for me. Okay? Love bottom energy. Love men who are bottoms. Love, 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 love. You're my favorite. Don't take that away from me. Let me live my life. Okay? We don't mind men who are bottoms. Do not spread that rumor. Okay? Do not spread that rumor. The dilemma is we don't want men who are bottoms who don't know they're bottoms. Men who are bottoms who embrace it. We love you. We're here for you. Okay? Don't take that away from the bottoms. Being a bottom is wonderful. Okay? Who do you think? What? Dommy mommies? Thank you, Discord. That's who loves Dommy mommies love. Who do you think we love? Okay? Chet said I'm a straight man and it's just not true. 90% don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think 90% of men are bottoms? Again, bottom energy is much more frequent than you think it is, but it doesn't matter. If you're a bottom, again, you're entitled. You're doing entitled thing. Your lived experience isn't a global population, and we're deconstructing patriarchy to even allow men to feel comfortable being bottoms. Women aren't comfortable being tops because they're told they're not supposed to. Fun fact about Brittany Simon, sit down for lore time. When I was in my 20s, I refused to top. I was like, I cannot date a bottom guy. I cannot be with a bottom. I need to be submissive. I need to be collared. I need to be a bottom. And I don't want to date a guy who's a bottom. Then I got into my 30s and I was like, kneel for me. And that is called era of your life, okay? It was an era of my life. In my 20s, my top at the time was like, come on, like top me. And I was like, I can't do it. I can't top you. I can't do it. Girl, in my 20s, I couldn't top to save my life. In my 30s, you know what I mean? Okay? All I'm saying is eras of people's lives. Eras of people's lives. We are multifaceted human beings. We are not one-dimensional. And that's why I say if your marriage is based on people being tops or bottoms, you're also not in love with that person. Life changes you. You change over time. I'm a switch. I top. I bottom. I do all types of things. I dom. I sub. I do everything. But for the era of life I'm in right now, we're only topping. Okay? But that's the point. It doesn't matter. Because you're not dating them because they're a top or a bottom. You're dating them because you love them. And you get along with them. And they're a great person. And you want to do life with them. That's the point. You're not dating people because they're tops or bottoms. And if you are, you should look into that. The world is suffering, and that's the problem. The world is suffering, and I'm saying liberate yourselves from thinking your gender dictates how you exist in relationships. I mean, men are shamed for being stay-at-home dads. We're not even past that. We're not even past shaming fathers for staying home with their kids. So we have a lot of work to do, okay?
It's something, or like, is that spoken about on like subreddits, like kind of like how to act in those scenarios?
Yeah, I think general first impression guidance with dealing with women is that you want to be confident and appear, not insecure, even if you are feeling nervous. One of the ways you can do that is by making outrageous kind of comments or suggestions to show that you're not afraid of anything.
Also, I think men who are homophobic and transphobic tend to date women who are homophobic and transphobic, and those women will never want a bottom guy. So if you're a bottom guy who's also not queer or also not deconstructed from patriarchy, and you're dating women that are bigoted like you are, then yeah, she's going to shame you for being a bottom because patriarchy shapes men for even looking feminine. So you're dating shitty men who are bigoted or women who are bigoted. They're dating you who are bigoted. You both deserve each other. I hope you're lonely forever.
If you just be a genuinely nice person who makes people feel comfortable being who they are and not threatened, your likelihood of having a positive interaction that could then lead to a relationship is significantly higher. There is a question of, like, do you think that the black pill is the reason you're finding it so difficult to meet someone?
Yeah, I think so. I think what they were drilling at, and that's what I got gauged from the rest of the answers, is they're saying the mindset is the most important bit. I had one question, a final question that was okay, just for yourself.
Oh, go for it, yeah, ask me away.
So you met me at the start of the process, and I suppose this is the end for now. How do you feel, seeing me as a person?
I think one red flag is that idea that if you text someone, they don't immediately text you back, you're going to be upset about it. That needs to change if you're going to have a healthy relationship. So, I'd say try and work on yourself. Like, I don't want to suggest, I'm not a doctor or I'm not a psychologist or whatever, but like, there's something making you want a subservient woman. It seems to be a sense of fear and rejection.
Yeah, I think that's where it all maybe stems from, and maybe that was very well said, Ben. If I continue to, go down this path of just wanting, a submissive woman, I'm probably not going to find that in the first place without paying for it. But also, that's going to take me down a darker path in how I view women and relationships in a wider sense as well. The positive bit was from the women saying, you are here maybe now, but you're not stuck there. They seemed obviously not happy with it, but, not completely distraught about either. They'd rather you tell them than not tell them, and that was one thing I haven't done before. Being honest with myself and to the people I date in the future, being confident and comfortable that, you know, who I am as I am is, you know, enough for that.
Yeah, and I'd also say, look, I'm a guy, I'm married to a woman who's a badass, who's not subservient in any way, who tells me how it is constantly. You know, she earns more money than me. We have a child together. It's fucking great. Like, there's a beauty in having a relationship that's equal, where the woman is absolutely killing it. You support that person when they need to be supported. They support you. It's an equal, balanced relationship. Like, the idea that you want to be in a relationship with someone is just, you know, beholden to you and you're belittling them by expecting them to do what you want all the time, that is not going to make you feel good inside anyway. So I think, like, take it as evidence that there are relationships that are freaking nice. I genuinely hope you find love and happiness. I hope it's not in a subservient relationship.
Okay. His posture, the way he speaks, his constant agreement, his self-awareness with no introspection. We talk about this often. BoJack Horseman, he's self-aware with no introspection. He agrees. He's like, oh yeah, that's a good point. You made a really good point. Look, the more you read, and I swear to God, I'm not just saying this, guys. I'm not just saying this. Listen to me. The more you read diverse books, the more you watch documentaries, it will allow you to change how you think about things. It will liberate you. If you don't read a diverse, and if you don't consume a diverse, you will become stunted. Even if you only ever engage, like, okay, one of the things that I see from this audience frequently, not a flaw, just like a yellow flag. It's okay. You're not a bad person. Okay. Sometimes I see from the most well-meaning people who didn't grow up religious, a deep misunderstanding of religious people. In the bubble that I grew up in, that sometimes it feels like really strange to have to explain to people that, like, the same, like, sometimes I will tell stories about my family and sometimes you react like white people after 9/11 when it comes to Muslims. Like, sometimes it gives a little bit like, oh my God, religious people are so scary. And I'm like, okay, they're not that scary. Like, relax. What I'm trying to convey to you is, like, it's very serious, but, like, you don't need to be that afraid. Like, it's not that scary. You know what I mean? And so, like, what I'm trying to give people is, like, it obviously you didn't grow up with religious people, so, like, you're uber afraid of them or something. And I need you to be, like, you know what I mean? I want you to be less afraid of people, but understand there's a flaw in their bubble, you know? So, again, when we have these conversations, I think, like, diversifying your information would really help. Maybe watching more religious people, maybe watching more philosophical religious people, maybe reading some books might help you. And also, same with him, like, maybe reading about other people would help him, watching documentaries. So, like, you know, you're not afraid. Like, I'm not afraid of religious people. You know what I mean? I'm annoyed by them. I'm not afraid of them. Like, I'm happy to chill with them any day. Okay? Apparently in Croatia, the best cevapi comes from mosques here. You know what I mean? It's a Catholic country, but we have some Muslims here. We have mosques here, and apparently they have the best cevapi on a Sunday. So, you know what I mean? I'm this tempted to go to mosque just to get good cevapi, but I'm plant-based, so I can't. But apparently that's the rumor. Okay? So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not afraid of Muslims. I'm not afraid of Christians. Like, I'll go to mass to get a donut. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to hang out with some people. It's like the idea is that it's not them. They're not scary. They're annoying. They're religious. They're bigoted. But, like, they're not always scary. Some are scary. Okay. Same thing with him, is it feels like he has this a notion of women that doesn't make sense. But if it's all he sees and all he ever knows and he doesn't talk to real people, that's how he's going to feel. If you never know a Muslim person and all you know about Muslim people is what you see on propaganda, you're going to think they're all terrorists. Like, the scariest thing to be is a woman in Islam. You know what I mean? But, like, no, you can be like a happy woman who's a Muslim. So, like, this, it's all of our responsibility to make sure we're really understanding people so we don't become more bigoted. Bigotry is ignorance. You're ignorant about a thing and you're afraid. Ignorance plus fear, bigotry. Okay? Or prejudice or some sort of something. So, you know, I see him and I see, like, his little boy in him. The dilemma, though, is that little boy is 27 years old and he's now on the internet and he's being rude to women for no reason. So there's a lot there he needs to work on, but he needs to read more. He needs to read.
I hope it's in a relationship where you both treat each other with respect and value each other's opinions, and that's, you know, live happily ever after. But you said some stuff that's going to piss people off, for sure, because There'll be people who watch it and go, wow, that feels quite offensive. But the fact you've come here and shown up and tried to change that mindset, I think is extremely powerful.
After we finished speaking, we turned the cameras off, but then something incredible happened while the mics were still rolling.
I think I've given up on hiring the for now. Just I've got to stick to it.
I think that's okay. No, we have to get that. We do have to get that.
I don't see myself going back to hiring girlfriends ever again. That's going to be hard, I know, because at times I'm still going to feel the loneliness. But
just for the record, he spent $50K on these women. I spent $3K on therapy and it changed my life. So, you know, I'm proud of him. I hope it helps. I hope he gets more of this. And that's why I say you need to socialize your young boys. You need to socialize your boys with girls. You need to socialize your girls with boys, right?
What's on me is to find healthy ways to replace those feelings. And that could be, like you said, therapy, or surrounding myself with, you know, maybe more women friends, or thinking, what am I going to do to counter those feelings that are dragging me, you know, to the dark side? That kind of way will help me survive for the long term. But that is my intention, to never go back to it.
After all of the kind of deeply...
Okay. Chad says, not to interrupt, but will you watch the Louis Theroux documentary in the Manosphere? It came out today. We'll probably watch it on the Discord because Louis Theroux copyrights on YouTube. So I won't probably be able to watch it here. We'll probably watch it on the Discord.
Entrenched views of resentment and anger that T had shared with me, I really did not expect them to reconsider his views. I always go into these investigations hoping that the person that I'm spending time with is open to reevaluating their views. I try to come in the same, but it's very rare that the person actually does change. Time will tell if T actually changes, not just whether he rents girlfriends, but if he addresses the underlying reason.
Chad said, will turning him into an antisocial man make $50K? How do these men make money? He said he makes good money. He has a good job. Right? Like, a lot of them also go into debt. A lot of them just put it on credit cards.
Of why. T was part of a community of men online that was using money to rent women for power and control after being radicalized online. But I do want to know if T does continue to change.
It's really hard to change. I mean, the probability is, guys, most of you won't change. Most of you will stay struggling. That's just statistics. Now, I think you're in my audience, so I'd like to think a majority of you will change. But it's really hard to change. I think you have a higher probability of change because you're my audience member. But it's really hard to fundamentally change as a person, to be a completely new person. It's really fucking hard.
So I'm going to follow up with him in a few weeks, and I want your guys' help. So if you want to ask T a question, put it in the comments. We're now doing YouTube memberships, and members get priority comments. If you really want us to put your question to T, become a member. We'll make sure it gets in front of him. It also means you'll get early access to our videos, and you'll also get some exclusive content. So please do consider
this music's hilarious, bro.
Anyway, I've got a plane to catch. I'm going to Costa Rica for next month's video. So be sure to subscribe, and I'll see you then.
Okay, let's read the comments. Oh, wait.
Do you ever regret your...
Oh, this is next month. Okay. Comments. This is the same guy who spends $50K on girlfriends. Same type of guy. Wouldn't let his wife have access to join bank account. Uh-oh. When he says about how women should be lowering their standards, yet he's unbelievably high expectations of what women should look and act like. This is what happens when your connections to other human beings are transactional instead of sincere. Well, actually, I think this plays into why your parents have to socialize you. You, as a parent, owe it to your children to teach them how to have sincere relationships with people. As a parent, you need to teach children to have sincere, real, organic, authentic relationships with their friends starting at a very young age, okay? My parents, well, for me as a child, were really good at this. And I think overall, most of my siblings, in my opinion, have either lifelong friendships, really close friends, and or very large friend groups. I don't think any of my siblings don't have good friend groups. And there's 10 of us. Now, I will say some of my siblings can sometimes be, can sometimes struggle to have the kinds of friendships that they think they need for the era of their life they're in. And I think that's normal. I've struggled with this as well. Is sometimes you have long-term friendships. Like I've had my best friend for 30 years, right? We've been besties for 30 years. But like when I moved to Seattle, and well, that doesn't count too, because I also moved in with my bestie of like 12 years, 16 years now. But when I was looking for something else, I was still looking for a social friend group. And what I learned through therapy and philosophy and deconstruction was to realize this thing that I was looking for my whole life, I already had it. It just didn't come in the form of a group. It came in the form of a singular. Because I was trained to think I needed a friend group. Every sitcom I saw, everything I romanticized about life was a friend group. And then I realized like, oh, I don't need a friend group. I have really close and amazing friends. I needed that. And what I needed was groups of friends I could visit for those occasions in which it made sense to have group dynamics. But realistically, you have to be careful about what you think you need or are chasing. My therapist said something to me and it just changed my brain. Okay. She said, here's what I recommend. Instead of asking, should I date this guy or break up with him? Why can't I find friends? Is this my dream job? Should I stay in Seattle? You should live the life that is working for you, that feels good for you, that is the right thing for you, and see what that looks like. Instead of chasing a dream of what you think Brittany's life should look like, what if you just lived a life that you liked and accepted that that was what your life should look like? And it just like completely transformed my brain in my 20s. Like I was like, oh, because I kept chasing these dreams. And every time I would get them, I was so miserable. And I was like, I'm unhappy. Because she was like, well, you have a job, you have community, you're doing volunteer work, you do all these things, but you're unhappy. And I was like, I am unhappy. I'm so miserable. Right? And so eventually I learned, okay, this is it, guys. This is my life. Like, think about my daily life. Like, I'm going to describe to you my daily life. Okay. Just think about how my life goes. I wake up. I have coffee. I make breakfast. I watch my YouTube morning shows. Okay. I see my partner. We connect for a little while. I see Indiana Jones. I give her morning pets. Okay. Sometime between this wake up time, I'm prepping for stream. I'm working on what I'm going to show you guys for stream. I'm thinking about what clothes I want to wear today. I'm thinking about what's the feeling? How many hours do I think I'm going to stream? What does my life look like? Okay. Then I come, I sit at my desk. Okay. I prep for stream. I focus on what I'm doing. Then I go back to getting ready for stream. I take maybe my shower. If I didn't do it last night, I do my hair. I pick out my clothes. I put them on. I start prepping the stream time. Start loading in the OBS, start getting it done. The first 3 hours of my day are just a mixture of getting coffee, food in my system, and getting ready for stream. That's what I do for the first 3 hours of my day every day. That's all that happens. Okay? Almost nothing ever happens. In an emergency, God forbid, I might have to go to the store, or I might have a government appointment, but never. That is almost never what happens. Okay? I do stream like I'm doing right now. I've been here for 4.5 hours. I do my stream. Then I get off my stream, I edit a video, I do my thumbnail, I do my timestamps. Okay? Then I go pee because I haven't peed. And then I come back and I upload everything and get everything situated. Then I go visit my partner. I say, hey, how's your day been? I love you. He goes, good. How's your day been? I go, good. And he goes, okay. And then I go and he goes, what are you doing now? That's always what he asks. What are you doing now? I go, I just posted the video. I uploaded everything. I'm waiting for my subtitles. I'm going to go make food. We go to the kitchen. I make food either alone or with him. We talk for a bit. As I'm doing that, I run back and forth between bites to get my subtitles up and to get my videos up. Then as my video goes up and everything is done, subtitles are done, video is up, timestamps are posted, I end my workday. Then I have dinner with my partner and then we separate. We either maybe play video games together or watch anime together, or I talk to a family member, or I hop on the computer and do some more work. By this time, it's 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., okay? Right? It's like late in the morning. So now I'm getting ready for bed. So then I start getting ready for bed. That is my life. That is my life. That is my day. Okay? This is my life. It's the best life I've ever had. It's just so fantastic. It's fabulous. Okay? On the way to bed, we usually cuddle, watch TikToks, make out. You know what I mean? And then I fall asleep, usually in my partner's arms or near my partner, and then I wake up and do it all over again. Now, obviously, It's been very cool to play video games with my sister, but if she lived near me, we'd see each other once a week. And then on the weekends, that'd be different. But that is my days. My work days are the same thing. 5 days a week, at least when I'm on stream, that's my schedule. Saturdays are a little different because I get to work a little differently. On Saturday, get this, on Saturdays, I do my Discord events. My Discord event doesn't start till 9 p.m. my time. 9 p.m. Croatian time, my Discord event starts. So my Saturday looks very different. Maybe I go outside. Now, just a reminder, in that whole thing, I never go outside. So the only day out of the week I get a chance to go outside is Saturday or Sunday. So Saturdays, I prep podcast, I film podcast, I do photo shoot if I have the spoons. I hang out with partner, maybe I go outside, right? Then I start my Discord event, and once my Discord event ends at midnight my time, I'm done. And I start prepping for hanging out with my partner or streaming or something else. You know, I prep for work so I can take off tomorrow. I clean the house, whatever. And then there it goes. Okay, I'm not partying. I'm not going out and doing things. I'm not chasing things. I'm living a very normal, solid, consistent life. And it's the best life I've ever lived. It's so good. It's just the best life I've ever lived. Obviously, in between all of this stuff, I'm working out. I'm doing some hobby stuff. I'm doing little things here and there, but that's the general outline of my life. Okay. And it's great. It's a great fucking life. But when I was younger and in my 20s, I might have thought, oh, that's not the life I want. But once I started not thinking about the life I wanted and more the life that led me to joy, this is what it turned out to be. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'm like experiencing my life. Like, this is what makes me happy. Versus like thinking, oh, like this isn't what I want. I want to go out and I want to do things. And when I was younger, I wanted to be Samantha Jones. I want to go out and shop and be rich and spend my money and travel and fuck and do all these things. I wasn't happy. I was doing all those things. I wasn't happy. And then this ended up being my life. And I was like, oh, I'm really happy now. You know? Yeah, chat says I had to visualize my life like this recently to buying summer clothes. Like, what am I honestly going to reach for versus clothes? Oh, yeah, what am I actually going to reach for versus clothes that are trendy? Oh, great. Oh, great. That's beautiful. Yes. When you're shopping, when you're decorating, is this what I want or is this what I think I should buy? Is this what I want? Is this the thing that makes me joyful? Or is this the thing that I think will make me happy? You know how much of my money I have spent on things I didn't, you know, I liked them, but I was trying to recreate an image rather than live the life that I wanted. You know what I mean? Like I was trying to make my life a Pinterest post that I saw instead of my life being what actually, you know, made me really happy. Same thing with my apartment. Like this office, I don't know what it looks like to people, but I can't imagine, like it is exactly the space I need. Like I keep thinking, like sometimes I get this like thought that, oh, well, people judge me because the room looks empty. But in my head, I'm like, what are they judging though? Because it's so nice. Like the room is spacious. I can do yoga on the floor. I never have to move furniture to do yoga. I can just put my mat down. It's a nice space. But I wonder if people see it and they're like, I don't get the space. It doesn't look like an office. It doesn't look like you have decorations. Even though for me, I do. By the way, this whole wall is full of art. You just can't see it because it's not YouTube. When I used to show my art, YouTube 18 plus to my video. Do you know that? So even the art I have a lot of nude art. I can't show it to you. So then I could fake decorate, right? Like I could fake decorate and I could put up a bookshelf and I could buy books and buy trinkets just to make you feel. But then that's what podcast set is. This is my real office. I don't want to make it into a podcast set. You know what I mean? But then, okay, do you remember that boy? Do you remember that boy? I did a call-in show with a YouTuber where people called in and asked for advice, and this guy called in and he did not like the input I was giving, to be fair. Anyways, and he said he's ADHD, right? And he said something snippy about my room. He said like, oh yeah, this girl who has like this perfectly like clean and manicured room, like thinks she understands me. And I was like, oh, this is my office. Do you want to look in my closet and see how messy it is in there? If you'd like, you can. I mean, I try to organize, but like, This is my office. It's easier to keep my office clean. There's nothing in it. You know what I mean? But he judged me as like, oh, this perfect girl who has like this perfect room. And I was like, I mean, he used the word perfect. I think he said like clean or something. But I was like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I get it, I guess. Right? It's just like, again, if I have to always, especially as a YouTuber, and this is maybe what Chelsea Fagan is suffering from too, I too have to make sure that I don't listen to your voices. Because I have had people judge me for my space. I have had people say things and I'm like, you're being mean. But also like, it's none of your business what my house looks like. Because it's not dirty. You're not judging me because there's poop on the floor. You're judging me because it's too clean. Like you're judging me because it's too minimal. Like, what are you judging me for? You know what I mean? I have a clean house. So sue me, right? But it is sort of like this idea that I can't listen to those thoughts. And I do think that takes a lot of work and a lot of meditation, a lot of philosophical perspective. Chelsea feeling like she looks too old or people are going to judge her for how she looks. People are going to judge you for everything. The question is, whose judgments are you going to take into consideration because you value and respect their opinions? Right? Chet says, would he have wanted to call you for advice if he could see your room was messy? I don't know. Well, it was about his relationship. Do you guys remember the call? It was about his relationship, and the way he talked about his partnership made me think they weren't going to stay together. I can't remember his name right now. I don't remember what his name was, but I would love to know if he broke up with his girlfriend or if they're still together, because the way he described their relationship, honestly, sounded like settling to me, which I did say in a nicer but maybe meaner way that I was like, is this the love of your life though? And he did not reasonably think that was nice, but you know. Again, I'm just curious. Like, if my partner came on a stream and talked about my relationship with them that way, I would definitely feel like, uh-oh, are we in a bad place? Anyways, no judgment. Anyways, with that said, I think this is a good place to stop. I think we did it. I think we did it. I'm going to share this video again in stream. I actually like this guy. Do I like him also because he has an earring, maybe? I like a man with an earring. I think men with earrings are very attractive and secure in themselves because I come from such a homophobic culture that men with earrings is so like gay that I actually like really do appreciate a man with an earring. And he talked nice about his wife and he said she's a badass who makes more money than him and he didn't see that as a threat. So I automatically love him. So Zaneland, I think we like him maybe. I'm going to subscribe and see if I like his future content. Maybe he makes good content. Whites only. South Africa. Ooh, let's see this. Let's see. Iran is reaching a breaking point. What happens next? Oh, I gotta watch that to judge his opinion on that. Truth about looks maxing. Let's see. Investigating violence. Ooh, inside the most dangerous city to women. Okay, to be a woman. Okay, that could be nice. Legal brothel. Interesting. A genocide. Breaking ranks inside the Israeli army. Oh, okay. Is he a progressive? Maybe he's a liberal. Whites only, South Africa's whites only town. Inside the town where everyone is naked. Oh, he might be good at his job. Maybe we like him. I don't know. Maybe he's a good one. Serbia. Shout out to the Serbs. Italy. Interesting. Italia. Interesting. Okay. I'll watch more of his videos. We'll see if we'll watch it. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. I think we're done. With that said, I will see you tomorrow. And I appreciate you being here. It's nice. I think we did a good job. I feel like I was supposed to tell you something, but I'm forgetting, so I'm stalling. If it's important, as Shadowy says, I'll remember it tomorrow. All right. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you then. Looking forward to it. Love you in a non-parasocial toxic way. Even though some of you pay me, just know that I'd love you even if you didn't. Okay. Bye.